check, mic check. What my shit sound like? Hey, can y'all hear me? What my shit sound like? What that sound like? What does my mic sound like? What my shit sound like, man? Can somebody let me know what the mic sound like, please? It's fuck. Okay. Hold on, I got it. Okay. Let's see what this. What it sound like now? Hold on. Okay, hold on. I see you in the back. You in the back. Just hold on. You doing the right thing. Just hold on. Give me 1 second. Just stay where you at. You in the background. Hold on. Just stay where you at. You in the background. Okay, I'm hey, what my mic sound like? Not choppy. Are we lit? There we go. I got you. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. I got you. Yeah. How y'all doing? My shit. Fix my shit. All right. How y'all doing, man? You know what time it is. It's your fucking boy. I got a little got a little debate going on tonight. I guess you can call it a debate, you know what I'm saying? But I got before I got him in the background. He in the waiting room. Before I let him in, little housekeeping. Discord. I'm finna drop Discord. Somebody drop the link. You know, join Discord. Yeah, let me get this shit cracked. I ain't gonna waste too much time. All right. You know who the fuck I am. Let me introduce this college dropout.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello.
It's loud. It's loud. I hear you. What's up, man?
All right, bet. I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I just want to introduce yourself, your name, you know. Just tell us your name. And you don't have to say what you believe yet, but just tell us your name.
You guys can call me college dropout or just college for short. I'm not trying to give my government. You feel me?
That's cool. No, that's cool. Yeah. College dropout. Okay. Tell us what you believe, and yeah, just tell us what you believe and why.
Okay, so I'm a Sufi Muslim. Obviously, I follow Islam, but I also just generally believe in truth of all world religions, major world religions. Obviously, I think some are more true than others. But in general, I'm a deist. I think universally.
Okay, hold on. So you said you are a Muslim that believes all religions are true, but you're also a deist, right?
Yeah. So may I elaborate a little bit? I think so. I said some are more true than others. So I don't think all are entirely true. Obviously, that would be a huge contradiction. I do also think it does truly depend on how you interpret things. So there again, world religions are huge. They're diverse. There are people who can find a way to make everything compatible.
Mm.
Not me necessarily, but you get it.
Okay, how are you a Muslim but also a deist at the same time? You know those contradict, right?
I think it depends how you define deist. So some might define it as somebody who believes in a deity that is not necessarily moral, and some people might just define it as somebody who deduces God through math and believes that God is not sort of some sort of big bearded man. I follow, I guess, both, but more definitely lead towards the latter.
Okay, I'm just looking at yeah, so basically y'all believe in you deists are those who believe in a God that's a creator. That's it. That he doesn't intervene. He just created every fucking thing and just bagged up, right?
Again, it really depends. Historically, deists have been all things. So, for example, Isaac Newton was a deist, and
So
he did
okay.
believe there was
So
intervention.
what definition are you going with? You say you're the definition that just deduces God through math, right?
I said, I guess, somebody who believes in a math and logic oriented God that is not necessarily a big bearded man or an irrational being,
Mm. So
which
okay,
does indeed separate me from plenty of religious people.
right? Because you said you are a Muslim, right? So you believe in Allah, right?
Yeah. So what I do want to say is I do, and what I just said is it separates me from plenty of religious people. So there are people who think that Allah tells us to do things that are completely arbitrary, and as a deist, somebody who deduces God through logic and reason, I would say God is not going to tell us to do something that is not logical, and this I guess logical.
Okay. Well, I got you. I'm writing down everything you got going. So
Sure.
the next, yeah. Can you just before we keep going, right? I got what you got. I got what you said down. Can you give us your evidence for Allah? Or you see, it's hard for me to. I'm trying to talk to you correctly because on one hand you say you're a deist who you get to God through deducing math, and then on the other hand you say, but you're a Muslim who follows the Quran, who believes in Allah and that Muhammad is the last prophet, right?
Yeah, so yeah, absolutely. So as I said earlier, interpretation has a lot to do with everything. And
Mm.
so you may find that, as I said, I'm a Sufi Muslim. So I'm not a Sunni Wahhabi, I'm not a Sunni Salafi, I'm not a Sunni Maliki. I'm not these, people that people think when they think Muslim, right? I am a Sunni Muslim, which typically is somebody who I guess leans more left or has a more nuanced interpretation of hadith. The Quran itself, I think, does not even require any nuance at all. But again, yeah, I will say, um, you know, how I deduce God, the God I deduce has, eternal, is alone and intelligent, and the definition of Allah in the Quran fits that. So I connect two and two. Obviously, as I said earlier, though, I don't dismiss other deities. For example, I don't say, oh, well, Sikhism is wrong just because it's not Islam, because Sikhs believe in the same God we do, right? They have the same idea of God, same definition.
Okay, so what does the Quran say about other gods and other religions, though?
So yeah, so he's a deist and not a full Muslim, not a full Muslim. For example,
Wait,
the
so
Quran will
you're
talk
not
about.
a? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
I was reading the comments. I was just reading the comments,
I
which
got
I'll
you.
try not to do actually.
No, you good.
Um, but yeah, so as I was saying, you asked, what did you ask? You asked, oh yeah, what does God, what does Allah in the Quran say about other gods? So
Yeah, yeah. What
yeah,
does the Quran say about other religions, other gods? Believing in other supernatural shit. You see what I'm saying?
sure. So firstly, obviously, a huge uh, answer automatically is the Quran does speak about Jews, Christians, Sabians, and Zoroastrians explicitly. So we do know what the Quran does say about those people. I could say as well that other religious groups could fit under categories as well. The Quran itself speaks more about polytheists themselves rather than just polytheism. Obviously, the Quran is not a polytheistic book. Allah is not a polytheistic, monotheistic God, right? You get what I mean? But
Mm.
it does not uh, call out specific gods like oh Baal or oh Shiva or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm. So like, mm, it's kind of hard for you to like. You're not. You do know you're like everywhere, right? Like you're literally saying that you are a Muslim who sees some truth in other religions, who deduces God through math, and it's like you're like what somebody said. It's like you're Muslim, but at the same time you are not.
Well, again, I am entirely Muslim. This is not even up for discussion. I think when people say that, they have a certain expectation, and I just don't meet that expectation, so they classify me as not Muslim.
So So are you saying the other denominations or other type of Muslims are wrong and yours you are the right type of Muslim? Or are you saying everybody is right to an extent and we should all just, I don't fucking know, believe whatever, right? That's what I'm
Sure.
getting.
So I understand that it's very like vague and confusing. I feel you. Obviously, as I said earlier, I think everybody is right to an extent, but also obviously, I don't think my beliefs. I don't believe my beliefs for no reason. So obviously, I think I'm right. Right.
Mm,
Um, I understand people who come to a different conclusion than I do. Doesn't necessarily mean I agree. I think so. For example, right, we can have a really far right Wahhabi Muslim who thinks we should throw gay people off buildings and who thinks
mm,
women are second class citizens. I do not
mm.
agree with them. I understand how they come to that conclusion. I do agree with them on some things. I disagree with them on most things. Um, I think that's a sufficient answer.
So it's kind of like you're basically you agree when it sounds good and when it's bad, you don't agree with them, right?
What do you mean by bad? Like incorrect or not? What do you
Like
mean?
sick shit, like throwing gay people off buildings. That sounds sick to me, and it sounds like you don't agree with the
Yeah,
parts
I
that I.
don't. Yeah, but it's not like I'm cherry picking. I'm not like sitting down and
Uh,
saying, "Oh, I
I
like this part." Wait. I'm cherry picking, but not in the classical sense. What I'm saying is I don't you dismiss those ideas because they're bad, they're scary, etc. Right? I dismiss the
Mm,
idea because here's an example. Right? The idea that Muslims should throw gay people off buildings stems from an incredibly inaccurate hadith. Right? I reject the concept not because no, right? I reject the concept because the hadith itself that it's written in is not valid. So I'm not picking and choosing these things based off of how how much I like them. It just so happens that these things that I'm picking and choosing and these things that I'm claiming are wrong are also shitty things. You get what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. So you say you're cherry picking, but not in a traditional sense, and basically the parts that you are saying, the parts that you're saying you understand, but you don't agree because the hadith that they get that from is uh false or incorrect. Is that what I'm getting?
Yes.
Okay, well, so tell me how do we get to truth if like because you think you're right, but at the same time you're saying there's a little bit of truth in everything, which is I see what you're saying. There is a little bit of truth in everything. For example, there are trees and water in the Bible, and we know trees and water exist. So, but again, just because a book gets 20 things right does not mean that it's credible or like the other 1,000 things that
Absolutely.
they get. You see what I'm saying? So
Absolutely. And I agree. So here's what I completely agree. And so when I hear apologists in general from any religion say, "Well, look, my religious book says, like for example, I saw this Christian TikTok, right, and they go, prove the
mm,
Bible is real, and they show basically a verse where the Bible references a real place, and then they prove that the real place exists, and obviously, like that's not proof for the Bible, right? And
mm,
Muslims do this. Everybody does this. I cringe when people do that, right? I don't. So when I say there's truth in everything, I don't mean like, oh, well, the Bible says water is real, so the Bible is somewhat true. I mean, the concepts in these books are true, right? Some of them are true, some of them are not. Obviously, I'm not a Trinitarian, right? Obviously, I don't believe in the Trinity, but that doesn't mean that I don't think other biblical concepts aren't true. You get what I'm saying? So that's more what I mean. What I mean is I don't agree with everything on all levels, but I can understand and I respect the ideas.
right. But again, I see what you're saying. Yeah, and this is what I'm getting. Hold on. Okay, so check me out. So basically, you do what most people do, right? You see that the book has some things that are valid and it has some things that are invalid, and you just say, well, is right about the things that it's right about. But the problem with religion and the Bible and the Quran is that these books. Hold on, shit.
These comments are hilarious. I think this dude is low key atheist, but is scared to come out. Not at all, bro. I'm not. I'm not an atheist at all. I'm not atheist at all. Not even close. I mean, maybe I am, but I don't think I am.
Okay, see, but it's weird.
Well, I'm just trying to be honest. I'm not going to sit here and say like, deny the possibility that maybe I do think that I am, but I'm not going to. I'm being realistic. I'm trying to be realistic and charitable.
Okay, so how do you? Okay, so but when you say when you pray, do you pray to Allah?
Yeah, 100%. No. Again, so maybe I wasn't explicit, right?
Mm-hmm.
But so when I say like there are parts of other books that are true, I that's not me saying like the whole book itself is true, right? So I think so. Obviously, I acknowledged, right, the Bible has flaws. That's, I mean, everybody can agree that. Even Christians can agree on that for the most part, or to some extent, right? So,
Right.
okay,
Right.
sorry, give me. I just had to leave for a second. I'm back. But so what I was saying is sorry, I'm trying to remember what I was saying. Yeah, so I think other texts have true and false. I don't think the Quran has any false. That's the difference. What do I think about Jesus? I'm also actually I'm not going to say that, but I think Jesus is pretty based. I think Jesus is a revolutionary, activist and reformist.
Wait. You say you're a Muslim, but you don't pray to Allah?
I literally said I did, bro. Yanni, I said I
did. You
did.
did. Okay.
I did say I did.
Okay. So you said you're a Muslim who prays to Allah, who finds truths in other religions, but you're not in those other religions. You're a Muslim who's a deist, who might be an atheist. Come on, man. You gotta stick to.
Wait. You're taking a lot of because
you reading the comments and you like I might be an atheist. I'm like, what?
No. I'm only saying that. I'm gonna be honest, bro. I'm only saying that once. I don't seem like I have a stick up my ass. Two, because I want to be honest. Because for all they know, they could be correct. They could be correct. You know what I mean? Maybe all I'm saying is that it's a possibility. I'm not saying it's likely or it's reality. I'm simply acknowledging that it is a possibility. There are plenty of stories of ex-pastors who are like, the whole time I didn't believe it all. I just didn't want to admit it. And so by saying that, I'm not saying I'm an atheist. I'm simply saying you're correct. It is possible, not necessarily plausible or reality. You know what I'm saying? I'm simply trying to be flexible and acknowledge that. But let me elaborate. I do not in any way, shape, or form believe there is more than one God. I do not pray to anybody other than Allah. I read the Quran. I think the Quran is perfect completely. I am simply saying that I don't think, Jews are going to hell. That I don't think, Shintos are going to hell or Buddhists are going to hell.
But what does
this guy is trolling you? I'm not trolling, bro. I'm really not trolling.
Okay, hold on. Okay, I mean, what does like? So you believe that the Quran is perfect, right?
Yes. I already know what's gonna come, but yes, yeah.
Okay, so you know what's coming, right? You know I'm doing it.
Just say it. Just say it already. Just say it already.
I'm saying
just give me the verses.
I'm reading through this book, man, and I know like every videos, right. I'm on like the fifth or sixth surah. Every last chapter I have read ends with those who, the people who don't follow me, the hellfire awaits and shit. You think that's perfect?
Do you want me to speak on that?
I'm saying, do you think
that's so easy to refute?
Do you think this is perfect?
A harder question. Can you start with a harder question? I think you know.
It's not supposed to be.
I think you do what I'm going to say to that.
What are you going to say to that? You think that's perfect? That we deserve fire for not believing Allah?
Yeah, sure. This is so funny. I was going over my notes before this, and I was reading a lot of verses, and most of the verses I was reading were about stuff like this. Sorry, let me reload.
So how do you feel about this shit, though?
No, yeah. Sorry, all my Google Docs closed. Let me open them again. But basically, first things first. This is a fact. This is just a general fact. If you have not heard the Quran says this. If you have not heard the Quran in its truth, then you will not be punished. So it's simple as that. I would say, do you want my honest opinion? I would say you have not heard, like many people, I would say you have not heard the actual Quran. Can't fully hear him. Can you hear me now? This is.
I can't. I mean, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I don't know if they can. It's a little choppy. Just a little choppy. Just a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I can hear you though. I just think this is.
So funny. I'm more informed about Islam than most Muslims are.
Yeah, but it's like you.
That's why I come to
hold
this
up.
conclusion.
You said that those who have not heard the Quran fully don't have to worry about the fucked up verses. Is that what you said?
Yeah, the
Right.
Quran actually says this.
So you're telling me, so all of the non-believers and the people who disagree that have read this book and heard this book, they deserve what the book says? Are you telling me
so
that?
I'll say this, right? So let's take somebody. You're an atheist. You know Christopher Hitchens, right?
Yes.
Yeah, Daddy Hitchens. So somebody as arrogant, and regardless of whether he's correct, he's not correct. I don't think he is. But somebody as arrogant as him, right, is not going to be granted this luxury, right? Somebody who is I would say, more relaxed, more some you get what I'm saying. Somebody who's more relaxed, less of a radical about this. I think there's leeway. I also will say it depends on what you consider help, right? So this is another huge issue. This is not a new concept either. I'm not like doing some like new ideas. This is an old concept. What hell is differs from madhab to madhab, from school of thought to school of thought. So I mean, there are plenty of interpretations of hell where let's say I'm wrong and that you will go to hell. The hell you go to might not even be that bad, or it might not even be permanent. It may be, I mean, it really depends. So I mean, again, as I said, interpretation is key, and you are actually presupposing a specific interpretation when you do ask me about this verse.
Okay, I just so happened to open the book to where I was last reading, and this verse says, "Those who reject faith and belie our signs, they shall be companions of the fire." That's the hell I'm talking about. What like?
I don't actually doubt you. I don't doubt you, but I wanted to. I do.
Okay, but do I have to give you the verse for you to realize that's sick shit? That's fucked up, bro.
Well, no, you don't have. I mean, you do have to give me the verse. You do.
Why? This is the book. Are you not watching me on camera?
Wait. No, what I'm saying is whether I'm not saying
you need the context, right? You need the interpretation, right?
No, not even. That's not even what.
So why you need the verse? Doesn't matter. I just read it.
You can't.
This
you
is
keep
the Quran,
asking
bro.
me why do I need the verse, and then you keep trying to answer for me. You won't let me answer.
Go ahead.
You keep saying, why do you need the verse? You need context. You need. I can't even tell you, bro.
I'm listening.
Anyway, what I'm saying is first of all, right? I don't need the context. I'm not one of those people who's like, guys, you need context to understand why killing babies is. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna. That's ridiculous. You don't. There's some things you don't need context for. I agree. What I'm simply saying is because if you ask me if I made a claim and you said, well, where in the Quran does it say that? Because I'm making that claim, I'm going to substantiate it, regardless whether or not. I'm not saying you have a fake Quran. I'm not saying you made up that verse. Because this is how I mean, I do this. Maybe you can tell, but I do this a lot. And so every single time somebody says something, every time I say something, I do try to give the verse. So I just want the verse just to have the verse.
Okay, that verse
I'm not going to be like, well, this verse actually is blah, 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 blah. No.
It's in the Surah 2, that's verse 38 and 39. The Al-Baqarah. I think that's how you say it.
Al-Baqarah, yeah.
Yeah, Al-Baqarah. Yeah, I like how you said it. It says Al-Baqarah 38, the 2, Surah 2, verse 38, 39, right? It literally says that word for word. I got it highlighted. But like, okay, I got another one for you. Now this one.
Wait. Do you want me to address this one or the other one? Which one?
Oh no. You can address it. You can address it. Go ahead. You can address it.
So I'm using, and this is usually what I use. I use Mustafa Khatam's verse. His translation, it says, "But those who disbelieve and deny our signs will be the residents of the fire." Now again, this really is up for interpretation. I mean, I could simply say, well, this fire is not literal. This fire cannot be literal. I mean, wait, there are plenty of other verses that suggest that this fire is not literal. So I could say fire does not. I mean, do you really think I believe that somebody's gonna sit in a pot? Wait, can I finish? Can I finish? Mm-hmm. It is I think I guess irresponsible to assume I genuinely think, or that any Muslim genuinely thinks, that hell is literally a big pot of chili. Okay, let's be honest, right? So even if it is bad, even if it is, let's say hell is a bad place, right? Even if it is, you are assuming a certain interpretation. Now, again, I will say, it really depends on what you consider hell, right? So now that we've gotten the fire part out of the way, it depends what you consider hell. Some people don't even think. Some scholars, some very early scholars and Sahaba will tell you it is not permanent. They'll tell you it is not permanent. They'll also say it freezes over. They'll also say, hell could simply be a state of disconnectment from God, and where your soul is on fire. I mean, I've heard Muslims who interpret the concept of hell through reincarnation. I mean, there are plenty of ways to do this, and you are assuming and limiting my argument to some fundamentalist jihadi who hates women. Let's be honest. You're assuming how I think.
I want to ask you a question, right?
Yeah, bro, let's go.
I wrote down what you said about like it may not be literal and all that, but I want to ask you. This is not a trick question. Why is it that y'all will listen to me? Y'all want us to base our literal lives on a book that you're telling us not to take literal?
Some parts take literal, some parts don't. Why does that matter? What you said?
Because we know like literal. We know. You said, well, why is that important? Because we know that we're living right now, right? This is all we got. Sure, and y'all are telling us, and like, I want you to understand that whether we call them extremists or they're not really Muslim, whatever, people have died over this shit. You right? You see this? They've died over this shit. And then when it comes to the and see, this is why I do not do this, because y'all play word fucking salad and y'all play games. Oh, the fucked up verses about you burning forever and being fearful and because you reject faith, that's not literal. But the verses about Allah giving you 72 virgins and you gonna be in paradise, that's literal. Come on, man.
I don't think that's literal. I don't think that's literal either.
So why?
Purely a metaphor. I think, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't mean to insult you. I don't mean to insult you, but this is like very like basic like literary analysis. Not everything can be literal, and that plenty of things are hyperbole.
But that's what I'm saying, though. I can't base my literal life on some hyperbole metaphor bullshit. I can't do that. Right?
Why not?
Because that's not how this shit works. If we did away with,
why isn't it how it works? Why isn't it how it works?
Okay.
Notice how when I say something, I explain it like every single thing. I'm
about to give you an example. Okay, why doesn't that work? So, let's say I got a fucking infection on my leg, right? Right? I'm gonna go find me a book about fucking butterflies and rainbows. I'm gonna read that fucking book about mystical dragons that I can't take literal. And the book says, hey, the dragons must come down and they're invisible. They must blow air on your fucking leg and your leg will get healed. But it's not literal. But it's like this is word fucking games y'all playing with us.
Let me address
y'all playing games.
The guy in the comments is really funny, actually. I do like it. Iron Charioteer. He says, "What does 72 virgins look like?" So obviously, I could say, "Well, what's good about having 72 virgins?" Somebody could say,
"What does fire look like metaphorically, though?"
Yeah,
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, that's fine. I don't care actually. Anyway, but 72 virgins, right? I could say, "Well, what's so good about that?" Right? Oh, that means you get to have a lot of sex, right? So, what is so good about being able to have a lot of sex? It simply means that your desires will be fulfilled. Right, and that if you and it's saying in the context of the 72 virgins thing is saying, don't do XYZ now because later you will have this, right? So already off the bat, it's written into the verse. It's literally written into the verse that do not fornicate on earth. 72 virgins. I think it's either in the Quran or it's in the Hadith. I think it's in the Hadith, right? But either way, in the Hadith or whatever, wherever it's mentioned, I think it is built into the sentence that the parts that look bad aren't to be taken literal. How convenient. Bro, were you here earlier?
Right.
Just joined. I'm sorry. I'm not going to read the comments. I'm really not going to read the comments. I literally addressed this earlier.
No. I don't have to. They helping you. They showing you that this doesn't make fucking sense. They helping you. You can read it.
No, I mean, I did address this though. He said the parts that look bad aren't to be taken literal. How convenient. I mean, again, I literally addressed this though. I'll address it again, but I'm not going to go down and. This is why I'm not reading the comments on purpose, because I did already address this. I mean, we both acknowledge whether I'm correct. I did already address this. But you asked, how does hell become metaphor? How does fire become metaphorical? What does fire do? It burns you, right? Why is being burnt bad? Because you're in pain, right? So if I say you are going to burn for what you're doing, right? Think of it like this, right? When I say you're going to burn in hell for what you're doing, if I say that in everyday life, 21st century, do you think I literally mean you're gonna sit in a bowl of chili? No, I mean one. Fuck you. I mean two. Second of all, what I mean is you are going to pay for what you've done. You are going to feel pain for what you've done. Again, so to try and say and assert that thousands of years of theology is refuted by, well, guys, you're supposed to take it literally. Also, second of all, the earlier thing you said about the butterflies, really interesting. Sam Harris point, I like it a lot. The issue I take with it is, and the Quran acknowledges this, you don't go to the Quran to know how to fix a broken bone. Off the bat, the Quran doesn't claim to even provide that kind of knowledge. So it's a false equivalency to begin with. No, you're talking about, well, the Quran, you're saying this metaphor isn't going to help me fix my bone. This metaphor isn't going to heal my leg. It's not meant to. It's not meant to focus on these things. It addresses very specific things. It's like looking.
Okay, so what am I?
Looking at a cookbook. It's like looking at a cookbook for how to do
no.
science.
See, you're forgetting something though. This is claimed to be written by an all-knowing, all-powerful God, right? Right.
What is your point?
The Quran is inspired by the all-knowing, all-powerful Creator, right? That knows everything, right?
Yes.
Why isn't that means if and we're supposed to base our life off of this book, right?
Oh, you're saying why aren't everyday things like the cure to cancer in the book?
Right? Why wouldn't Allah put?
So funny. No,
this is okay. This is our guide. Listen, this is our guide to the galaxy, but everything that we need for survival is not in the fucking book. So
it's not your guide to the galaxy though. It's not your guide.
Then what is it? What am I supposed to do with this book? I'm supposed to worship this God and believe this God for what? Why?
It's not. First of all, wait. First of all, it's not your guide for the galaxy. That's like that's a huge misconception. The Quran never claims to be the guide for every single thing in the world. That's
okay. It's okay. It's not. It doesn't claim to be the guide to the galaxy, but it's written by the Creator of every fucking thing, right?
Okay, then that goes to the next point you made, which is why doesn't God give the cure to cancer in the Quran?
Because he doesn't fucking care. He doesn't care, right? Yeah, go ahead. I'm listening.
Yes, I would say again, this is essentially what you're bringing up is the Epicurean paradox, which is so easily refuted. First of all, so I think you should try harder. I mean, I could think of better ways to deal with this. But anyway, the issue with this, right, is I could say one, prove that it's immoral for him not to, because again, where are you getting your? I believe in objective morality outside of religion, but where are you getting it? Right, because you're claiming this is immoral for him not to do this. I want a tier standard. I could give a objective morality for you if you want. Second of all, I mean a secular one. Second of all, I could simply say, again, the world around us is alive, right? Things like cancer are a product of the world around us being alive and us being alive as well, right? So if God did just the cure to cancer, God be taking out a huge pillar of how our world currently works, but God would also be interfering with how nature and we work, right? Because again, cancer stuff like that is based off chemistry, right? He would have to come from biology. What I'm saying is, I believe in evolution. You're gonna ask me how. I believe in evolution, and because I believe in evolution, I'm able to acknowledge the fact that chemistry is one of the factors behind cancer, right? So already off the bat, it's not like God is sitting and sculpting every single individual person. This is built into our chemistry, right? So again, this is not even up to God to begin with. These are things that are just, a product of nature being alive around us. I am done. I know you're waiting, so you can go.
So, you said you believe we have objective morality, right?
I can do so secularly. I can prove so secularly.
No, I'm saying cool. I don't have an opinion on, but anyway, okay. So does this objective morality? Does this objective?
You go, bro. My man.
Does this objective morality, does it apply to every fucking thing, or does it just apply to us? If God sets the standard and he also breaks the fucking standard, how is it objective if it doesn't apply to him too? If he says don't fucking burn people and then he goes around threatening us with a fucking book about burning us, is that good? That's good. What you're saying is when Allah does these things in his book, or when he claims that's what's going to happen to us, that's good because it comes from him. But if Muslims go around burning people, or they're not real Muslims, how? When their God does the same thing, how does this objective morality that applies to every fucking thing, how does it not apply to every fucking thing? How does it not apply to Allah?
Sure. So I'm not gonna be pedantic. I could do this, and I'm gonna show you that I could, but I'm not actually gonna do it. I could simply ask you, and I'm not asking you to substantiate this, but I'm just gonna make this point, right? I could ask you again because you're taking a certain interpretation, which I negated already, but you're taking a certain interpretation. I would say, well, you have to prove that your interpretation is correct over others.
I don't have an interpretation of the book.
No, wait.
I don't have an interpretation, but you're saying something that's wrong. But that's wrong, though. But that's wrong. I don't have an interpretation of the book. I do not have an interpretation. The definition of fire is fire. The definition of fear is fear. I don't have an interpretation. What are you talking about? But what are you talking about, though? What is my interpretation
I
of
just
this
want to make
book?
sure. I don't want to cut you off. I don't want to cut you off like you cut me off. Are you done?
What is my interpretation of this book?
I'm genuinely. I asked you. I asked you politely. Are you done? Yes or no?
I'm done. What is my interpretation of this book?
Okay.
Tell me that, please. I'm listening.
Yeah. I mean, again. As I said, this could very well be. This could mean a bunch of things, right? This verse could mean a bunch of things, and you are, and just as I am, which I could substantiate if you ask me to, but just as I am, you are picking a specific way to view this, and you are saying this is the way that this is the true meaning of what this says, right? And I know you're saying, well, the word fire means this. I'm simply taking it for what the words on the page are. I'm not interpreting. I'm literally reading what it says. The fact that you are reading what it says, the fact that you think that's how it should be read itself is an interpretation, right? But regardless, again, one, you are making a lot of moral claims. I'm not going to be pedantic and ask you to substantiate all of them, which I very easily could. Second of all, notice I have not raised my voice once. All right, I understand you're frustrated, bro, but obviously so am I. I'm not raising my voice at all.
But
Third of all,
okay,
I didn't even get
stop.
to finish. Okay,
Stop.
keep going. No,
Stop.
go.
Stop. Calm
I was about
down.
to address your question.
Calm down.
You were the one just yelling like 2 minutes ago.
Talking.
You were the one just yelling 2 minutes ago.
You're talking very fast, and you're not making any fucking sense. You know that, right? How do you believe? How do you believe something is true, but you telling me basically every fucking interpretation is wrong, right? Because if I interpret it as what the definition of these words mean, that's the interpretation. If you interpret it your way, that's the interpretation. So how do we get to the truth? If come on, man, you talking about all these big plan? Look, man, how is this true? If we can't interpret the book, what is it? I don't get it. Okay, let me be transparent. I don't understand what you're talking about. Can you prove this is true? Prove this book is true, or stop.
Okay, so how do you want me to do so?
I don't know. You believe it's true. You said you believe this book is perfect. I'm just asking because you said the Quran is perfect, right? How is the book perfect if we can't even fucking understand what it's saying? Every interpretation is wrong.
Yeah. You said that already. Okay.
So how is it perfect if we can't understand it?
I was just about to speak, bro. Honestly, come on. I was just about to speak. I was literally just about to speak. Anyway, so again, that's true. That's very valid criticism. And as I said, I'm sorry, I can't speak serious. There's a philosophical misunderstanding. I'd like to talk to him about it. Okay, I mean, invite him up if you want to. Can you repeat the last thing you said? I forgot.
The last thing I said was you said this book is perfect.
Oh wait, no, I remember. It's fine.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So people propose to prove the Sahih International. Rather, Allah has raised him to Himself. And I don't know. I'm reading the comments anyway. But anyway, some people ask for proof in different ways, and I was simply asking, how do you define proof, right? So if I were to, I'll speak to atheists, and they'll say, prove there's no error, right? That's how they define proof. Some will say, prove that it's a trustworthy source, right? So I'm wondering, how do you want me to go about this, and then I'll try and do it.
Okay, prove.
Because I don't want to do something, and you say, well, that's not the correct way to prove it,
I mean, I assume you believe that this God exists, right? Like, I know you say you're a deist, but that's like your backdoor exit, just in case this shit don't add up. So
no, it's not. No,
are you a Muslim? You're a Muslim that believes Allah is the creator of the universe and that Muhammad is his prophet. That's what you believe, right?
Yes.
Okay, prove it. Prove Allah exists, and then when you're done with that, demonstrate why anyone should care about this book, this sick ass book. Prove all of that. Go ahead.
Sure. So when you say prove Allah exists, do you mean prove the God of the Quran, or do you just mean prove God in general? Because Allah doesn't mean God literally.
Okay, what is this? Whatever this is, prove the God in this book, the God that you worship. This one right here. Prove this.
Sure.
God.
So I would simply, how do you demonstrate outside of the Quran? Okay. No. I get what you mean.
Right, there you go. That's the question. That's the question.
That is clear. So I would say one, right? I could use XYZ method to deduce God, and then I would say the God of the Quran simply fits this definition. Simple. And I would say, that's what I would say. Unless are you asking me to prove God's existence? Is that what you're doing?
That's what we're doing. Prove God exists without the book. Whatever you want to do, however you want to do it.
I mean, I'm glad to do it. I'll just say it. Do you have a refutation of the contingency argument you'd like to offer? Because I'm not going to sit here and do some showman thing and sit here and do a speech. You just tell me if you have a refutation, and we'll go from there.
I don't really. I mean, listen to me, man. I try to explain this to y'all before y'all come on here. I don't debate whether or not a God exists because that debate doesn't fucking matter. Whether or not a God exists, you gonna use faith, and I'm gonna try my best to use common sense. So whether or not a God exists really doesn't fucking matter. I'm just playing your game. The real big question is, what are the benefits to believing this book? Right?
This book specifically?
Yes,
This book
this is
specifically.
what are our
again
benefits?
at the very.
What are our benefits in reality to being a Muslim? That's what I really want to know. That's my big question. What are the benefits to being a Muslim in reality that everybody gets?
That are specific to being Muslim. That are specific to being Muslim, or just in general? In general, or specific to Muslims?
That are specific to this religion. Why this religion should be the religion everybody follows.
Benefits that only Muslims get. Benefits that only Muslims get.
Yeah.
I never made that claim. I never made that claim at all.
Okay, so are there any?
In fact, wait. Can I speak? Can I even speak, bro? Can I? I literally will keep.
Man, come on, go, talk, fucking talk. Damn.
I want. Wait. I mean, there's a delay here, obviously. But anyway, he wants to go into philosophy. No. I was literally just gonna say, that is not a core belief of Islam. Believing that. So me believing that does not even contradict what I'm arguing for. What I'm saying is, you asked me a non-trivial question.
Okay, why would you follow a religion that serves you no benefit, no purpose?
I didn't wait. That's not what I said. By saying,
okay, tell me the benefits then.
Okay, let me break. Okay, I thought you understood what I was saying. So think like this, right? Guy has better brains than okay. What I'm saying, right? So me saying there are no benefits specific to Muslims is not me saying that there's no benefit for being Muslim in general. It's just me saying that there is no benefit that only Muslims will get, right? Oh, so there are benefits to being Muslim, but they're not benefits unique to being Muslim. That is what I'm arguing.
What are the benefits of being Muslim?
I would say the same benefits. I mean, I could say, for example, if you were a strict Muslim, I could say, depending on how strict and depending on how you interpret things, because again, that's what all this is based off of. I could say you could be extremely healthy. And again, I'm not claiming you can't be an atheist and extremely healthy. You simply asked me what benefits are there in being Muslim. Also, I would say, the same benefits that somebody who is, Jewish would get, somebody who is Sikh would get, the same benefits somebody who's Christian would get, or somebody who's atheist would get. I'm simply saying that. I mean, here's the parable of the blind man and the elephant. That's the claim I'm making to an extent. I'm getting my computer charger. Give me a second.
Right, Randy. Right, this is what I'm saying, man. Then why be Muslim? Why be anything? If this man is literally admitting that a benefit of being a Muslim is being healthy, but you can also be healthy then why be a Muslim? If you're gonna get the same results, whether you're a Muslim or not, what is the point of being a Muslim then? That doesn't make sense. I don't.
All right, dude, I'm back. That's funny. So I read the comments as I shouldn't have, but it says, so far all I heard was health. I didn't think I needed to spell it out specifically. Then why be Muslim versus a Buddhist or a Hindu? I never made that claim. I never once made that claim. Again,
okay.
Bro, you
guys I see. I got it. I see what you're doing. Right. I see what you. Okay. Basically, this is what he's doing. He's saying there's truth to every fucking religion. Right. Every religion has a little bit of truth in it. So he's not saying that you should be a Muslim over the other fucking religions. He's just a Muslim because that's probably where he was born or some other.
Bro, you literally just backstaged me in the middle of the debate, bro.
I didn't know you bagged that on your own. I didn't. And this really isn't a debate because you're not standing strong on your position. You're giving every religion credit. Every religion has a little bit of truth in your eyes.
Bro, literally, bro. Literally. Stop, bro. Like literally.
No, you fucking stop.
Again, wait.
Man, shut the fuck up, man. This is my shit, my nigga. This is my shit.
Wait.
This is my shit.
Superficial presuppositions. Wait. You first of all, respectfully. I mean this.
Man, fuck your respect.
Even okay, whether I'm right or wrong, I hope the people.
You don't fucking care if you're right or wrong.
I hope the people in the comments can see how I'm holding myself versus how he is.
God damn.
Not once have I yelled.
Because while you're talking,
he's the one who's more.
While you're talking, all I'm thinking about is the sick shit in this book. That's why I'm trying to see what the fuck what am I even talking to you for?
Okay, I guess I mean.
The fuck is this nigga saying, man? Like, okay, I would talk to you respectfully if you made fucking sense. You ain't making no fucking sense, my nigga. You said every religion got some truth, but you a fucking Muslim, but you a fucking deist, but you could see why people are Christian. You can see, like, nigga, pick a side, man. Come on, get this shit rolling. I got people watching this shit. They trying to see what's up. You're wasting their time. That's why I'm trying to interrupt you and cut you off because you wasting time. Come on, man, get to this shit.
I mean, I'm wasting time. I'm wasting time because I'm trying to do this in an intellectual way.
Man, ain't no intellect. This is not intellect, and we can't interpretate the book, right? How is this intellectual? Huh? Explain this to Bar. How is a book we can't, every interpretation is wrong, but we're trying to be intellectual about what? This is not intellect, my boy.
Bro,
this is not intellect.
I mean, I didn't want to do this. I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna because I guess we're not trying to be respectful or even.
No, we're not. No.
But so I want. Wait.
No,
so
we're not. This is disrespectful. This is disrespectful to me.
Okay, cool. I want you to prove then. I want you to prove one. You said all this. I can despise any religion. So I want you to prove, right? Because you made a claim. Oh, there's so much sick shit in this book. I want you to prove one, an objective moral basis to even make that claim. Third of all, I want you to prove I want you to prove that your interpretation of the book itself is correct. And then 4, I want you to prove. Because notice this whole time I could have pulled those cards. I haven't once. You need to be more patient, just as I was. Okay. All right. So let me speak. Literally, Jesus Christ. Ironically, Jesus Christ. Get it? Anyway. So respectfully, which is how I was trying to engage this the whole time, but you did not let me do this. Respectfully,
I said you have the title. Did you read the title of the video? It's smoke. This is not a debate forum, my nigga. This is disrespectful.
Respectfully, on your
ain't no respect.
You have read. Can I speak for 5 seconds?
No,
you look 5, bro. You look 5 years
man.
old.
You ain't make fucking sense. Make sense. Make sense. Then I can let you talk if you make sense. Yeah. Prove why your God is the right God out of all the other gods, or shut the fuck up.
How am I supposed to make sense if I can't speak?
I'm done talking. Go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay. So again, you have read from your YouTube. You have read, at least 5 chapters of the Quran, and this is not an issue. But you do not know, it seems, much about, you're used to dealing with Christians. So what I'm saying is that none of the claims you're making, let's say they're valid. They're not. I don't think they are at all. But let's be charitable to you and let's say they're valid. They're not trivial claims that refute Islam at all. They're not trivial claims that refute theism. They're not trivial. I could be pedantic all I want, but I'm not being to. I want you to notice, you're trying to be patient. You think you're being patient, but notice I am as well, because there are plenty of points that I could have made this whole time that I've not made once. But second of all, again, you said, make it make sense, right? I'll say this. And this is the last time I'll say it. You are, and you have not refuted this. So I see no reason. So it seems like you're blindly choosing this. You have not given a reason why the specific way I'm viewing things is incorrect. You have not given a reason that my specific interpretation is incorrect. You said over and over again, well, why should I be a Muslim over a Sikh? I never once made that claim. That's a trivial claim. Again, you have come in here, and this is not. I don't blame you for this, but you do not have much knowledge of Islam. So you've come in here with all these claims that you think are important, but they're not at all. So again, now I'm going to pull the cards. I want you to prove an objective moral value, because your whole argument is based on that. And if you don't have it, your whole argument falls apart. I want you to prove that your interpretations are correct. Oh, you're funny. You're sleeping. You're 6 years old. Anyway, then 6, I want you to prove that how I'm interpreting things is incorrect. Go do it. Or I can pull. I can take that back if you want me to.
Okay, I want to tell you the truth. I don't know a lot about. Can you give me the correct interpretation of this book so I can know how to read it going forward? Because I'm gonna keep doing videos on this book.
This guy's getting desperate.
Respectfully,
no.
Respectfully, no, for real. Hold on. I'm being serious. I'm for real. You're right. I'm wrong. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I admit that. Okay, I don't know what I'm talking about. Now, what I need from you, so I can be productive and I can be correct going forward. Give me the right interpretation of what I've read so I can know how to read it going forward. Now, I want to remind you that this book was written by a Muslim, not an atheist, not a Christian. Meaning, this is what y'all sat down and came up with. I ain't write this, right? All I'm asking for is, if my interpretation is wrong, and you're asking me who says your interpretation is wrong, I don't know who has the right interpretation, so I can go look them up and I can go see what they say these words mean. That's all I'm asking for.
Yeah, so definitely, sure. That's all you're asking, then sure. So write this down. Look up a man called Shabir Ali. He is tokened for being logical and breaking things down with complete reason and not, well, God knows, divine reason, right? He breaks things down logically. I get a lot of my arguments from him. Look up somebody like let me see. I guess Muhammad Hijab. Look up somebody like Mufti Abu Layth. Write these things down. In general, I think also if you read the Quran, you would know that, and I can try and give you the verse. I'm gonna be honest. This is one of the verses that I don't actually have, but I will cite. The Quran itself says, out of the two interpretations, take the better one. So I think if you keep that in mind as well, then a lot of these things become, oh, it's J Mike. Hey, I think if you take these things in mind as well, a lot of these things become a lot more easy to understand. I have questions for him. I would actually like to hear from Isaiah Wilson. Sorry, look up Cosmic Scepter PS. No, yeah, I definitely agree. Muhammad Hijab is off the rails. He does a lot of terrible shit. I just meant, like, as a person, he's terrible. But I mean, some of his arguments are interesting.
Why do I need? Okay, actually, can I ask you something seriously? Why do I need 1,000 scholars and translators to understand a book that's claimed to be perfect?
That's a good question. First of all, I gave three. I actually don't think you need 1,000. Again, that's most Sunnis will tell you. They'll tell you you need 40 sheikhs who all agree and have degrees from the School of Medina and yada yada yada. I've talked to Hijab. Yeah, exactly. But anyway, I gave you three. I gave you three people to look up and consider, not 1,000. But again, I notice. I mean, I haven't always been consuming these people. I have done this without them. So the fact that you even need to consume these people to begin with isn't even necessary, because you yourself asked me for people. I didn't say you needed people. You said you needed people. That is an argument you made.
The reason why I asked you for people is because you told me. Now listen to me, college dropout. You specifically told me my interpretation of this book is incorrect. You specifically told me that when it says non-believers and those who reject faith and belie our signs will be companions of the fire, you specifically told me that it does not mean that literally. So I had to step back for a moment and realize, wow, I've been getting it wrong this whole time. So since there is no possible way for me to read this book, I'm not able to read this book on my own and understand what's going on in this book, yet it's perfect. How?
I need there's an atheist apologist. Maybe J Mike knows him, and I think you'll like him. His name is Aaron Ra.
Basically,
and he does videos. Aaron Ra does, you know him. Aaron Ra does videos where he sits down with Muslims and he goes over problematic verses, ayahs, problematic hadiths as well, and he sits down and talks to them so we can get a proper, a proper consensus on what people interpret these things to be. So I mean, again, if you wanted to consult me, that makes sense. You want to consult them, it makes sense. You want to watch his videos because he covers probably the same questions you have. That makes sense as well. But again, a lot of these things are coming from assumptions you're making, not claims I'm making. Keep that in mind.
I want to tell you this. Why do I like, bro? Why isn't this book like most science books, right? I feel like when you get to a science
written by
book,
different people at different times and in different languages.
Exactly, but it's perfect. How? Or listen. If you get a book, right? If they were to write a book about how to change a fucking tire or put a Band-Aid on, you wouldn't need nobody else's help because they're going to put it perfectly down, word for word, how to do it and why to do it and when to do it. You don't like if they made a cookbook. Oh my God. The perfect example of this is a cookbook. If you follow the book word for word, literally verbatim, you have a perfect recipe. If you follow the book, correct? Right? That's a yes or no question.
Sure,
yes?
Sure.
Okay. Sure. Like if now that book is perfect because every word, if you follow it, is true. What the outcome that you desire is a perfectly baked motherfucking lo mein or a pie or a creme brulee or some shit, right? If you follow the recipe in the books word for word, you get the perfect recipe at the end, right? Right?
Do you want me to?
I'm saying
that's a false equivalency. It's actually false equivalency.
I'm saying that's a yes or no. That's a yes or no question.
Wait. It's not a yes or no. Well, it doesn't have to be a yes or no question, and it shouldn't be either.
Okay, this is the question I'm trying to get to. Do you need a chef or the author of a cookbook to follow the cookbook and get the perfect outcome that you're looking for? Yes or no?
Sorry, so do you need a chef to stand over? I mean, I would say with a perfect cookbook.
Yeah. If somebody said, "Hey, I have a book full of
if the perfect cookbook, wait, if the perfect cookbook was written in a completely different time period than you live and in a completely different language than you speak, then absolutely, yeah. I mean, again, this is why I said it's a false equivalency, because the cookbook you're talking about, let's say I take, what's her name, Julia
listen
Child. I
to
take one of her
me,
cookbooks, right? She wrote it in English within the last 100 years, right? I mean, it makes sense that I don't
college,
understand that. If I was taking a cookbook from 2,000 years ago, do you think, wouldn't it make
college,
sense that I would need some help interpreting it?
college.
I'm using your analogy.
You're proving my point by using my analogy. How am I supposed to base my life
Wait,
on a
no,
book
no, no,
that's written in
no.
a
I'm
time
not proving
period
your
I
point. I
wasn't
see
a
what you're
part
saying.
of? It's written by 1,000 different people in 45 million languages. I can't
No,
get an understanding of this
it's
book.
written by one person. Even if it's not correct, it is written by one person.
Okay, but this is what I'm saying. The original version of this book, I wouldn't be able to understand it. I can't. I'm gonna need a translator. I'm gonna need help with the book. How is
Again,
this?
yes,
How?
no, I understand. I understand. Yeah, yeah. Sure,
Why
sure,
would
sure,
they?
sure.
I don't know how you're gonna answer this question. Why would a
I know how I'm gonna
all-knowing?
answer it. I know how I'm gonna answer it. Can I answer
Why
it?
would an all-knowing, all-perfect creator of everything put this in motion to where everyone can't understand it? Everyone like
Wait,
because
everyone
you said
can though.
they can't. They
You mean
can't.
it can't understand it in the state that it is in?
I'm
Again,
saying
wait.
like,
This simply wait. This is wait. So first of all, this is simply dependent on how you define perfect. Which let's say we take a common everyday
how do you
definition. Right, I'll
define
give you that
perfect?
much.
How do you define perfect? You said the book is perfect. What's perfect? I wrote down what you said. You said the Quran is perfect. I have it circled. Give me
Yeah,
your
yeah, I did say
definition
that.
of
Yeah.
perfect. What is perfect?
In that context, what I meant was having no flaws.
Having no flaws.
But again, let me respond to what you said a second ago, right? Um, so
So you said this
I
book
think
has no
one.
flaws, right? You
What do you
said
want
it
me to
doesn't
do? Do you
have.
want me to answer what you just said? Do you want me to answer what you just said and leave that or do you want to switch over to what you're saying now and leave that other question completely unanswered and then I haven't addressed something, which you can
I'm sorry.
come back later and
Go
say
ahead. Go
you haven't
ahead. Go
addressed
ahead.
it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm trying to remember what I'm saying because you keep interrupting me. Anyway, so again, if I think you are not being realistic. If let's say there was a perfect cookbook, right? The perfect cookbook is sent down to Turkey, right, 2,000 years ago. I don't speak medieval Turkish, right? Neither do you, right? The fact that I don't speak medieval Turkish does not suddenly mean the book is imperfect. I could say if anything, it means I'm imperfect, right? But again, as I said earlier, humans have evolved, and I agree. Humans have evolved, and because humans have evolved, languages have developed. So it is going to be. It would make no sense to even suggest that God would send down a book that is going to be consistently understood by everybody of all time periods. I mean, the idea of even releasing, unless you're suggesting God should release a part two or an update every couple of years to clear things up.
Are you saying God couldn't? Are you telling me the all-knowing, all-powerful creator of the universe couldn't create a text that molds to everyone that fits every time period? Are you seriously saying
Yeah,
that?
and I'm saying
Because if
what
I
I'm
was
saying is what I'm
God,
arguing.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No. You go.
I really want you to. I want to tell you this. This comment says you wouldn't trust medical science from 2,000 years ago. Why trust a book from that long ago proclaiming how to live your life in current time? Exactly.
No, that's a great
How?
question. That's a great way. Yeah, that's a great question, and let me address it. That's a great question, and let me address it. I would
Mm-hmm.
very simply say the nature of something like a medical science is very different from the nature of something like analyzing the ruh, which is a spirit, right? Because again, right, medical science is something. I guess that is what medical science is considered is relative, changes society to society over time, right? The concept of ruh is through the Quran completely universal. So I would say the nature of the two things are completely different. And now, if there was again, like let's say you were like, oh, the Kama Sutras, right? Do you read this book on sex from a couple hundred years ago? Sex is the same now as it is then, right? Medical science is not. So they're not the same question. The question is it's a false equivalency. But again, what you were saying is what I was saying is not that God cannot make a book that fits everybody. I'm simply saying Actually, I'll stop. I'll continue from what I said. I'll say maybe this reflects our imperfection again because we have evolved and because we have divided ourselves into societies like this. Actually, wait, I want to address something earlier you said. I'm remembering stuff now because you keep cutting me off. I'm remembering stuff now. I'd love to get on, but I'm about to see a friend. Yeah. So, sorry, I just want to see what J Mike said. Anyway, so you said, if I had to get somebody's help with this cookbook, or if there was a book that could teach me how to do everything, that's great. I don't think that should happen though. I don't think there should be a book that should teach you how to do literally everything. I think the nature of society, and I think this is how we evolved and how we should live, is that we're dependent on each other. So I think already off the bat, the way you wouldn't complain that you wouldn't complain at God about the fact that there are mechanics and that you're not a mechanic, right? You wouldn't. It's the same concept, right? I think the way society works, I think we do need just to keep ourselves humble, but also just how society should work. I think we do need to be codependent on each other.
So, you're literally blaming me for not understanding this book.
No, I'm actually doing the opposite. I'm doing.
I circled what you said.
Did I say it's your fault?
You said we are imperfect. You said we are. You said instead of me trying to figure out why God didn't.
I did say that. Yeah, I did say that.
So is it my fault?
I'm blaming you, but not in the. Wait. I'm blaming. I actually didn't blame you. I blamed humans themselves, not you specifically.
I'm a human. I don't understand the book.
No, but I'm not. There's a difference between saying you yourself are responsible for this and saying human evolution is the reason this is an issue, which is what I said actually. Since you want to quote me, I did say because of how we've evolved, this is why it's an issue. Not hey Bar, this is why you're the cause of this problem.
You said we are imperfect.
No, literally.
You said we are imperfect. I circled it. I have it circled on my paper. You said maybe it's because we are imperfect. I wrote down what you said, my friend.
Yes, and then wait, did you write down the next thing I said? Did you write the thing I said after that? I also noted that the reason we're imperfect is because we've evolved in a certain way. And I mean, why are you like selectively memorizing things, bro? Come on.
Oh no.
You were talking about how I was cherry picking earlier. Why are you selectively writing down what I'm saying?
Oh,
you are writing down things.
Is cherry picking a problem? Is cherry picking a problem?
In this context, yes. And I can explain why in this context it's right.
Wow. In this context. So when I cherry pick what you say. When I cherry pick what you say is a problem.
When I cherry pick,
but you admitted earlier. I wrote it down. You admitted earlier to cherry picking these out of these Qurans.
As I'm saying, yes, and as I'm saying,
come on, man.
is I can justify why cherry picking in that context is correct and not why this one is. Do you want me to?
Hey, can I ask you a question real quick?
How
many gold medals do you have?
In a sport? Or
mentally,
just in general? For gymnastics.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Ha. Cool.
The people in the comments said it first. They said just come on, man. Come on, man. See, this is the problem. You look. I know what you did. I know. I'm gonna tell you the truth, man.
What did I do?
I don't listen. Listen to me. I don't have a degree in Quran, and my point is that. Why should I have to go to school and study this to understand this? That's my whole point. Why do I have to why do I have to go watch Aaron Ra talk to another Muslim about a book that y'all are saying, hey, this is perfect, this is true, but I need help to understand it.
So you're saying the fact that you need to consult somebody on how to understand something means the thing you're trying to understand is imperfect.
No, that's saying
an incredibly childish way to view okay, what do you say?
No, I'm saying the fact that I need now
Iron Charioteer. I really said the opposite. Are you even here?
Listen to me.
Here at all?
Listen to me. Hey, listen. I'm under the presupposition that this book is inspired by an all-knowing, all-powerful creator, right? Is that not true?
Yes.
That means he knew that Black Atheist Rants wouldn't go to school to be a Quran scholar. He knew that.
Yeah.
He knew that when I started a YouTube channel that my interpretation would be wrong because I didn't understand the book. He knew that, right?
Yes. And because he knew that, and did you hear what I said earlier? Wait, did you hear what I said earlier? Now you want to quote me so much, but you forget what I'm saying.
What you said?
Already. Did you hear what I said earlier?
What'd you say?
I said because he knows. I already predicted this. Yanni, it's so your arguments are so trash. I'm sorry, but honestly, I already addressed this. You said, well, I need to go to school. He knows that. And you know what I said earlier? I said, if you don't go to school, if you don't learn the correct way to read it, if you are not informed about it, then you're not going to have the issue. This is common. This is in the Quran. This is in Hadith. This is in every single.
So then
Qadiani
why are
people
they
believe this.
killing people?
Sunni
Why
people
are they
believe this.
killing
Shia
people
believe
who
this.
don't believe in this, right? Why are they killing people who don't believe in this? People are dying for not believing in this. You do know that, right?
How is that relevant? Yeah. How is that relevant?
Because you just said that it's in the Hadith or whatever you said. You said, I wrote that down too. I wrote that down. I'm sorry. I apologize if you thought I didn't quote you. I wrote that down. You said the people who have not heard, I wrote it down right. The people who have not heard the whole Quran don't have none to worry about, right?
Yes.
So
heard it in its correct context. Yes. This is what I said originally. Yes.
Correct
context. Now what? I did say that. Wait, I did say at the beginning, correct? I did say that.
Yeah, you said that. I'm just writing it down to make sure. What I'm saying is this. Okay. Do other Muslims know that part about the people who have not heard the whole thing, have nothing to worry about? Do they know that? Do the other Muslims know that? The extremists, and do they know that?
Again, maybe this is due to lack of knowledge, but there are two.
It's due to lack of knowledge because Allah didn't give me shit. He didn't bless me with shit. I don't have nothing.
Can I finish speaking? Cool. Can I finish speaking?
Do the other Muslims know this?
Okay.
Can you answer my question first? I asked you first. Do the other Muslims know this part? That the people who have not heard the whole thing have nothing to worry about.
Can you stop? Can you stop speaking so I can answer?
My nigga, you ain't answered it.
No, I was gonna answer and then you cut me off.
Answer it then. Answer it then. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So as I said, there are 2 billion Muslims. So again, you are acting as if we are a monolith. I will say majority of Muslims believe this. I will say majority of Muslims know this. I will say especially people who do the same thing I do, who do apologetics work, right? Everyone, I would say majority of people who are Muslim know this and believe this. What you're talking about again, there's a denial. What are you talking about? Yanni, this comment section, how do I not look at the comments? Is there a way I can hide this or something?
Ask Allah.
Oh, that's so funny.
Ask Allah.
That's so funny. Okay, are you gonna respond to what I said, or are you gonna sit there and make a?
I'm sorry. What did you say, bro? Listen to me. My argument.
Bro, I don't
have an argument on this.
Are you even listening?
You know that, right? I don't have an argument on
it.
I heard you.
Bro,
I heard
people in the comment. Yeah.
I heard you.
Then respond. If you heard me, then respond.
Can you repeat it? The comments throwing me off. Can you repeat it?
That is funny. Allah Wetbeard is funny. Okay. Now I have to remember what I was saying.
You said something about you said most of the people who practice apologetics and most Muslims know this.
Yeah, I said majority of Muslims in all sects.
So we shouldn't have a problem, right? So we should have a problem, right?
What do you mean? You shouldn't be. You're talking about people are killing because. Blah, 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 blah,
no. Okay, if I said that, I apologize. I should be cool, right? Right?
Are you asking cool if you're gonna go to hell?
I'm saying I haven't heard this book, so I should be cool wherever I go, right?
Yes. If you have not heard it correctly and have not learned the book and have heard it correctly in the correct context, you're not going. I said it at the beginning. I'm saying it at the end.
Is that the case, though? Is that the case? Can I go anywhere on this planet and be cool?
World? How is it not practical in today's world? Black atheist. Can you say that?
He says, how is the Quran? Listen, y'all. He can't. He believes there's truth. I
really read his comment out loud.
Yeah. He believes there's truth in every religion.
By asking how it is practical, I feel like that presupposes that it isn't. Right,
Tony. I don't know who this guy is.
How is it practical? Please explain. Please explain how it is practical. How it isn't practical. Right? Because if I was going to say something, it's not enough to say. Think of it like this, right? If I say something, if I ask you to say, "Is this practical?" Right? I feel like, why isn't it? Why isn't it practical? Something doesn't become practical because it's been shown to, or at least I don't. Maybe that's wrong on my part for thinking that way. For how I think about it, something is or an idea is impractical because it's been shown not to. So again, how is it not practical, right? He's afraid of the comments because I don't want to sit here and You know, I'm not afraid of the comments. I'm not going to talk to Bar anymore. I'm going to address every single comment from this point on. Send your questions.
I got a question. Okay, yeah, y'all ask him questions.
No.
Why you waiting?
Wait, no. I'm
talking. But why you waiting? I mean, they not gonna send them right this moment. I wanted to. Damn, I forgot.
I mean, I'm welcoming them, so I think I'm going to get a surge of them.
I'm welcoming them too.
What real solutions? Wait. What real solutions does the Quran offer? Elaborate on the question. You literally just wagered against one of the 2,500 answers. There's still the other. What do you mean? Can you elaborate on that, J Mike? I do want to address it. Which Jesus? Christians make up their own God, and then there's the Quran with another one. Cults have their own. That's not even. What do you mean? Which Jesus? That's very vague. I genuinely do not get what you're saying by which. They're not even getting me. Half these questions are I'm asking them to elaborate on. What do you mean I get them, bro? What is this?
So okay, I remember what I wanted to say to you. You do know that by your standards.
Can I read these comments, or which one can I do? Can I read the comments or address you? I can't do both.
I mean, are you gonna respond? Because every time you read the comment,
I'm asking them to clarify their comments so I can respond again.
Okay, and while they're clarifying their comments, I'm talking to you, motherfucker. So
okay, just notice if they respond while you're speaking, I'm going to. Okay.
Yes.
Do you know what the secret of an Islamic marriage is? The man gets to strip tease every. I don't get. That's not even a question. I had to pause the stream, so I was referring to different things. Sorry. Okay. J Mike's question was not even a question that was relevant. Apparently, no. I'm not blaming him. I'm just saying like, that's not a question that I didn't answer. Give us real solutions that the Quran offers. To what? Real solutions to what? That's really vague. I mean, I could say like it gives solutions to. I guess I could say wealth inequality, blah 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 blah. Right? Be more specific. Right? I'm not going to just list off every single good thing the Quran does, because I also have other questions to address. So be specific with your questions. I was replying to a comment when okay. Don't evade it now. Okay, repeat it then, so I'm not repeating it. I genuinely do want you to repeat it, so I'm not evading it.
I have a question. While they're gonna send their question. I have a question for you. I have a question for you.
We become.
I have a question for you. I have a question for you, motherfucker. This is my stream. I have a question for you. Damn, get out the comments for a minute. Y'all hold on with y'all questions. I got a question. My question for you is, if the people who have not heard the book in the proper context don't have anything to worry about, and you said also that a lot of the fucked up shit isn't literal. Why are you a Muslim? You don't have to. You do know you don't have to be a Muslim, right? You don't have to be.
Yeah. So you're saying.
It's no harm, no foul.
Why? Yeah. Okay, we get it. So you're asking why am I a Muslim instead of a Jew or a Sikh?
No. Not instead of anything. I'm not asking you why are you a Muslim instead of something else. I'm saying why are you a Muslim? You can be nothing like me. You can always come home with your boy.
Well, no, I am because I believe so. Because I believe it's true. It's not like a choice. It's not like I sat down and was like, today I'm gonna be Jewish. Tomorrow I'm gonna be Muslim. Like it's not.
So you said it's not a choice. Then what is it?
It's a belief. No, I'm saying it's a belief. I'm simply acting on a belief that I have.
Can beliefs be wrong?
Beliefs, yes, belief can be wrong. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's all I want to know. So beliefs can be wrong, and you're acting on a belief.
Why would I think beliefs cannot be wrong?
I was just asking. So how do you
good thing in any holy book can be also accomplished without the belief in? Again, Ed, that's a great point. And again, if you were here from the very beginning, I acknowledged this.
Yeah, he said a lot of that in the beginning.
Yeah. I did say a lot of this at the beginning. So if you're coming later, I understand. But if you've been here the whole time, then you have no excuse.
Yes,
but
you
in
guys.
general, I've never. Again, a lot of these aren't even trivial to my point.
Hey, you guys, you're good, right? He said you're good to go. You have not heard the Quran, the whole Quran in the proper context. You're good to go.
I'll hand out my email. I'll hand out my email, and if you want me, actually, I'll DM you, and then I'll do it on Discord, and you can broadcast it to them, and they can write it down if they want to DM me.
I mean, but so. Right. I was back to what I was saying. You said that.
Wait, I'm reading my email. I'm waiting on my email.
You type your email in chat. J Mike says, how do you distinguish between your mental state that expresses being convinced? Hold on. He says, how do you distinguish between your mental state that expresses being convinced the proposition Allah exists as true versus it actually being reflective of the world? Which is a smarter way of asking you what I'm trying to ask you.
Mental state that expresses being convinced. So you're saying, J-Mac, I want to understand. How do you distinguish between your mental state that expresses being? How do I differentiate between believing Allah exists and knowing so? I would say, how do you do so with any belief and thought? right? Unless you're going to argue solipsism, you will reach a phenomenon.
You will still rely on a phenomenal. Damn, J Mike, come on, man, help your boy out. Can you phenomenological state at which just expresses you being confident? But what method do you use? What novel predictions can you make with the model? I think he can. I don't know, something wrong. He bagged out or something. Which right. I mean, I may not have all these fancy motherfucking words like everybody else, but you motherfuckers know what I'm trying to say. I'm asking him the same shit. My nigga, what's up, man? This man said, hey, there's truth in everything, but I believe in Allah. Beliefs can be wrong, and I believe because I believe. I don't even know. Because he said you don't have to believe. He said if you have not heard this whole bullshit book in the proper context and the right interpretation, even though nobody has that, he says you're cool. So my thing was, okay, well, I mean, why do you believe then? Either you think it's true, but the problem is my thing is he thinks this is true, but he simultaneously is a deist who thinks there are truths in other religions, and I'm just like, okay. Can you like lock in on your religion and why your religion is the true religion out of the other religions? If you don't think your religion is true versus all the other ones, then that's why I really was like, why are you even trying to debate for your beliefs when you have a soft spot for every fucking religion? That's what I'm saying, y'all. That's why I was asking him when I was texting him on Instagram. He was like, I'm a Muslim, but I find truths in every. I'm like, bro, how is this going to work? Because I'm young. I still got milk behind my ears when it comes to this debate shit. So I'm just like sitting and I'm going, oh, I can only go off what I have read so far. And I can only go off of what he tells me. And everything I'm writing down, because I got my handy dandy motherfucking notebook. Hey man. Since this all I can go off of, and it's not making fucking sense. I don't have to be a theologian or a Quran scholar for me to say, hey, this is some bullshit. I smell some shit. Somebody said it in the comments. Somebody said you the king of Jack and shit, and Jack left town. So it's just bullshit at this point. Hey, Islam is one of the most oppressive religions toward women. Hey, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, no, I can't hear you, college dropout. He's texting me. I can't hear you. You need to probably bag out and come back in. I don't know, but I can't. If you talking, I can't hear you. But like, come on, man. Come on, college, man. You got to give me something to work with. Because you said the Quran is perfect, but you simultaneously said I need a fucking translator and an interpreter and the proper. I was trying to see, where do I get this proper interpretation that I need from? Where do I get this from? Right? How do I access this so I can be smart like you? So I can have I guess it doesn't fucking matter though. I guess it doesn't fucking matter though, right? Because you said since I ain't heard it. Hey my nigga, who the fuck you talking to, bitch? Better watch your fucking mouth. I say that, pussy. I don't know you like that. Fuck wrong with you? Don't get fucked up now. I'm gonna send you the link, my nigga. You better check that shit. This ain't fucking this ain't that. I don't play that shit. I don't debate. I'm just playing along because you asked, motherfucker. I slap the shit out you if I catch you. Don't talk like that. Don't say that shit to me. I don't know you. I don't even know if you black, my nigga. Who the fuck is you? I sent the link. Get your ass back in here. Fuck wrong with you? Hold on, let me bag this bullshit out. I'm ready. I'm ready for you to come back when you're ready. But yeah, I read a verse. Let me while I'm waiting on him to come back, y'all. This is the verse I read him. For those who weren't here earlier, I told this man, I said, whosoever follows my guidance, on them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. But those who reject faith and belie our signs, they shall be companions of the fire. They shall abide therein. He told me that's not literal and I don't have the proper interpretation. I'm trying to see, how did you, come on, man. I let him back. I let him back. But damn, hold on, man. Y'all clear the mics up. It's scratching and shit. But it's not good. Y'all mics is messing up. Y'all get y'all shit together. I'm muting y'all for a minute because y'all mics is y'all touching each other and shit. Y'all gotta fix that shit. But yeah, man. I read that sick ass verse to him about what's gonna happen to me since I reject faith. He told me it's not literal and I don't have the proper interpretation. So I mean, it wasn't polite, and I don't think I was being respectful, which I should have been. Oz, if you're watching, I'm working on it. But I asked him, how do I get the proper interpretation? I asked him, how do I get the proper interpretation? And you know what I'm saying, what parts should I take literal? Hello, who is this? This is Isaiah?
Yeah.
How you doing? He's not in here. Okay.
Why don't people use cell phones? These things are advanced enough to do so.
His computer's having some technical difficulty. He said he was gonna hold on. Yo, can you hold on? I can't. What's your email? Okay, hello. Yeah, they can hear you now. I got you on speakerphone.
I know it's gonna die.
Can hold on. College dropout. Before you continue, I'm trying to make sure they can hear you. Can y'all hear him? Because he on speakerphone. You gotta turn me down in the background. Turn YouTube down. Cause the
Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Loud and motherfucking clear.
Okay, good.
Hold on.
All right, so you guys again, bro. You keep saying the same thing, and maybe the people who are commenting have joined now or something. But I addressed most of this stuff in the beginning, bro. But again, send the comments in. I'm gonna try and read through the comments. Isaiah, if you have something to say, I'm gonna try and address that as well.
I know I was repeating it for the people who may not have been here earlier when I had asked you that. That wasn't
metaphorical. Yeah, it's a good question. I think just tafsir and also just analyzing these things. I mean, you can look into these. For example, right? Again, a lot of this is the issue comes from reading only English translations. There's a verse in the Quran, right? So it'll say, in English it'll say, I don't know, Jesus lived for 15 years. And then 40 years, right? So that sounds like 45. But the two words for years will be sana and right? Those are two different words. They're two words for years. They'll use two different words. If you look into the Arabic, if you read into the verses, you look at the tafsir, it does become a lot easier to distinguish between what is metaphorical and what is literal. If you look at hadith, and there's a way to tell which hadith are trustworthy as well. If you look into hadith, you can tell the meaning. The hadith will also elaborate on what the meaning of the verses are. That is the point of hadith to begin with, right? It's very easy to tell between what verses are literal and what verses are not. Again, if you look into scholars, you look into hadith, you look into tafsir. I can cite you scholars, I think, who have the same interpretations that I do. Again, so I mean, it's a good question, but I did answer it. So if anybody asks again, I'm not going to answer.
All right. They want me to hold on. College dropout. Somebody wanted me to elaborate. I got you, my brothers and sisters and people of all ages. I got y'all.
There's no truth in his book.
Hold on.
So again, you're saying if God really wanted you to thrive religiously, He wouldn't allow you to evolve and develop as humans and develop languages. I mean, again, are you denying basic things like language? Because again, you're saying there wouldn't be such thing as language. Some people have not experienced racism, but they're not. Is that even addressing me? Probably not.
No, he's addressing you.
Are you saying God should not have allowed evolution or something? Is that what you're saying? If you wanted people to understand the truth of it?
Hold on, college dropout. I wanted to address something that you said, and I wanted to tell them because I don't know if they heard you, but I wrote down what he said. He said that one of the problems with this whole trying to get understanding of Quran, he said one of the problems is reading only English translations. He said one of the problems is reading only English translations. Well, my thing is Allah should have blessed me with the power to read Arab. He should have gave all of that. That should have been the default setting on our.
I just responded to that. He's responding to, unless you're saying he should have like mingled and like changed how humans evolved and how humans developed. Unless that's what you're, if you're arguing that, then fine, right? But unless you're suggesting he did that, then it makes no sense.
No, because you said it was a problem. You said it was a problem. That's what you said, right?
What do you mean?
You said one of the problems with trying to get an understanding of this Quran.
Wait, can I address a comment, please?
No, nigga, no. Hey, man, I hung up on him. Fuck that nigga. I'm talking. It's my shit, bitch. Let me repeat what I fucking said. Y'all motherfuckers lock in. I know what I said. This is what this. Let me try to hold up. Oz watching. Hold up, Oz. I got you, Oz. Check me out. This motherfucker said, no, stop calling, because you fucking up, bitch. You reading the fucking comments and I'm talking. This is my shit. I'm talking to you. I don't know what the fuck wrong with y'all. Who done told these motherfuckers buck my shit? Because I'm young and I'm black. What they? This is a fucking joke. Do not take it serious. But I'm just saying, like, what? Motherfuckers bucking my shit because I'm black or something? They don't go on. Hold on, let me get back to this shit. This motherfucker said one of the problems with trying to understand and translate and interpret this shit is because we're reading only English translations, y'all. That's what he said. He called it. Hold on. He said it's because we reading only English translations. Well, my thing is, who the fuck fault is that? It ain't my fault. I was born and Allah created me. It's not my fault. He created me in fucking Castaic, and I only been around hood people that speak English. That's not my fault. That's not my fault, y'all. I didn't. You know what I'm saying? That's not my fault. You can't. Earlier he said we can't understand the book because we're imperfect. My nigga, what? What are you talking about? I'm gonna put that shit on the shirt. What the fuck are you talking about? What are you saying? This man said we are imperfect. It's my fault I can't understand the Quran. Man, come on, man, stop. Okay, hold on. I'm hot. Let me fix this shit. Is it still cracking, y'all? Is it still cracking? Is my mic fucked up? Cause I don't know. I'm not. He said I'm summarizing what he said. Terry, I'm not. I can't let him back in because his computer's messed up. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to say to that. I can't let him back in. His computer's messed up. He just assed out right now. Maybe we'll try it again some other time. But I mean, it ain't really. It's not really much more we could say because I don't have a fucking degree in Quran ass crack studies, so I can't really talk. I can't really say nothing. I have my childish arguments. The fuck is that? Okay, I'm cracking. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Mic check. What my mic sound like? Is my mic? Okay, my bad. Is my mic? How my mic sound, man? Y'all fix my shit. What my mic sound like? Okay, Isaiah, I see you in the back. I did. I rebooted this shit. I see you in the back. College dropout. Can you just get in the chat? Cause I can't. If you saying your computer messed up, I ain't finna waste nobody's time, man. Just get in the chat and defend yourself in the chat. I'm breaking up again. Okay, it's cool. I had to reboot this motherfucker. He fucking me up. It's getting too hot, y'all. He said he not finna get in the chat. Well, I don't know what to tell you then. You ain't getting my number. You want, boy, your freak ass back. You ain't getting my number. But listen though, everybody who's still watching, this shit almost over. This motherfucker said, see, this is what I'm finna start doing. Every time I have somebody young, I'm gonna get my little handy dandy motherfucking notebook since I have short-term memory loss and I'm not that smart and intelligent like these motherfuckers think they are. Since they, everybody think they smart and shit. I'm gonna get my fucking pen and paper. We gonna write down what these motherfuckers saying. This motherfucker said he's a deist who's a Muslim. Come on. This man believe in two gods. He believe in a God that doesn't intervene, that's deduced with math, but he also believes in a God that intervenes and who burns motherfuckers and who gonna put hellfire in your ass and shit. Come on, man. Come on, man. Yeah, Tony. I apologize. I gotta start treating these motherfuckers how they treat themselves. He's not a Muslim. I agree. I don't know what he is. He a booty. That's what he is. He a ass. He's a butt crack to me. He's something in between butt cheeks. That's what that. I don't know what that man is, man. This nigga's yes, Iron Cherry. That man said he believes in a God that can be deduced with math, whatever that means, and he's also a Muslim who believes in Allah. But I hate to inform him that you cannot be a deist and a Muslim at the same time, because deist on Google, if we're going by the Google, I know he got his own definitions, y'all. He can't prepare. He studied for this. He can't prepare. His definition means something different. Google says a deist is someone who believes in a God that just created everything, that doesn't intervene. So he said he believed in a God that doesn't intervene, while simultaneously believing in a God that he prays to and worships, and he fasts for 40 fucking minutes of the day in Ramadan, and pallets. He make pallets to pray, all that shit. I ain't making fun of your religion. I'm just saying, I do the Christians the same way. Don't nobody call me Christian phobic, so I ain't Islamophobic, motherfucker. His religion cuts off people's hands. That's what I'm saying, man. Come on. I thought it was just me, y'all. I know he's trying to. He called my argument childish. I don't have a dog in this fight. I don't care if a God exists or not. You ain't. This man said, if you ain't heard the book, you cool. Well, then what are we even talking about? What is your debate? What is your dog in this fight? You don't even really fucking care, because it's cool. You believe everybody who don't get your understanding. We ain't heard it right anyway. So we cool. So I don't even know what he debating. I don't even know what he talks about. Right. Hold on. Hold up. I'm gonna let them go for a minute. Hold on. Mic check 1 2. Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, hold on. Isaiah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Can y'all hear each other? Is the real question. Don't ask me. Can y'all hear each?
Yes.
All right, y'all play games for a minute. I'm listening.
Okay,
We listening.
I googled some basic.
Wait, so really quickly, again, while I could not join, not only did you have me in the backstage the whole time, but you would not let me back in, and you were regurgitating my arguments in literally the most minimalistic way. No, you were watering down what I said. You were misquoting me, and you were also simultaneously not letting me speak. If anything, do you know what this looks like? I'm not accusing you of anything, but do you know what this looks like?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like you're fucking hiding, bro. So again, bro, if you're gonna keep me in backstage, not let me speak, and then water down what I say to people who were not there in the beginning, how does that look?
Fuck you, man. Talk to Isaiah. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, I could speak now. Okay, so judging by your accent, I'm going to assume you're in America.
Yes.
Did you not live, that is actually a wrong word. Did you grow up in America?
Yes.
I'm going to assume West Coast.
No.
Where at?
Oh, East Coast. I didn't hear you. My bad.
Oh, East Coast. So, my question is completely different from explanation of not completely different. What got you into this religion is my question.
Birth and then research.
Birth and research. Okay. So, based off the research, I have a lot of questions, not just a few. What is the purpose of Islam?
It's a good question. I would say the purpose is to, I guess, inform and guide the masses to living a better life. But it is not claiming it's the only way to do so.
Okay, that's fair. That's simple. Who created this religion?
Define this religion.
Oh, I'm sorry. The religion you follow being Islam.
No,
Right?
what I'm saying is some people will say Jesus was a Muslim. Do you mean in that sense, or do you mean like
No. The sense I am saying, you're Muslim or Islamic. Is there a difference between the two, or are they one and the same?
Do you mean
The
the
faith
religion
that
that
you
spouted at the
follow.
7th century? 7th century that you're referring to, like
No,
began
no,
in the
I
7th
don't
century.
know about anything about that. I'm asking you, the faith that you follow, who created it?
I mean, again, I don't want to seem like I'm being pedantic, but like, what do you mean by created? Do you mean like who formed who spread this on Earth? Do you mean who came up with the ideas? Who said these
Yeah,
things? What do you
its
mean?
origin, yes. Like I could say Christianity came from, the people believing in the Old Testament of God creating things like that. Okay, I'll rephrase that because that was a bit vague. What is the origin of the faith that you follow?
I'll give two answers. I'll say a more general, colloquial answer is the origin is Muhammad in the 7th century Arabian Peninsula. And I would
Okay.
the second answer I would say, which is I guess more nuanced, is um, the cognitive revolution.
I don't know what that is, but okay,
Okay.
good answer. Okay. So there's two origins of your religion. Is that what you're saying, or is that just the factual answers of it?
I'm saying there are two stances somebody could take.
That's fair. What stance do you take or gravitate towards?
I think I'm in between both. I think both are true.
Okay, in between both. So we got that done. So, from what I'm gauging and what I asked, Islam is to lead people to live something of a better life, and it has a stance of two origin points that can be debated. Okay, we got there. Um, so next question. Is Islam one religion or are there offshoots?
I would say there are offshoots.
What are those offshoots?
So I would say an offshoot of the first definition I gave, which is, a religion formed by Muhammad
Actually,
in the 7th
I'm
century.
sorry. I should have actually been more clearer. How many offshoots, if you know?
Hmm. I mean, it depends on which definition of Islam I'm considering.
Just, I don't know any of this, so just the ones you know that are an offshoot of Islam.
Again,
Because
it
I don't
depends. So
have a specific term.
you have to. Well, I gave you. I'll define it for you again, but I did give you two terms.
Okay, those are the origins. What are the
Yes, two terms for
offshoots
the
of
origins.
those origins? Is what
So
I'm
I'd say
asking.
for the origin, which is the cognitive revolution, I would say almost all major world religions up until this point are possible offshoots. For something as like I guess more historically accurate, like saying like the seventh century Arabia, right? I would say there's 1 to 2 offshoots, maybe 3.
Okay, so the cognitive revolution, you're saying that all world religions are offshoots of that?
I
Correct
guess
me if I'm
no, no, no,
wrong, if
no, no.
that's
I
what
no.
you're
What I mean by
saying.
that, no, no. What I mean by that is what I mean by that when I said that is this is when the religion formed, and what I'm saying is of that religion, which formed the cognitive revolution, um, of that religion which formed then, there are however many offshoots. That's what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean?
I think
So I was
so.
so I was simply saying this definition, under this definition it formed at this time, and I'm saying under the definition that it formed at this time, this is how many offshoots it has.
Okay, so the one of the 7th century Prophet Muhammad, am I correct?
Sorry, say it again.
The 7th century version of your religion of Muhammad has three, correct?
I said possibly 3. Yes.
I'm generalizing. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not going off of the possibility. I'm just going off of the discussion, the questions, and the yes or no. You know, got it? That
Sure. Okay, sure.
yeah. So, and the other one from what you just said are what is it?
Wait, can I just saw a comment. It says barman, bring up the how the Islamic world.
Yeah. That's
That's
one of my
that's
questions, but
wait.
that
That's all. That's
may or may
completely
not be
irrelevant though.
later.
That's completely irrelevant though. It also is completely irrelevant.
Let's get back on topic, sir, please.
I mean, that's what I'm
So
saying. I'm saying questions like that because you said you're going to ask it. I'm saying questions like that are not relevant.
okay. So you said the cognitive revolution. What is that exactly? Is it
I would
the
say I would yeah I
different?
would say
Is it like the orthodox version of Islam? What is that?
no. When I refer to the cognitive revolution, I'm referring to when I'd say I'm referring to when human, maybe it could be as far as like let me Google something actually. Give me a second.
Isaiah, while he's googling,
Okay,
I
yeah.
just
So
want
I would say cognitive revolution maybe 2 million to anywhere within 2 million years. The period exists within 2 million years of the past.
Wait. So the cognitive revolution. Okay, I don't understand what you mean by 2 million years. That's a lot of time, sir. That's an extremely long time. Can you clarify what you mean by was that it like they broke off from the main part or what? What is that?
Yeah, so approximately 2.6 million years ago, there was a huge change in I guess early not early humans, I guess you would call them. I guess you would call them like they're not humans at that point, but you get what I mean.
Ancient humans is what?
Ancient humans, sure. What I'm
Yes.
saying is that change is what I believe is Genesis, right? That change is what I believe is Genesis. And what I'm saying is if you define Islam as something that begins with Adam, then what I'm saying is this is when Islam begins. This is the origin of the question you asked earlier. What I'm saying is the major world religions branched off from something that started then, not that they came from that event.
Okay, I get that. That makes more sense. Clarity is here now. Okay, so the major world religions being Christianity, Islam, what was the other one related to it? I
I
forget.
guess how I would define it, depending on like when you ask me, I would say Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Hinduism, Shintoism, maybe Buddhism.
Okay, I can see that. Africa's right there. That's the birthplace of civilization. There were civilization millions upon millions of years ago. Okay, so we got that part. That is the, I guess, yeah, all right. So that is the origin of your faith. That's clarified. So that's the case. What is the Quran or Quran? How do you pronounce it actually? I forget. I'm not
Quran, Quran.
Quran. Okay. What is the Quran relationship in that?
What do you mean? Like where does the Quran stand in that situation?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so if you define the origin of Islam at the 7th century Arabia when the Prophet Muhammad was, then the Quran takes the place as the revelation of the origin. And if you define it as define the origin of Islam as the cognitive revolution to 2 point however many years ago, how many million years ago is what I mean, then you would say it is the final
Wait,
revelation.
is it million or billion?
Million.
Okay. Got it. Oh,
I mean
continue.
that
Sorry.
detail specifically is open to interpretation. I mean open to change. But yeah,
Continue.
what I'm saying is, you get what I'm saying. I want to point out actually, thank you for being professional, right, and being respectful and not yelling every 2 seconds or interrupting me. That is, I think, more productive than what we had earlier.
You're welcome. So, the Quran is, I guess, the translation of the events back then. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, from my perspective, what you just described to me about origin, your faith, all of that, That sounds more like a history book than an actual book created by deity.
Elaborate, please.
Okay. So, if the Quran was written or created around the time of the cognitive revolution, that is what you're saying, correct? Or am I
Yes, yes,
misunderstanding?
yeah,
Okay. And if that was 2 million years ago, which is what you said, correct?
yes, yes.
Then the book is 2 million years old.
No. Did you hear what I said? I said under the definition that the origin is 2 million years ago, this is the last revelation, which means the book is only
So,
1,400 years old.
oh, so it's not the whole events of back then, it's just a part of it?
No, so you asked me where does it stand within that definition, and I was simply saying it is the last book in that
Time
following that
period?
origin. And no, not time period. I'm saying under that definition, Islam originated 2.6 million years ago, right? And
Okay.
so what I'm saying is, and you asked me, well, where does the Quran stand in that timeline? What I'm saying is, it is the last revelation ever under that timeline. It is the last one. That's where it stands.
So, okay, here's what I'm getting mixed up at. Is the book 2 million years old, or is that the translation of that time?
The book itself is 1,400 years old.
And what does the book have to do in relation to that time period? Is it a translation or what?
The book, some parts of the book recount what happened 2.6 years ago.
2.6 million years ago. Some parts. So if that's some parts, what's the other parts?
Sorry, say it again.
So if some parts speak or recount what happened back then to that event, correct?
Yes.
What is the other part for then?
The other parts, some, yeah. So I get what you're saying about history book. Some of it is a lot of history, but some of it is also just regular teaching and command.
Okay.
So I would so what I'm saying is the other parts, I would say like let's say so the other parts, let's say like X amount is other accounts of historical revelations and events, and then Y part, which is the third part, is commandments, ideas, etc., etc. Dogma.
Okay.
Hey guys,
So
hey. Oh, okay. Hey guys,
what's up?
quick second. We all paying attention and listening. I have two things. Oz is in the background, and I have. Well, I'm gonna let y'all go. I'm just letting you.
Let them on. Let them on.
Yeah. Hold on.
I'll continue with what I was saying.
Okay. Oz.
So,
Okay. Hold up. Oz.
Yeah, man.
Shit. Okay. I'll just make sure you. So I'm listening to Isaiah. Go ahead.
okay. So, the Quran, according to my understanding, since you just clarified it, is a recount of the events of the cognitive revolution. And then it is also part of a living guide or manual.
Sure.
I'm not wrong for making that assumption.
No.
Okay. So explain to me, because for me, that itself, I can understand why some people would gravitate towards it. But for me, there's just one issue. Okay, a little background, maybe you know or not. I grew up around traditional Native Americans, and finding out that I'm part Native American, I went to them with questions. They answered those questions. What are we as a people? We are the people that live according to the ancient ways of humans, which is magic, uh, ritualistic sacrifice, blah, blah, blah. List goes on about that time period anyway. I'm like, okay, we live according to their rules. What were their rules? Treat the earth as your own home because that's what it is. Respect others that live in that home, animals included. Respect the spirits, which to me, it was just misunderstood science, which, okay, I understand that. And also, there might be other interdimensional entities, but unless they show up, don't worry about them. I'm like, okay. I'm like, all right. Other question. Did we have a religion or not? According to them, no, we did not. Why? Because as the ancient humans lived, they were just interested in one thing: continuing to live. They did not care about really any type of philosophy at all, according to them. They didn't care about civilization all that much either, which is why Native Americans had cities, but they didn't really have enormous ones. And they also did not really see any point in advancing technology, which is a big thing I have against what their outlooks are. So, yeah, there's that. Here's why I kind of have an issue. I do follow the way of continuing to live and continuing to advance, but I don't follow their way of just stay in the forest, live according to the earth. The way I think and the way I follow is to live but improve. Don't be static, be continuing. Well, not continuing, but be an improvement. According according to their philosophy, a bit off, there are the smart people, which improve everything and drive the species to survive. There are the people mostly in the middle that make sure that everything stays with a foundational basis to survive. And then there's everything that gets left at the bottom, which you try to care for, but you don't worry about too much. So I follow that philosophy and also the improvement. My problem with what you just described to me with the Koran, and if that is the book describing things back then, here's what I'm about to ask. Why would you, just explain to me, why would someone follow something that happened instead of figuring out how to improve or make something better? Which I'm not saying that the book might not have a couple of things from that time period that might not be useful, but I don't understand the religion around it.
Sure. So you're asking how much of it is relevant today? You're asking
No. I'm not asking relevancy of today. I am
useful,
asking
practical.
practical.
No, yeah, sure,
And
sure. And you're
practical
also
does not
asking,
mean today.
yes,
Practical can be anything. I'm
yes.
being general when I'm asking, what is its practicality?
Oh, you're asking what practical things are there to take from the Quran?
Yes,
Are you asking that are unique to the Quran or just in general?
unique to the Quran, not general.
I never made this claim. Actually, wait, I did. I actually did. I did. I
No,
did make
I'm
this
not. I'm
claim.
not saying
I
you
did.
made the
Wait, wait,
claim.
wait,
I'm
wait, 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 wait.
asking.
No, but I did. I did make this claim to an extent, and I do to an extent. I did make this claim. I said it was
I'm
perfect. So I'm
asking
implying.
what
Yeah, yeah,
practical
yeah, yeah.
things
I
are
get it.
there.
I know what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, I'm holding myself to something else I said earlier. I did somewhat imply that this does have, that this is unique. Um, However, I did also imply that the uniqueness is simply in the fact that there are not flaws, not that it's not super practical. But anyway, it is practical. How is this specifically uniquely practical? Um, I would say again, have you been here the whole time?
I've had cutoffs, but
Okay.
I'm not
Were you
gonna
here?
lie. I don't remember everything people say. My memory
Sure,
is
sure.
short. So please
So
elaborate.
yeah, so I did. I said several things to address this. I pointed out the parable of the man with practical joke. Haha, very funny. Uh, cool. So I say read up on slave trade in Mauritania today, boy.
Sir, please stay on topic. Please stay on topic.
Okay, I'm sorry, but he's pinning these comments and he's putting stuff on the screen. I can't help but see them. But anyway, I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, so I did say I gave one explanation. I said the parable of the blind man and the elephant. I gave another explanation, and I did say, what did you ask? I'm trying to remember what you asked now because that threw me off. Can you practicality? Is that what it was? Practicality.
Practicality of the Quran. What is it practical? What is its practical use? Yes.
Yeah, so I mean maybe I would say I might change this later, but because I don't really want to throw off the energy of things and sit and think about it for 5 minutes. I'll say it's not uniquely practical.
Okay, what is your not that's stupid actually. What is your interpretation when you say that? What do you mean by it's not uniquely practical?
I mean that there is not much or anything that you cannot figure out on your own that is in the Quran. Actually, no, that's not true. That's not true. Wait, let me think. Actually, yeah, I'll take a second to think about it. Because I don't want to say something that's wrong. I do want to give a solid answer.
Okay, since we're doing that. So, does anyone have anything to add that I might have missed? Or Oz, Bar, anybody? I don't think I can hear you.
Wait, sorry. You asked. Does the Quran have any?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Oh no, you said you had to go and kind of read up on things. So I'm like, okay, does anyone have anything else?
Well, no, he was Uncle Ruckus was talking about the slave trade. I just had to go write that down. I'm learning as y'all speaking because you're asking good questions. Like when you're asking questions, everybody in the comments were like, "That's a good question," and I'm like, "Damn, I don't know every fucking thing." So I'm like, I'm learning too. But I think you're asking him, is it practical? And honestly, I mean, I had to go look up what the fuck practical is. And
practical is use to some goal or something in relation to use to some goal.
Okay, let me see if I can. But see, it's weird because he earlier he was like I mean, this is kind of like my line of questioning. I was like, what were the benefits? And he was like, are you talking about just like what are the benefits Muslims get that other people don't get, or what are some benefits of being
question?
Yeah. Like... But basically, like he said, right. He wanted. Now I'm not saying he was saying. I'm not saying he said this is a benefit that Muslims get that other people don't get. He was just saying that one benefit of being a Muslim is like you can be extremely healthy. But he also said that atheists can be extremely healthy too. And it's sort of like what I'm getting from him. Somebody else coming, but he's like a cop-out artist.
Wait, no. Here's what I said. Wait. I did say this. Here's what I did say. I said there's nothing. I said there's no unique practicality. I said there's practicality, but not unique practicality. Yeah, exactly. Casey Randy. I said other religions get benefit.
Right.
I did say this.
Yeah. So that's what I was saying. I wasn't saying anything wrong. I was just saying that's what you said. I was trying to be specific and say that I'm not putting words in him. I was just telling him that that's what you said. I just was like, this is a weird. I was just saying this is a weird question to ask him because
wait. I'm sorry. The freak says cop out artist. I'm sorry. Me not sitting here and saying that there's something unique when I don't think there is. How is that copping out?
No, honestly,
because wait. Let me wait. It's 11:47 here. I'll stay for an hour, maybe more. But I do have to. Obviously, I'm a child. But bro, a lot of this shit you guys are saying, you guys are, and I didn't want to read the comments, but a lot of this is he's not a real Muslim, he's an atheist. A lot of this is what about Mauritanian slave trade? First of all, stuff like the Mauritanian slave trade, stuff like how women are treated in the Arab world. One, what you're saying is, Muslims do this, therefore Islam is bad. That's a terrible argument. That's a terrible, ridiculous argument. Second of all,
that's
wait. Well, that's what they're implying. Second of all, wait. First, me not sitting here and saying we should throw gay people off buildings and saying we should bomb, news sites, right? Me not saying things that you associate with Muslims or me not saying things that you think Muslims should believe does not mean I'm not Muslim. Again, all this shows to me. And again, you
That's
guys
not
say
what
that you
he's
only
saying when he hold up. That's not what he's saying. When we're calling you a cop out artist, that's not what we're saying.
Black Star, I addressed that. I literally addressed that already, Black Star. I literally addressed it at the very beginning.
Okay, stop reading the comments, man. Listen.
Bro,
Stop
then
reading the
turn them
comments
off,
for me.
or how do I hide them? How do I hide them? So
Nigga, how old are you? You can't look at the screen without looking at the comments. You don't have to respond. Calm down.
Okay, well, if I don't respond, then it's like I'm chickening him out. So either way, it's
no. If you already respond, you don't have to respond to the comments,
sir. You said you're a child. I think I heard.
Yeah, he's a child. That's what they do. They get indoctrinated early.
No,
how it goes.
No. I want to know: is that a literal term, as in age legal requirement, or
legally?
So legally, you're a teenager.
Yes.
17, 16?
I'm 17.
Wow.
Poor child, man.
Okay,
they got him early.
Wait,
hold on. No, you don't. Hold on. You don't even know what being an atheist at 17 is a blessing. Amen. That's not a bad thing. Being a fucking like, what are you talking about? I want to hold on. I want to get back to I want to get back to. I don't mean to cut y'all off. I want to get back to. I'm trying to help you understand because you seem to have a hard time understanding why they're calling you a cop-out artist and why I'm saying it. We're not saying you're not a real Muslim if you don't strap fucking bombs to your chest. That's nowhere that I've never said that. The reason why we're calling you a cop-out artist is because since I've even met you, you have left the back door open for yourself. You're literally saying there are no benefits that are specific to being a Muslim, and then you say, but I'm a Muslim. It's like, why? And you say you believe it to be true, and I'm like, but then when you talk, it's like you believe other religions to have truth in those too. It's like you can't be. You said again, I didn't put words in your mouth. I wrote down what you said.
I get what you're saying. No. I get what you're saying.
So we're not saying. Hold on. Wait. We're not saying you're not a real. I don't know where you get that from. What we're saying is. You're leaving the back door open with everything you say. You're literally saying, hold on. You're literally saying the Quran is perfect, but we are imperfect because we can't understand it. You're literally saying the Quran. You're literally. Hold on.
Go. You're right. You're correct. You're correct. Go.
Yeah, I'm saying.
The freak just said it. Look in the comments. The freak just said it.
What'd he say?
He is not a Muslim. Ask him, what are the kinds we become after death?
Okay, so since you're 17, I'll kind of help out here. Pay attention to us, please. So back to what I'm saying. Since you're 17, I'm going to change this whole thing.
Yeah, you sound older. I'm so sorry, man. I promise you. If I would have known your age.
Here's the problem. We're trying to ask him his personal beliefs, and he obviously, as a teenager, he does not have to share them. And it's not just a teenager, he's a person. But here's what I'm saying. If I or him, as in Bar, or the people in the comment section, or Oz, you're saying there's no unique practicality to the Quran. So if the Quran is the guidebook or description to your religion or faith, and there's no unique practicality to it, why should someone follow it? That's simple.
Yes, please answer that question.
I maybe you were not here, but I did address this. I also addressed when Iron Charioteer says, wait. I also addressed when Iron Charioteer says, a deist is not XYZ. So honestly, bro, I'm addressing.
Please.
I'll say it again. I'll literally say it again.
Can you speak clearly? We don't understand your interpretation or your translation. Speak clearly. One sentence. Why should anyone be a Muslim if there is no unique practicality? There is no benefits that other people can't get. What's the point of all this? Also,
I'll say what I said earlier. And it was short. And I'll say what I said earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The parable of the blind man and the elephant. Have you heard it?
No, I have not. I don't know what that is.
So you have an elephant. You have an elephant. You have an elephant, and you have 6 blind men. and the blind men are coming up and they're feeling the elephant, right? One says, I got a trunk, but they don't know it's a trunk. They say, oh, this is long. It feels like an arm. Maybe it's a human's arm, right? The other one has a tail in the back. They say, oh, I have a tail. Feels like a horse's tail. The other one has a leg. They say, oh, feels like this with that and the other, right? Each of them are feeling the same thing, but coming to a slightly different conclusion about what the thing is, right? So I am not. You can't be a true Muslim and deny Jesus. Okay. Anyway, bro. Anyway.
We got you. I'm listening. Come on, I got you. You had us. We listening.
So,
Go ahead.
okay, well, I mean, I think you get the point, correct?
Yes, I wrote down what you're basically saying. Basically, you're saying is you're saying like everybody's all of us are blind. Yeah, all of us are blind.
A different interpretation of the
so
same
really,
thing. Is that what you're
that's
saying?
That's what I said from the very beginning.
So what I wrote
from the very beginning.
So what I wrote down was, it doesn't really fucking matter. Who cares? That's what I wrote down. Because they can say they're touching the fucking trunk and their religion is true. You can say you touching the asshole and your religion. At the end of the day, we still touching the elephant. And who gives a fuck? Because all of us are right to an extent. That's basically what you've been saying this whole time.
That was my point from the very beginning. I said that in several different ways, over and over again.
But the problem with that is, like,
well, I know you're young, but I'll explain it. People understand things in their way. They're not going to understand things in 10 different ways. I know you're young. You don't really.
Wait, why not? I understand most of the things I believe in several different ways.
Okay. That's you, not everyone else.
Wait, are you saying other people don't or can't do that?
I'm not saying they can't. I'm saying they don't because they're not you. Me, I wasn't formally educated, but I did get an education. I can speak and read up to, I'd say, 16th or 15th century English and completely know what it's talking about.
Wait, are you Keynes? Are you Keynes?
That's just an example.
Wait, Isaiah, are you Keynes?
Am I who?
Are you Keynes? You sound. I think I know you. Are you Keynes?
Am I Keynes?
Keynes. I need you to Keynes.
Keynes? No.
Hold on, y'all. I really need you to read this comment right here. This is really it. Since you like reading the comments so much, this is what I've been saying the whole time. I just didn't have the words. This is what I've been saying. Like, it would be so much easier for you to just say you're a Muslim and the Quran is true and everything else is false but my religion. But because you have this is why I'm calling you a cop out artist. You have the back door open because all you have to do is bring up the 8 blind men and the elephant. You can say all day you believe in the Quran and the Quran is perfect to you, and then when we put you in the corner and make you say, well, prove it. You say, well, we all touching the same horse asshole anyway, so it don't matter. I mean, that's why I was calling you a cop out artist. It's like you cannot lose a debate because if I try to put you in the corner, you're just gonna fucking move to the side. You're like Jello trying to put you in a fucking container. You like jiggly. You jiggly, bro. Like you 17, you too jiggly for this shit, man. You jiggly as hell. You don't. I'm like, that's why I was telling you on Instagram when you was first messaging me. I'm like, how can I debate you when you're giving every religion credit where the credit not due? You giving your religion some credit. You giving it because you saying all of us are touching the elephant, but we all blind. So both technically all of us are right because we all touching the elephant, but we touching different. Like, bro, you got to stick to your side. Well, if you're gonna be a
thing is, you would have to get into his personal beliefs, which he's free to share it, but it's up to him. What is his that's the question that you should that is asking. That's what you need to ask. What is his personal belief in his faith? I'm not.
He told me
that because to be honest, people have their own personal beliefs. Me, I don't get into that. I wasn't raised that way. I grew up Native Americans, respect other people, what they feel, don't. So me, you have a different personal belief from me. Okay. That's it. But that's the question. What is his personal belief?
College dropout. Did you hear anything I said? You had your phone died, right?
Phone died, yes.
Okay. Can you hear me, college dropout? That man type fast as hell. Y'all hear this man? He's an Olympic typewriter with a gold medal.
You guys can hear me? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, yes. We can hear you.
Oh,
I was
my mic
saying
was broken. All right, I'm back.
no, College. What I was saying about you is he just fucking bagged out again. Okay, I'm just gonna say. Hopefully he's listening. He's jiggly, like Aunt Randy said. He's jiggly.
No, he's
He is
not
jiggly.
giving his personal
He
beliefs.
did. Isaiah. He did. He said he believes that.
That's not his personal belief.
It's
That's
not.
just him using an analogy or a metaphor of what I asked him, which is, what is his practical use? Oh, the elephant and the blind man. Each of them have a different translation. So there's
I'm
no
saying,
practicality to
bro,
it.
earlier
Okay,
he said he believed that the Quran is perfect. Is that
why
not
does he
personal,
believe it?
or is that? But again, the reason why, but that's what
Why
I'm
does he
saying. If
believe it's perfect?
he had the back door open before he answered the question. He set it all up like that. We
Sir,
can
we
hear
can
you.
hear you again.
We
I
can hear
don't know
you
what
again.
happened.
Okay, all right, good.
We can hear you. Yeah.
So I think the question that everyone is getting wrong I don't know if they're getting it wrong or just not asking it for some reason. What they want to know, from what I'm understanding and seeing, what is your personal belief in your faith?
He
Now,
keep back.
I did not ask that.
He backed out, Isaiah. I don't know what's going on with his mic, but I don't know what's going on with the computer or something. But hold on, he back again. I'm
Why
trying
you
to get
use a desktop and never a laptop? Laptops have issues.
College. We can hear you. Hello.
Hello?
We can hear
Yeah.
you.
All right,
You
man.
good,
Okay.
man?
Yeah.
Isaiah's trying to ask you a very important question that everybody's trying to get the answer to. Go ahead, Isaiah.
Okay.
What they want to know and why I didn't ask you this is because your personal belief is what it is. What they want to know is, what is your personal belief in the faith that you follow?
What do you mean personal belief?
Exactly what I said. What is your personal belief in the faith that you follow?
I'm a Muslim.
What does that Okay. Why are you a Muslim?
Because that is the viewpoint of the elephant that I think is the most efficient,
No,
and that
no. I'm sorry. Not the elephant. Why do you, as in, I don't know your name, but your
College.
name, believe in that faith? Why? That's what they want to know. I didn't ask it because, to be honest, I didn't know what answer I would receive, and I just don't know enough about Islam or the Quran to really ask that type of question. I know it's
I
very
think he's just sitting on the fence with his stance on purpose to
College. Oh,
drop out.
come
His
on,
personal
man.
beliefs do not make.
No. Please,
Bro,
please,
this
College.
man is always
stay
saying
on
College.
something, bro.
topic.
I want to
Please
address
College.
stay
him.
on topic.
Calm down.
They
We
want
gonna
to
let you
know.
address him. I'm finna put his comment up. I
They
read
want
it.
to know why do you believe in the faith that you follow? That's what they want to know.
Sure. Yeah. In short, because I will leave soon, within the next 30 minutes. But I'll say in short, um, the way the Quran is composed linguistically and just like factually, and the way and some of the prophecies that were given through Muhammad, I think are convincing.
Okay. Do you have enough time for an example?
Nope, he don't. He got it.
Sure.
He about to go.
Of what?
Okay, go ahead.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
mean, in 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, I can.
Okay,
Of
go
what
on, sir.
nature? Of which one? Of like Quran, or just like Muhammad himself?
Just throw an example out there. Just throw
Whatever
an
you got,
example
man.
out there.
Yes, sir.
Whatever
I think
comes
he.
to your mind.
I think he's about to bag out again. It's completely silent. I can hear anything he said. He probably about to bag out again.
No, probably just Mike, unlikely.
Yeah, but that's the $1 million question. We
What's
cannot
going
hear
on,
you.
sir?
Your mic is. Yeah. But Black Star, this is the comment he was trying to respond to. It's
I'll
okay.
type till you can.
Okay. You should type in the chat so they can see it too, because they can't see it in the private. But
Oh yeah.
yeah. But no, Black Star, I agree with you. This is why we were calling you a cop out artist. It wasn't like saying you're not a real Muslim. We're saying you're literally sitting on the fence on purpose. You cannot. You honestly cannot lose a debate about your religion because you're on the fence. You can literally just like a fucking football player.
Well, that's not a debate. That's a philosophical discussion.
Yeah. I don't honestly.
That's different.
Yeah, I don't.
Philosophical discussions aren't debate. They're
I
two
don't.
different philosophies explaining each other.
Yeah,
or trying to explain its variations.
Yeah, I can't.
It's two personal beliefs. That's the difference.
He said, email him anything y'all have. I think I put his email in the thing. Yeah, just email him. But like, yeah, that might be that might be it. He might. I think he just might be. You know, maybe some other time when his shit, fixed or whatever. It's cool though. But I mean, I appreciate him for coming. But like, I was trying to tell him before he got on here. This is a disrespect.
Gray areas.
Yeah. What I was trying to explain, I get a lot of DMs and shit about debating me and shit, and I be trying to tell them I don't do debates. I mean, I know I'm an atheist, but I can't debate you on whether or not a God exists because I'm gonna hit you with some shit like Isaiah did. What is if your religion is not uniquely practical, is wasteless, it's pointless. Motherfuckers are doing this for nothing, which is cool. But the problem is, the $1 million problem is, it would be cool if it was no harm, no foul with this whole religion spiel. But most of these you telling me most of the top religions spread through violence. And when when the cookie crumbles all the way down, it doesn't really fucking matter because if you have not heard the whole thing, you cool. And it really doesn't fucking matter because we all 8 blind men touching the same elephant. And it really doesn't fucking matter because it's not uniquely practical. Motherfuckers have y'all need to lock in on bar right quick, man. People have died over religious beliefs that are not uniquely practical. Translation in modern day terms, people have died over pointless beliefs because these beliefs are pointless. Like I was saying in my live stream about Christianity has zero benefits in reality. Islam has he admits that there are no unique benefits to being a Muslim, but people have died for not being a Muslim. That means they died for nothing. If we all touching the same elephant, but we all blind, then what was the point of anybody having to be sacrificed or killed over this? You know what I'm saying? I know I'm not saying all Muslims go around chopping heads off, but if you don't want to address the elephant in the room, then cool. I will. Motherfuckers are come on, man.
Well,
so I had a I'm sorry, I'm gonna let you go, Isaiah. I had a conversation with somebody today. He was like, Christianity is the number 1 religion in the world. I'm like, it better fucking be. The way they done came through, it better be. It better be.
No, sir, we cannot hear you. But here's the thing. He wasn't trying to get on that because, to be honest, I do agree with him. Trying to explain why your religion or any religion is responsible for the slaughter of thousands or millions of people, yeah, that's not necessarily a good discussion to have. But my issue with I wouldn't say my issue with him. My thing with him is this. Why do you believe in not relation to the violence? Why do you believe in the religion if you just said it has no practical use? And to be honest, like I said, that's his personal beliefs. That's how his thought process goes, not necessarily mine. My thought process is if it has no practical use, I'm not going to do anything with it. That's how I think. He doesn't think like that. That's why I was asking. Everyone wants to know, what do you believe in? Now, I don't know if he understood what I meant by that, and it's kind of sad that the man can't speak right now, or teenager. But
this is why I wrote down what he told me. I'm not gonna cherry pick what he said.
what you were asking him at the time was, I mean, I understood what you meant, but you got to understand that he's a teenager. He's 17. He's
He
going
did
to
not tell me
answer
that. I done cursed the man. I ain't even know.
he's going to answer your questions literally, not try to gauge the meaning. We all been 17. We take things literally. We're not going to try to dance around the subject. We're not going to try to wait, there might mean something else. No, we're just going to answer the direct question that we're asked, whether they mean something else or not. So yeah.
So
right.
hey Bart.
Mm-hmm.
Before we got into, because I did miss a good chunk. Before we got into all these semantics, did we tackle the God claim? Allah, did we substantiate
Nah,
or even get close to demonstrating that the God exists before we get into talking to all the details?
I failed you. No, we did not. I failed. I failed on that point. That's why I
He
was saying
did
fuck when I fucked up earlier. I was fucked up. Yeah.
he did elaborate. I wouldn't say he elaborated, but like I said, he's a teenager. He's gonna answer the direct question. He's not going to try to you know,
I mean, Oz,
figure
hear
out
me
what
out,
it means.
Oz. Oz, this I mean, he said he's a deist who is a Muslim. And I was like, I'm not
Well, that's
educated.
those aren't compatible.
That's what I was trying to tell him. You can't be both of those. But he was saying he has a different definition of deist. And I was like, well, I've never heard of, I don't know. He said he's not because I looked up deist while he was talking. A deist definition is someone who believes a creator exists that doesn't intervene. And so I was like, that's what I'm going off of. But he said, no, that's not what he's talking about. And
Well,
so I was like,
that is the definition. That is
right. And this is
you don't get to recreate your own definitions to meet what you want to make up.
come on, Oz. That's what I was saying. I was telling because everybody we've been calling him, he's been fence sitting. He's on both sides. If you make the deist shit not stand up, he jumps over the fence. If you make the Allah shit, he jump back. It's like he just waiting to jump.
Well,
He's a,
if you're going to say deist and then go to Islam, it makes absolutely zero sense because just in the intro book in the Quran, it spells out, I think it's 3, maybe 4 times for the unbelievers, non-believers, infidels, that they will perish and burn in hell, and that the source of the fire for that hell are rocks and
Oh, he's saying put
rocks
him
and
on
humans.
backstage. That's what he's asking. I think
he said
got his
what?
stuff mixed in the
Oh, let me
private
see.
chat.
Okay, hold on. Oz, go. We listening, Oz.
No, whether he's here or backstage or whatever, I would say the same thing. It doesn't matter to me. But I'm just giving my evaluation. I've been listening for quite a bit now, and you can't try to blend or mix deism with Islam. They are not the same thing.
Really?
I mean,
Okay. So if they're not the same thing, what did he mean when I asked earlier that he said in the Quran or Quran, that's to pronounce correctly, the book of Islam is what I'm just gonna say. Why was he saying that is a recount or retelling of the events of the cognitive revolution 2 million years ago? If Islam, according to what you're saying, Oz, is not malleable, am I correct?
I don't know if up until malleable, I don't think I'd use that word. But
Okay.
what it is Islam. It's a monotheistic God religion,
Yes.
and Allah 100% is active in the beginning, the beginning, during, and afterlife, or in the afterlife. So there's no way that you can say that any representation or definition of Allah would be deistic in any nature, because he didn't just quote unquote create and disappear.
Oz, I have the verse that you were talking about. It literally says, but it says, we have revealed from time to time to our servant, then produce a surah like thereunto, and call your witnesses or helpers besides Allah, if your doubts are true. It says, listen, I highlighted it. It says, but if ye cannot, and of a surety ye cannot, then fear the fire, whose fuel is men and stones, which is prepared for those who reject faith. But guess what he told me earlier? He said the shit like that is not literal. And I was like, okay.
Well, and here's where, and I love this because I just got off of a show before I came over to hang out with you guys, where we were talking to a Christian about these same principles, where it's either these books are God ordained, God breathed, God orchestrated, whatever, however you want to define that. They either are that or they're not. And if they're not, that means that they're still man-made books, and these gods are created by men. And let's just call it what it is. Let's call it mythology. Let's call it what it is. Then we can have a different conversation. But to try to attribute supernatural or God inspirations into this text without any demonstration that the gods exist, we're still at a checkmate.
Let me just chat. He wants everyone in the live chat. He wants you to email him.
Yes, because he said it's uneven. It's
the link.
He said it's uneven. He doesn't want to get in the live chat and go back and forth with y'all because he said it's uneven. But I'm like, how is it uneven? What you're saying is either true or not true. It either makes sense or it doesn't. The freak says,
can I say this? Yeah, can I say this real quick? College dropout, and hopefully, and write this down, and this may help you, no matter what route you take in life. I know you're young, and I love that you're on here trying to get into these conversations, and I think that's admirable. But there's a quote that I embrace on a daily basis: truth does not fear investigation. Truth does not fear investigation. If you have something that you know that is true, and it will hold up and stand up the test of time, the test of questioning, investigation, it doesn't matter if it's 1-on-4, 1-on-6, 1-on-1, it doesn't matter.
He wants what that's from, but
he said email him. He said email him. But all I'm gonna say is the freak leak. The freak says Bar is typical street level dude, which is untrue, by the way. I just relax my vocabulary because I'm trying to be me. I'm very smart. I just don't know. I don't know a lot of this Bible shit, but I know you just fucking with me. It says Bar is a typical street level dude you see out in the marketplace. If you can't get any connection with him on anything, something is wrong. That's a beautiful compliment. I love that. That's true. If you tell me water is wet and I go touch it in my hand with motherfucker, boom. We but don't shit in my oatmeal and tell me is chocolate pudding. That's not cool, man.
And to back that up, Bart, and props to you because I threw out a verse in the Quran without even giving the reference, and you went and looked it up, you verified it, and I think that's beautiful. I think it's beautiful.
But he fucked me up when he told me my interpretation is wrong and that I need to go watch. I'm like, what? That fucked me up because he told me, and I'm not misquoting him because it wasn't a lot of context needed. He said my interpretation is wrong, and what I have read about fire and me being burned for rejecting faith, that's not literal. And I asked him, how do you want me to base my literal life on some shit I can't take literal? Like, this is the life. We're talking about life. We're talking about our existence here. And then he was like, well, the Quran is, I don't know. I'm gonna stop talking because I don't want to misquote him. I just know that's the part I'm still stuck on there. Like, can somebody am I misunderstanding what he was saying?
Well, but here's the thing: is whether it's the Quran or whether it's the Bible or whatever, even the hadiths within the Muslim religion, or the I just lost the name for Anyway, it'll come back to me in a minute. If we need this like secret revelation and interpretation to understand that the God is real and the God is speaking, guess what? I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I'm not trying to be part of a secret society. I just want to know that the God's real.
I'm a philosopher. So here's what I would say. Okay, your God, I need a translation or an interpretation. What is yours?
I'm just glad Oz said it. I'm cool.
Why do you have it?
I'm cool. He said it. Don't you know I wrote down the people he wanted me to go look at? I'm like, and he also said this is not a guide to the galaxy, y'all. The creator and the all-knowing, all-powerful being of everything made this, but not for everything. It's for like spiritual use only. Right. It's not for everyday life. Don't base you can't base your everyday life on a book they want you to base your everyday life on. You can't live by a book that doesn't explain everything. It explains spirits and demons and monsters. So
if I want to go into spirits, I'll go in the middle of the forest and start talking in my head. Seriously. If I want to get spiritual.
Yes, Malachi. Better. 72 to be exact, Malachi. I think we get 72 virgins. I might convert.
And Bar, just to take this one more step with Islam, do you know what Quran means? Do you know what Islam means?
I know I don't.
No. I'm trying to no. I don't know what that means. I wish I would have. I really need to apologize to him though, because I really talked to him as if he was older. Man, shit. He didn't tell me his age. I promise. That's why I asked him earlier. I said, "Introduce yourself. Tell us who you are." He didn't say nothing. He just said, "But he sounds older." So he didn't call me the N word. I'm cursing him out, thinking he over age. Or he ain't even my age. I can't even thump him in his head. I'm fucked up. That's why I apologized earlier.
The definition of Islam in the Quran, because I don't understand myself.
Iron Chariot says Islam means submission. Yep. Wow.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, y'all fucked up. I'm making a video on this shit tomorrow. Y'all got me fucked up.
Islam means submit? Really?
Submission.
I didn't know that.
And it actually is. I think it's a quote unquote original intent and definition is ultimate submission.
What?
Hey, I need Iron Chariot. I'm gonna make a video tomorrow. I need you to comment on it and back me up because it came from you and Benjamin. It came from y'all too. So when I make my video, I need y'all to be like, he's right. This is true. Ultimate submission. I need y'all to think about that. Like,
what? That's so weird.
Black Star is actually younger than me too. He's the same age as college. They're like 17, 19, 18. We young. I'm just like, I didn't even know Black Star was this young. I'm like, man.
Well, and
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was to say that the last thing. So submission or ultimate submission, depending on where you take your definitions for Islam, and I've heard a lot of people say, "Oh, that's just a play on words or definitions." But if you think about it, these people that were writing these books, they were the ultimate writers of that age. These guys were the smart ones, right? Because back then most people weren't educated, and the Quran means to read or to read in to read in. To read or to read in. So if you combine them, to read or to read in, ultimate submission or submission.
I'm learning so much shit. My mind is blown. I didn't know that was the man. I feel you, Isaiah.
In Oz, that is the literal translation of both words.
Yep. Oh, just you can go look it up later. Yep.
Wait a minute. So what are the now I'm like Bar. Now I'm like him. What are they doing over there? Like at first I was ignoring it. I'm like, okay, all right. Now I'm
Oh, this
thinking, what are the offshoots for? Why are there different translations? Why are they killing each other over the ultimate submission? Do they understand what that means? Do they know what it is? What is the I don't know what I don't know why. Like
I,
now I'm thinking like him. Now I
Well,
see what
so,
the
so
confusion's
I
about.
love it. I'm telling
so
y'all,
let's
this. Oh, my heart is filled with joy. Keep
let,
talking.
let's hit another domino then. Okay. So are you guys familiar with the hadith or the hadiths?
I don't know
I'm
what that
not, and
means.
I tried my best to keep up with him when he said that shit. I said I don't want him to know I don't know, so I'm gonna just keep quiet when he say that word because I didn't know what that mean. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry, I don't know.
All right. Those are the records after the Quran. Those are the records kept on the Prophet Muhammad, and which is really they is their major source of their religious laws, or kind of where they derive their moral compass, so to speak. So we're talking about the same guy that was having sex with like 6-year-olds. You know,
I do know about that. That's
yeah, what was
yes.
I believe abusive at certain points. But and I talked to Dr. Josh about this because he has a lot of insight on this. And really, what it was is it was almost like a way to kind of correct some things in the Quran that later they realized like oh, we fucked up here. You know, and to go and try to not cover up, but kind of bend it into a positive, you know, and spin it to a positive. So and I'm currently I'm currently on the hadith, so I'm not as familiar with those as I am with the Quran, but I can tell you it's pretty. I'll give Christianity one thing: they have the Bible. You know, as far as what we know here in America, they
Holy
have
shit.
the Bible. Islam has the Quran, and then they have the hadiths to then go and kind of clean up the messes.
I have. So I wanted to. I
Okay,
wanted
let
to.
me get this straight. I do know Muhammad was a pedophile, correct? Man raped essentially kids multiple times.
Essentially, yeah.
I keep my.
Okay. Then he wrote a book about how to live. Yes or no?
Well, these are writings from people after the fact to try to cover up, not cover up. I'm sorry, to try to spin or make things in the Quran or the life of Muhammad appear to be less evil.
So who was this asshole? Who was this fucking piece of shit?
Muhammad.
Who was okay? That's my biggest issue. Okay, he's Muhammad, and they okay, what did he do for them to try to spin a story? What did he do? He spoke to a god. Okay, I spoke to God when I was 6 and smoked weed for the first time. Now I'm like Bar. Oh my. Continue, Oz. I'm sorry.
And again, no, you're good. And in my studying so far, and if there are people in the chat that can correct anything I'm saying, please do, because I'm still when it comes to the hadiths, I'm still very much learning and absorbing. But even with the hadiths, it's very similar to even in the Bible, the life of Jesus. That these aren't necessarily like contemporary accounts of Muhammad, just like we don't have any contemporary accounts of Jesus. These are like long term, like perpetuated, either quotes or actions or whatever that for Islam that are supposed to give moral guidance, but they weren't necessarily like anybody that witnessed it firsthand. You know what I mean?
Wait,
The freak.
so the Bible is more accurate than the Quran?
It's a good question.
That's a great question because they're both. For me, because I'm even with Jesus, I lean to being a mythicist. For me, I would have to say I'm 50-50 on that, because I would at this point say that both Jesus and Muhammad are fictional, or mythicist, creatures or characters that were made up. So that'd be hard for me to say yes or no on that.
That's a good question.
That's just ridiculous.
I want to jump in there and throw a punch. Earlier he said he believes that the Quran is perfect, and I didn't get to this then because Isaiah had to correct me and tell me that that's not his personal belief. So I stopped my line of questioning because I had to get a better understanding of what I'm trying to say. But I found this in my, because the freak called me street level, so I had to go and look in this book. But I found something that's interesting about this ties into what Isaiah just asked. He said, "Is the Bible more accurate?" And my what I wanted to say was the Quran has the Adam and Eve story is in the Quran, right? And we know that it was clearly a mistake on God's part to leave them unattended, which they weren't, because he knew it was going to happen anyway. But if we're going to play that game, God left them unattended like a bad parent would. And the Quran, that is supposed to be perfect, has the exact same story, word for word, about the serpent and all of that. And it's like, how is the book perfect when it makes the same mistake as the predecessor?
That's Roger. It's not word for word. It's no. To the Quran's defense on that, it is not nearly as dramatic. And I'm
reading it here, and what the difference I found?
Damn black magic books.
The difference I found was that in the Bible is a serpent, and in the Quran they literally calls the thing that they call it Satan in the Quran. But I'm talking about not the I don't know if I'm saying this right, but not the the Adam and Eve story is right here in front of me. Like, it's literally
Adam and Eve. Yeah. I thought you.
Yeah, no. I'm sorry. That's why I said I don't know if I said it wrong, or maybe you didn't hear me. I don't know. But I was trying to say the Adam and Eve part.
The chat says add me.
Is she? Okay, hold on.
Yeah, when you said that, when you said Adam and Eve, I was thinking from like Genesis 1:1 and on.
Oh no,
So okay.
I didn't make up a claim I couldn't back.
Good for you. No, but the Adam and Eve story is 100% there. It is 100%.
Bob, I was going to call you Bob. It's word for word. They have it word for word right here. I'm literally looking at it. Word for word.
Muslims hate this, and they're never going to admit it until there's some ex-Muslims now that I talk to that will say it pisses the Muslims off. But you got to remember, Christianity was around first, and Islam has literally ripped off 90% of the Christian Bible. And they have different names, different characters, that kind of thing, but the stories are what they are.
I'm done. Okay, I'm gonna go a little tangent. This is why I don't follow religion, because is this the truth? No, it's an interpretation. Okay, explain to me, why did someone interpret? And this is going to something in bitten. So I kind of went on the path of discovering Native American history, which I discovered was just kind of broken into pieces. But there was one book that describes magical techniques, and here is my issue with it. These techniques are from 300,000 years ago. So I'm like, okay, if it's an interpretation of a dead language,
Sorry, somebody's echoing real bad.
But also, you got to take into consideration if it's translated from a dead language, how do they know what the original translation is to begin with? Because the language is dead.
Yes, that's what I asked them. Someone has YouTube in the background.
I do not.
Yeah. Michaela, read the private chat.
Huh?
You gotta turn off YouTube. You gotta turn off YouTube in the back.
Hold on. I think it's me. Hold on. Is it better now?
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool, smooth.
No, it's not.
Still
No,
echoing.
it's not.
But yes, when I was listening to the gentleman that was on the show, he contradicted himself like religious people do plenty
It's
of
still an
times.
echo, by the way.
Can you hear me now?
No. YouTube is playing. You would need to mute.
No,
the
but I
video.
have YouTube is not in my background, so I'm confused.
I don't know why it's doing that.
Something's playing then.
It's echoing. Is it?
I don't
say
know
something.
why.
Mic check 1.
Check.
Hello?
Okay.
It's not okay. You good now? I don't know what you. It's like every time we say something, it's like stopping. And then when we,
Can you hear me now?
yeah, we good. Clear.
All right.
Give your 2 cents.
What I find with religious people is they contradict themselves constantly. From what he said, the Quran is perfect, but he couldn't even give us a correct interpretation of what the Quran said to begin with. And that is the problem. Something cannot be perfect if you can't even agree on the interpretation of the scripture.
Well, but that's to go back to your original point. That's the issue with the Quran and the Bible, and probably any of our ancient holy books, is the original languages are now dead languages. How do we?
Yes, if you look at the Bible, from what I know, the original language it depends on the Old Testament, New Testament. And this is why I kind of confused because the Old Testament is written in ancient Hebrew, and the New Testament is written in ancient Greek. Those are not languages that anybody speaks anymore.
Actually, you can go further back. Parts of the Old Testament were written in Aramaic, which we have.
That's even more complicated. So where are we actually getting these scriptures and interpreting them
in
from?
the public chat just said it. Religion, copy of a translation passed on and written. The ultimate game of telephone.
Yeah,
and he's correct. This is my biggest problem with the whole last books of Native American magical techniques. I'm like, sir, if the language is dead, how do you even read it? This is the translation of it.
So you're basically playing a guessing game, is what you're telling me.
Well, we just experiment. I'm like, then that's no longer a translation. That's called the scientific method. This shit didn't blow me up. Okay, this is.
They don't believe in science, though.
Well, and think about this with take it back to Christianity, because that's my my pride and joy to talk about. So if
it's my pride and joy to read and shade every chance I get. And I kid you not, on my Facebook today, since it was Sunday, I decided to give 3 different posts to just shading Christians.
Yep. I'm with you. I'm with you. And I love breaking down the historical facts on the Bible. I was a Christian for 30 years, so now being an atheist, I love digging into it even more. And so if you think about the I guess part of lynch.
I grew up a Christian, and I'm 23, and I grew up, and I know Bar can agree with me, the Black church, which is just basically a cult.
Oh my God.
That's what it is.
Sadder than that.
So
it's basically witchcraft, making Afrofuturism. That's what it is.
Hold on, Michaela. Go ahead.
You're good. So think about this. Those that grew up in Christianity in America, we know that the crux or the linchpin, so to speak, of Christianity in the Gospels, the 4 Gospels, is the virgin birth, the death and resurrection of this Jesus guy, right? Yeah. So before we even get to a possible crucifixion and resurrection. Let's rewind it all the way back to the nativity scene when we supposedly had a virgin birth.
Hold on, because this guy was I fuck with Afrofuturism too, but the way they go about it is just horrible.
Oh, absolutely.
No, I'm like, because the way they go about it is they basically sing old Negro spirituals in church. Wade in the water.
Which are,
in the water.
guess what? That's what the slaves were singing.
Hello.
Yeah. Those are slave hymns. Anyone heard of Carry Me on That Lonely Road?
Yep.
Someone
I know that one.
died.
Waiting to carry me home, sweet.
Yeah, they were happy about being murdered. They weren't happy about going to see Jesus. All slave songs. All of them.
And I'm like, it is basic, and the black church basically originated in slavery, and most people don't know that if they don't know their history. The slaves used to gather.
I had a young dude today. I keep repeating this, but he literally told me. He said, "You know what I'm saying? Look at us. We're the #1 religion." I'm like, y'all better fucking be.
Not for long.
You better be right. Yeah, but you better be the way. But most Christians, like, okay, I know that we're reading the book and we're trying to get an understanding, but we don't claim to know shit and we don't claim to believe. It's funny how the people who claim to believe it is true read it less than we do. That's the worst part of this whole thing.
Well, and that's I'll make it a quick point, and this will help if you guys don't know this already. It'll help you when you're talking to Christians as far as debunking the what I call the Jesus myth.
All I have to do is say that men cannot walk on water, and burning bridges don't talk.
Hold on, Michaela.
Oh, I
go ahead. Go ahead.
I love that. I love that book. Great book. But when in the New Testament, when it talks about the virgin birth, you know that Jesus was born of a virgin Mary. In the original Greek, which is what the New Testament was written in, that original word is alma. It's alma. What alma means is a young woman that is at age to bear. Doesn't mean she was a virgin. The original text says nothing.
That's a myth.
Yeah, so it says nothing about a virgin, right? So if you take that, then you compile that with the fact that we don't have any true firsthand witnesses, no matter what the Bible tries to say.
Giving birth, because it's literally impossible to be a virgin and give birth.
Hold on, Michaela.
But we have no true accounts of historians or anybody accounting for the life of Jesus while he was here. I'm very gracious when I say 20 to 30 years. It took 20 to 30 years before anybody recorded anything about Jesus. It's actually probably longer than that, but that's me being generous. But there's absolutely no reason, absolutely zero reason to believe that any human being has came back from the dead after 3 days of a body going into the rotting phase. You know, and
that is
starting
so
to
true. And it's ridiculous to me to believe that a person gave birth to as a virgin when I'm like sperm banks did not exist back then. So how is that possible?
Yeah, so if you take Alma, if you remember that, I think it's I think the way you spell it is either
Yeah, which is what I was going to get into, because what you said is the original text doesn't even mention, it doesn't mean virgin, it just means of childbearing age, which means Mary probably wasn't a virgin. If she did give birth to a child named Jesus.
Yeah, but whether she was or wasn't a virgin, it then falls into it being completely irrelevant, because the original text wasn't even talking about her being a virgin. Whether she was or wasn't, it just means that they wanted to centralize that story, that part of the story, to say that she was giving birth to a child, because of this God coming down and doing this thing to her body, and now we have this immaculate conception.
That sounds like to me. That sounds like men being patriarchal, not only placing a value on a woman's virginity, but also taking consent away and impregnated her with someone's sleep. That just seems fucked up to me. I'm sorry.
Well, I'll take you back. I'll take you back further. It actually
continue. Sorry.
No, I apologize. I'll shut it. I get excited about this stuff, so I'll shut up. But it actually comes from mythical gods before Jesus or Yahweh. There's other stories of other gods being born of a virgin birth and dying and being resurrected way before Jesus was ever thought of. Those things had already been written about and recorded, and there's documentation and evidence for that. So this was nothing new, but this one took off.
I wanna Isaiah, what I'm about to say goes back to the question that you were asking before we started asking about personal beliefs. You asked him, and correct me if I'm wrong, you did ask him what unique practical, can you ask that question again? I'm trying to get the words right. What did you ask?
I asked him, and he I wouldn't say clarified, he said it in the way he understood. What use does the Quran have?
Right.
What is its use?
Mm-hmm. I found something. This is
not scientific. I do not care. Continue.
I'm trying to help them out. Okay, so this is a benefit that is unique to Islam. If you, this is a unique benefit to Islam. It says, those who believe in the Quran and those who follow the Jewish scriptures and the Christians and the Sabians, any who believe in Allah and the last day and work righteousness. It says, anyone who believes in Allah and the last day and works righteousness shall have their reward with their Lord. On them shall be no fear, nor shall they grieve. So could that be, I'm asking you, could that be like the book says that's a benefit to believing in the Quran over everything else? What you think about that?
No. And
I think it's bullshit
about this whole thing. Everyone knows about the Crusade, right?
Kiddo, okay, Isaiah, listen to me. I have not looked this up, but I've heard you and Ruckus, Christopher, Richard, everybody talks about this, and I have not looked it up yet. Can you please give me the best source that you have on this, and then once you give me my best source that I need you to explain what this is, please. Please.
The whole thing with Muslims, Christians, and the Crusades. So around the time of the Crusade, right? Muslims were like, well, shit, these guys are kind of fucking things up. We need to go find some help. They go to Africa. They hit Ethiopia. Funnily enough, Oz, correct me if I'm wrong. Ethiopia is the origin point of the actual Christianity name in parts of its faith. Am I right or wrong?
I'm sorry. Who are you? Oh,
I'm asking Oz the question.
Okay.
Ethiopia being the origins of
Christianity and a good portion of its religious beliefs, right?
Oh, I don't
yes
think
no.
I don't think that's correct. But go ahead. I actually think I have a paper saved on my phone here. So proceed, and I'll look that up real quick.
Okay, so here's what I'm speaking to various Africans and stuff like that. What they have told me is that when the Muslims or Arabic people came over to enslave them, they adopted a large portion of their religion at the time of Ethiopia and everyone that was there into theirs. Then, when the Crusades were still going on, because they happened, I think, 3 different times, it wasn't just one event, Europeans pretty much found their mix or amalgamation of it and said, this seems pretty useful. But instead of using it as a religious spiritual belief, they just needed some way to keep everyone from stabbing each other to death. So, hey, this Christianity thing seems pretty orderly, useful. It has like a god and a hierarchy. Let's use it. They forgot to mention, I believe, and I think there might be some historical accuracy to this. This is not meant to be followed. This is just meant to keep law and order. Because the church in Europe was law and order. It was not.
Oh, that is just crooked as hell.
And real quick,
the idea that the church is what
Oz had a point.
Just real quick to give dates and origins. So obviously Christianity is founded within by the life of Christ, but the origins are originally dated back AD right around 30-ish in Jerusalem.
Oh, so what does Ethiopia have to do with that? According to what they told me. Yeah.
Mic check.
Find those people and ask them about what are they talking about. So the origins of Christianity goes from Jerusalem. So my next question is, it was transferred to Africans?
I'm like, here is the thing that they say. They say, because African American atheists, they claim that Christianity originated in Ethiopia, which is a part of Africa. But here's the thing that they miss: Ethiopia is not in West Africa, which is where we're descended from. So that still does not make sense. So the only way I could think of that Christianity could have came to African Americans is by slavery. Because Ethiopia is not in West Africa. It isn't. No. If you look at the DNA of an African American person, are the African.
Actually,
so when they say that, it kind of confuses me.
Actually, it's Native American with pieces of West African, not.
But I'm talking about specifically like the African origin that they're speaking of.
But what I'm saying is, this is my thing with the whole Christianity belief. In Europe, they just wanted everyone to stop killing each other. But there seems to be a huge issue when it comes to, you said it originated in Jerusalem. Okay, how and why? And to this day, I don't think I've ever found an exact historical answer.
But that's, someone said that Christianity did have influence from Egypt, but I don't think that's 100% true. Because even
Egypt and Christianity have no relation. Trust me.
Yes, that's what I was about to say. And the one person said that didn't West Africans come from Muslims? Some did, but mind you, there are 70 something different ethnic groups within Africa. So not all of them were Muslim. And it would be almost like making blackness a monolith to believe that. Because I don't believe that every African practice the same spiritual belief. I just do not. And the reason because I know blackness is a monolith. It's not a monolith. Like I know Black people from all over practice different things. So I would be remiss to say that all West Africans practice were Muslim, because I don't think that is true. I think some were.
All right, and
but I don't think all. And here's what I was going to say: even if they were Muslim, the Quran is still bad. Either way,
all books are bad. Read long
like
enough.
Christianity and Muslim, the religion is just bad, and we have seen what it has done to civilization. Like it is just bad. It has no place in society and shouldn't. And I say that because what it really does is, it threatens hell if you don't believe in it. And then use it as a tool of oppression. And I just think we would be better off if we just did away with it.
What was Oz? What did you have, Oz?
Oh, I was gonna say now let me pull those dates back up so I don't say it wrong. So by 325 then AD, it had started to spread throughout Africa. So it wasn't too long. It did start to become very, very popular in Africa by 325.
That makes a lot more sense.
Well, I'm like, can I ask what you? Can you repeat what you said to me?
Yeah, I was saying the Christianity started to spread throughout Africa by 325 AD.
Was this before or after the West Africa slave trade?
What do you mean? Because you got to
Because
be
I'm
more
trying to put the
specific.
timelines together. That's all because I'm trying to see if there were maybe some Africans that came here that may have practiced Christianity. So I'm trying to see. I'm like, if the timelines, if it was before the West African slave trade began, which is how we came to the Americas and stuff.
Yeah, about
Yeah,
that, I'll go into that. Everyone knows the history of slavery. Does everyone know the truth of it though?
I know a lot about it. Yeah,
So, do you know that when they say Africans, they just changed the name of the Native Americans they enslaved?
I was not aware of that.
You can look it up. It's completely true. What they did eventually, too many Africans were dying when they came over here. So, what they thought, brilliant idea, let's just enslave the people here and then destroy their history and call them Africans. This is historical. It's historical fact. You can look it up. It is proven. West Africans were forced to mix with indigenous people to kind of say, yes, you're all from Africa. Here's the biggest problem, though. If
So there are
anyone,
so that's why I come out with Native American DNA.
and let me go on, you, me, and Barr, if we were to find someone that was not going to skew the details and was actual scientists, had our DNA tested and compared with the various, I guess, ethnic or phenotypes of the world, it would be similar to indigenous people back then and now. And I'm not talking about the ones that are white, I'm talking about the ones that are still accurate, historically accurate. It would be not completely identical, but more similar to any Africans. I know this because when I was a kid, I went to one of these people because there was some type of issue with me having slight blood poisoning. So, turns out there was a gene that I inherited from an ancestor that gave me some ability to kind of survive the cold. The only problem is
Native
it was,
Americans, that would make sense.
yes, there was something in my blood that kept reproducing because of a specific gene that I inherited from one of them that would help me in the cold. The only problem is because it was not as cold, it just kind of sat there and started giving me blood poisoning. So, doctor instructed us to go see this geneticist to kind of see what it is and how it'd be turned off. So, go to see this guy, and he's comparing my DNA as he needs to kind of figure out, okay, what is this from? What genetic, not strain, but phenotype. And he's like, holy crap. I'm like, what? Are you in a tribe or anything? I'm like, no. What do you mean? Native
What do you
American
mean? Like
tribe?
I'm black?
I'm like, I didn't even know black or African at the time at all. I'm like, no, I don't. Tribe as in, no, I don't think so. He's like, well, kid, you're pretty much indigenous. I'm like, meaning what? Like, your phenotype is similar, not similar. He didn't say similar. It was pretty much closer to the native people of this land than any other.
That is
And
weird
then,
to me. Because I know
yeah,
when I got my DNA tested, it mainly resembled Africans. So that's weird to me.
it for me it was that way, and for my mom, and it was even more. Like my mom, grandmother, all of them, and that they might not have a tribal land, but they could claim the nationality if they wanted to.
See, my Native American ancestry comes from my grandmother's great grandmother. Her name was Emma Nelson. According to my grandmother's mouth, she was a Blackfoot Native American woman from Mississippi, and then she married into my family, which is Black. So I know that's where the Native American ancestry comes from in my family.
Yeah. And if this real quick, if this helps with your timelines, because I want to do my due diligence. So it's Michaela, right? Michaela?
Yes.
Okay.
Michaela, I held it wrong
sorry.
for this thing. I actually put out the A.
Okay, Michaela. The from everything I'm reading, the events that you're speaking of are like right 16th or 17th century. And we're dating way back as far as the spread of Christianity to Africa, all the way back to 325. So we're talking about a very, very long time before those two things would have met.
Okay, and my question is, who was the one that brought it to Africa? If that was the case, and what parts of Africa?
Yeah, that I would have to do some more research on, to be honest with you, because there's a lot of
because that's what I'm curious about. Because it would be remiss of me to believe that there were not, that all Africans practice Christianity. I just have a hard time believing that is true. Like, it just in me, because I know that can't be true.
No, you should be skeptical. You should be skeptical of that, but without doing due diligence, I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak out of turn.
And that's what I understand it, but it's just remiss of me to believe that 72 ethnic groups practice the same religion, but they didn't even have the same language. That doesn't make sense to me.
300, I believe.
So even more ethnic groups within Africa.
I think is
so over 300 ethnic groups that spoke different languages, and you expect me to believe that all of them practice the same religious beliefs.
Can y'all do me a favor? Can y'all read this comment and each one of y'all tell me what y'all think about this? Look at this. Just tell me what you think about it. Just read it. I want to see if I'm thinking how y'all thinking. Just Isaiah, what you think about this comment? Hold on, Michaela. You gonna go next? Go ahead.
Glad my granddaddy was on that boat. Interesting.
Wait, hold on. I can't even see the comment.
You can't see it? It's on the screen. I got it on the screen right now.
Are you talking about Malachi's?
No. I got it on the screen. Look, it's on the screen.
The freak, it's the biggest one in the
Yeah, I got it on the screen. If you look at the screen, can you see the video? Are you not seeing the video?
I'm seeing the video. It's just hold on.
Well,
I see Malachi replying to the freak. That's what I see.
No, you're looking at something else. We're not talking about the public chat. We're talking about the video with the comment under it.
Right. If you can't see it, then it says
Hold on.
Charles.
No. Let me look at this. It says I like. Yeah. Okay. I have the horrible sight, y'all. Can you read that to me?
Oh shit, my chest hurt. I got you. It says, I like Charles Barkley's perspective about it. It says, he said after coming back from a trip to Africa, he was glad my granddaddy was on that boat. What'd you think about that?
Oh my God, are you serious?
He said the freak said he liked that.
He likes the idea that his ancestors were brought here as slavery and chains.
No, he's not saying that. You know about African history? Do you know about the current events going on in Africa?
I've heard a little bit about it. Could y'all give me a little bit more of a perspective?
Have you heard of, there's a frequent visitor on Bar's channel, the African Humanist. Have you heard of her?
Yes, I have.
Have you seen her videos?
Yeah, I've seen her videos. You should watch them.
You have seen one video, right?
Yes, but it was like years ago.
You have seen the videos of how Africans are with Christianity over there, right?
Oh my God, it's so bad.
Yes, that I promise you is nice and tame compared to what goes on outside of their church. That's tame. That's
Wait,
kind.
what?
Yeah.
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 So you mean to tell me that's normal?
Not normal.
That's
That's
the
what they see
that
as soft.
that's
and
Christianity
kind.
light. Yeah, that's light.
That's
I
light.
can only imagine
That's
the
a light word.
hardcore shit. Are they stoning people to death?
Oh, you don't want to know
Yeah,
or
they
witness the
fucked up.
horrible crap. Trust me, that's not something you want to exactly be
That's
I'm like,
condoning.
are they stoning people to death out there? Like, I want to know if they're
If
taking
you're
the
lucky,
Bible
you
literally, though.
die quick.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
Oh my God, it sounds bad.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's bad.
And
But
this just proves the point that Christianity is toxic. It shouldn't be around.
well, it's not just Christian. They have more issues than that. But yeah, Christianity plays a big part in it.
But my thing is like, with this type of shit, like, I guess I look at it like this. This is like this is that selfish shit I was talking about. This when I say you have to care about other people and shit like that, this is what I be talking about, because like he's saying thank you that my granddaddy got on the boat, but he's forgetting that your granddaddy got on the boat. Like, was it? I mean, couldn't God and Allah created you see what I'm saying? Couldn't they have created a
I
world in
understand
which
but your granddaddy got on a boat and chains though. Like, I don't think that's something to like be glad about.
I'm saying, like, couldn't God have created a world? Because we have to have the presupposition that God controls everything, he knew everything. Couldn't he have created a world in which nobody had to go through these things for us to get a fucking house with air conditioning? Is that what it took for us to get to this point?
Can I jump?
That's not
Oz was saying something.
As the train goes by, I apologize, guys. First of all, DeFreak tends to be a troll. So first thing I'm gonna do, I just spent the last several minutes googling and searching, and I cannot find a link where Charles Barkley ever said that. So DeFreak, first and foremost, you need to post links from a credible source that Charles actually said that. But the fact that you said that you would agree or you like
He
it,
likes it. Yeah,
let me just say this from a cracker. Listen to me loud and clear. Fuck that and fuck you. Like that's not even close to being acceptable. It's not even close to being acceptable.
That's not even funny. Like, you're remissing that your granddaddy was brought here in slavery and think it's okay.
That's sick, man.
That is actually really sick. The idea that you're like glad that your whole family was enslaved.
That's
like
tough,
that is
man.
honestly sick.
I think I know what it is. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Oz.
No, what I was going to say is, because he's trolling right now, let's move on to something else and not give him the limelight.
Yeah,
let's move on to something else. Fuck that shit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to steer too far off topic. I just saw it and I was like, I saw Malachi ripping into him. I said, well, let me see what y'all think about that. Let me tell you.
Going back to the Muslim thing.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
So am I Islamophobic? Do y'all think I'm Islamophobic?
No.
What is that?
Phobic.
What is that though?
Okay, phobic is the word of being afraid. My question to the people that say
no, not always.
Hold on.
You're an Islamophobe. Okay, why would I be
no,
afraid
not
of
fear?
something?
It means like a prejudice.
Prejudice has a different definition. Whoever said that is wrong.
No, because if you look at the word phobia, it also not only has to do with the fear, but also aversion, which means strong dislike, which is why phobic is often in the word. It's referring to that strong dislike, a prejudice toward a certain group of people.
Phobia
now we're talking
or phobic. Which one?
Now, in this case, they're referring to Islamophobic. I think what the word would mean in this particular context, not necessarily fear, but prejudice towards the people. But I think it's not the people that we're talking about. It's the religion that the people practice, which I don't not think falls under that category.
I have the definition.
Because we ragged on Christians on here too, so it's not like we're just ragging on.
Yeah. So like phobic, right? I asked, am I Islamophobic? And
I don't think Islamophobic, because I have Islamic friends that I've shown videos to, and they agree with you.
So okay, this Isaiah, I don't know if you. I'm sorry.
Bart, real quick, take his comment off there so he ain't getting no shine.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just got to sit and I'm sorry. Fuck it. But yeah, I was about to ask Isaiah, did you look that definition up? I mean, I have the definition of phobic on the street.
I did, because I'm like, wait a minute, I thought it was, and she's actually correct. Irrational fear or aversion to something.
Yeah.
Even that, to me, that's still a bit vague. Aversion does not mean prejudice.
Yeah.
I have an aversion to street selling. That doesn't mean I'm prejudiced. That just means I have a strong disdain for it. Those are my own issues. But
when we're talking about a dislike in this time, we're talking about a dislike that leads you to oppress a certain group of people. So let's say if we're talking about homophobia or transphobia, we're talking about a dislike so deeply rooted that it is innately prejudiced. I don't think that is the same conversation as we're talking about right here.
I gotta say this,
because people do limp those things together, and it's not the same thing. Because I don't think people don't actually literally think people fear a group of people. I mean, I'm like, what I would find Islamophobic would probably be comparing all Muslims to basically, you know what the guy who brought down the Twin Towers.
What was Oz?
Hold on.
I was just gonna say, Michaela be getting it. She be getting it. She passionate. I love the passion. She be getting it.
That's me. That's me.
Because it's not necessarily the same thing as fearing someone, but but people fear what they don't always understand. And for many years here in America, they literally were prejudiced towards people who were Muslim because the whole 9/11 situation. That is prejudice.
That's prejudice. But what I'm saying is, I don't feel that's aversion. Because
and that is a conversation that you could have, but that I'm speaking of strictly the definition. If we're talking about Islamophobia, is basically prejudice, and this which is rooted when the phobia word is not in fear but the strong dislike.
Yeah, that's what aversion is, a strong dislike.
A strong dislike, yes. And now, if you could say that's not necessarily the same as prejudice, that is a valid conversation.
But I have hold on, it's echoing again, Michaela.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but when we talk, it repeats what we say, not what you say. It's when we talk.
Well, I think y'all perfectly fine. This sounds perfectly fine.
Look at Black Stars coming. I wanna lock in on this for a minute, because like nobody's
biased or predisposed, phobic. It's so vague.
It's all guys. All of that is political. All of that bullshit is political. All the phobias, and all the and
it comes from and it was great because there wasn't really another word to describe it, and that's basically the word that we know.
Predisposed.
Yeah, because guess what? I don't care what your belief is. Because you as a human, I love you as a human, whether you're Christian, Muslim, Buddhist. It doesn't.
Well, depends on what you believe in those things.
No. But I'll stop there and say I still love you as a human, because you may have been predisposed to those beliefs, and you don't even understand that your beliefs are making you look really, really shitty as a person.
And
right?
and it is a type of brainwashing.
Yeah. Yes, and that's what I'm saying. So I still love you as a human. Your value as a human being, I appreciate. Now your belief,
shit,
your belief or your bad ideas are bullshit, and I will attack
and
those.
They need to go in the trash.
Absolutely,
need to go.
Absolutely, absolutely. But what I want to do first is make sure that those people understand, and that I think this is the best way to get to the belief and to the bad ideas. Is first and foremost, those people, in midst of their bullshit, crazy, ridiculous beliefs and ideas, that they know first and foremost, you know what? I value you as a human first. As a human, I don't care about the other shit first. But we have to. And it sucks. It sucks. But as skeptics and atheists, and when we don't hold those beliefs, we're not indoctrinated. We're not lost in the sauce. We're not intoxicated on the books and the bullshit.
I had a lot of self-hate from those beliefs.
Oh, so have I. So have I. Absolutely.
It was terrible. The idea of feeling like who you are innately is an abomination. You're gonna burn in hell. Could you imagine feeling that as a kid?
Oh,
I felt it.
Absolutely. I had to go through years of therapy to get away from that shit. I absolutely know what you're talking about.
And people wonder why I give Christians so much shade, because they deserve it.
Well, the belief deserves it. The religion deserves it. The bad ideas deserve it. The humans.
Well, that's what I'm referring to. But I'm referring to the people who practice it.
Well,
you're gonna have to clear.
Here's what Oz is saying.
You're gonna have to clear that. Okay. Go ahead.
Here's what Oz is saying. The people that practice it, yes, maybe, maybe not. The belief itself is what you can throw shade at, because that is the that's the person committing the crime. The belief is the criminal, not the people. That's what he's saying.
But here is the thing. It's hard for me to feel empathy for people who have the same internet, who have the same tools to educate themselves. I mean, you have a whole black atheist on YouTube who's doing the work. So it's kind of hard for me to feel sympathy.
Michaela, she's saying it for me. I'm like, I don't know how to do what you talking about. I don't know how to do this shit, because I'm like,
the thing is, I would love to be able to try. I really would, but these people have oppressed me my entire life. It's hard for me to feel sympathy. Right. It's really hard.
And if we're going to, so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna be very. I'm gonna be brutally honest on my part, because I'm not gonna try to fake the funk. Okay, so first and foremost, I'm a white male, so there's shit that I'm not going to experience. I haven't experienced that you guys have, right? So first of all, I'm gonna be brutally honest there, and my heart goes out to you guys, and I love and support you, and I got your back. I got your back as much as I can. Through the friendships and relationships that we're building. But if we just take it down to the religion and the bad beliefs or the bad ideas, it does take practice, because believe me, and Bar, I think you and I talked about this a couple times already. When I come from an abusive home, I got the shit beat out of me. Man. I got anytime I said something that my dad might have thought was disrespectful or out of line, he literally would pin me down on the floor and pour dish soap down my throat, like choke me.
What the hell?
And you know, so like I have, in the name of quote unquote religion and spare the rod, spoil the child kind of shit.
You poor baby.
And yes, I was a poor baby back then. You know, so coming out of it, like, I understand the angst. I understand the anger. I understand that wanting to dismantle and tear apart Christianity, so to speak.
It takes so much for me, because I spent most of my day just giving Christians shade.
Right.
Continuously.
And I can tell you, I had a quote unquote season of
Which
my
is
life.
why I love that Lil Nas X video, because it was complete shade and it was justified.
Yeah, and for the record, I love that song, and he's like one of my new heroes for doing that shit. But what I will tell you is, if we're really going to make a difference, and if we're really going to make an impact, like when we go at that like high octane, like as far as if we use the gas pedal analogy, we're just going to mash it on the floor and go from 0 to 100 and be those skeptics, those atheists. We don't get any credibility.
That
like
is true.
We're loud. We're loud. People see us. People hear us, but it's very short term. It's very.
But here's the thing: I don't think Black atheists are necessarily loud enough, because there's a lot of Black atheists, but the difference is, in the white community, is they're bullied necessarily for being atheists. That is the problem, and a lot of them don't want to face that heat from our community. And Bar, I know you can speak on that, because I know you're from the Bible Belt. Okay, you have it worse than me, and you're from the South, and you're Black. Speak.
But I can't tell you, and I'll wrap up and let you guys talk. Like I said, I'm when it comes to this, I am the cracker, and I won't pretend to know all the nuances. But what I can say when it comes to the belief and the religion, and all that, and how we address that, when we're the ones that are calm, even when they get irrational, even when they get shitty, even when they want to hurl names or insults, when we say, okay, cool, that's probably the nicest thing that I've been called this week, so thank you. And we learn to use it as like almost a satirical base, and then we followed up with, I appreciate that, but you still haven't answered my question. How do we know that your God exists? And you flip it back on them. Guess what you do?
They still, and every time their proof is a book of fairy tales.
Let him go.
Hold on, Michaela.
but that's where you let them go, because guess what? And we've been doing our YouTube channel for a year. We're pushing 1.5 years now, and that is our that's been our mantra. Even Bryce was on with me yesterday or 2 days ago. He's a former Christian, black male, gay black male, former Christian, and we had another Christian on, and he was fucking killing it. He's fucking slaying it, and he does not check any of the check marks for the quote unquote black community, and he says that he doesn't check any of the check marks. And so those things are changing. But when it comes down to the belief, it's about out Christianing the Christians, right? So they're supposed to be, if you think about the fruits of the Spirit and what is love and all that, out Christian the Christian. Because guess what? When you do that, you come out on the other side of that conversation with the win, whether they realize it or not, because you out Christianed the Christian. Be humble, be patient, be calm. Give them compliments.
It's so hard.
I know
the Christian
it is.
church is such a pain.
I'll
actually elaborate on that.
Hold on. I really need to see if what I'm thinking makes Oz. I've been trying to talk to you about. Listen to this. Okay, so you said the belief and not the person.
Yes.
And I'm like,
I'm like, and it's hard for me to dissect the two, because the person is inherently believing bullshit.
I want to ask you a question. Okay, I'm not gonna make it, but okay, you have children, right?
Yep.
Okay, this if, like, let's say we have people who hold certain beliefs about what they, like, what if someone came up to you, and they said, hey, I hold the belief that, what I'm saying, it's okay for me to do X, Y, and Z to children, like harmful things to children. Like, how do you tell them, hey, your beliefs are messed up, but you are, like, how do you disrespect, or how do you tackle what you're trying to talk without, like,
Right. So let's role play that. Let's roll. This is great because it's.
I'm trying. I didn't want to make it. I didn't want to make it that personal with like people. I just was like, how do you? That's how.
But you get sometimes you gotta make it that personal.
Don't,
sometimes people don't really get it until you go there.
No, that's a very honest question, and it's great. So let's role play that, and that way all of us learn, right? Because that's the purpose of all of us talking about this and doing it, right? So
I'm not playing the fucked up person. I just want you to know that.
I ain't either.
No, I'll do it. Come on, I got you. Come on, I got it. Let's go. You ready?
Okay. So your belief was what?
Okay, we're gonna role play it. I'm like, hey Oz, how you doing?
What's up, man?
You see those fucking kids you got there?
Yep.
Ooh.
I like that. I want to take that and slit their fucking throats, chop their fucking heads off, and put them in freezers. And then after 2 weeks,
oh my god, I'm crazy.
After 2 weeks, when once they done froze to fucking igloos and stick figures, I'm gonna take them out the freezer, right? And once they unthaw, I'm gonna fucking have my sexual fantasies with their dead bodies and shit. This is my beliefs that I hold, right? I hold this Oz. I believe this Oz. You can't tell me this is not what I should be doing, right? I hear voices in my fucking head and they tell me this is what I should do to your fucking kids, your brothers and sisters, everybody around you, brothers and sisters. But Oz, sometimes on Sundays, I like to fucking beat my meat, right? I like to jerk my fucking nuts instead of harming your kids. One day out the fucking week. That's what I like to do. How you feel about that? How you feel about that, Oz?
Okay.
How does your mind run like this?
Let him go.
How you feel about that, Oz?
And I'll pause real quick. That was not a demonstration of anything in the Bible. I thought that's what we were doing. But now unpause. But let's go to an extreme. Let's say there's a religion that comes up that says it. You know what? Bar, I'm not in your head, and I don't know what has influenced you to believe that may be or may not be okay. Because in the reality that I experience and that I live in every day, that's not acceptable. And that's not usually how.
I don't care though, Oz. I don't give a fuck of what's acceptable.
Okay, but hold on. What has convinced you that is acceptable or that you should operate day to day with such behaviors?
I have faith that this is what I should do, Oz. This is what I should be doing with my life, Oz.
You have faith? You have faith?
Yes.
You have faith. Okay. So faith can be a broad term.
I don't care.
You know,
I don't care.
A broad word.
I don't care.
I know you don't care.
I don't care.
I know you don't care, but I'm going to ask questions because you and I are humans, and I want to get to know you. So first thing I want you to know is you and I can talk, and we can be friends. Like what you've said to me so far does not offend me, does not bother me. I just want to get to know you. I want to know who you are and why you think and why you feel the way you do. So when you say faith, would you believe that the faith that you have in this belief, could it lead us to both true and or untrue things?
Oz, I don't care what the fuck you're talking about. I'm scared to fucking die, and I'm going and the voices in my head, they tell me to do this shit right here. This is how I get to heaven. This is how I get to the promised land.
Okay, so the voices in your head, are those audible, or when you hear that voice, does it sound like is it similar to your voice?
Well, when it's audible, I fucking hear shit. When it's inaudible, I still hear shit, even though I can't fucking hear shit. I just hear shit, Oz. Right? I know it don't make sense, Oz, but I don't care that it doesn't make sense, Oz. These are my beliefs, and you're disrespecting my fucking beliefs by telling me this doesn't happen in everyday life. Who are you to tell me that my fucking book doesn't work here? Yes, it does. I need your fucking kids. Bring me your kids so I can put them in this fucking freezer. Bring them to me now.
Okay,
but I mean that in the most respectful way, though, Oz.
Absolutely, and Bar, I haven't taken you as being disrespectful at all so far. So what I want to know is within those beliefs and the claims that you're making, what I want to know is you did say that you were hearing audible voices. Is there anybody else in the room when those those situations come up, do you have any recordings? Can we verify that these voices are happening?
I'm trying to sound like them. Hold on. We Oz, I can't answer your question. I really can't.
So think about this, and I know all of that was outlandish, right? All of that was outlandish, but think about when you're patient like that, and notice not one time did I ever get abrasive or get become combative or anything like that.
I just told you, listen to what I just told you. I just told you, give me your fucking kids.
But guess what? Bar?
I'm listening.
I know. I'm confident you ain't touching my motherfucking kids.
How you know that, Oz?
And again, in conversation, I don't have to say this out loud, but I know in my head, if you try to touch one of my fucking kids, it's game over for you, bro. Right?
So is it the saying it out loud part? Then I'm back in. I'm out of character now. I'm actually talking to you. Like
no. This is now it's just going through it. There's many times I feel a certain way, or I have thoughts that cross my mind, but I know they're not going to be productive to the conversation, right? So I subdue those because I already know it, like if it was that outlandish, like I know in the back of my mind, if this motherfucker tries to touch one of my goddamn kids, I will slit his fucking throat. Right? But I'm not going to say that out loud.
This is so, and
I understand, Bar, I understand what you're going on with relation to the Christian thing. Here's something that, to this day, the reason my family doesn't like me. Exactly what Oz did is what I used to do to them. If you don't read the Bible, if you don't go to Bible study, you're going to hell. So I would ask my parents, what's hell? You know what hell is. I'm like, okay, if I know what it is, why would I go to it? Oh, because you're not doing the things of the church and reading the Bible and praying the religion. I'm like, okay, what's the problem with going to hell? Oh, it's fire and stuff like that. I'm like, all right, I don't like fire, but why would I do this? Because here's what I wanted for them to understand. What can you give me in proof? And I understand what Oz is saying, but that's the point. You need to stab in their head with suggestive questions. What is the point of proof of your belief?
And that's what I did to my grandmother, and she does not like that at all. Because my grandmother is a black woman from Tennessee. She does not like the idea of her religion being questioned. But I do it all the time because it needs to be questioned. And I think that every time I question it, it puts a deepest doubt in her mind, and she don't like that.
This is like, okay. While you and I are, doing this, like I'm a fucking psychopath, pedophile, killer, maniac person thing trying to get your fucking kids from you. But this is the thing, Oz. While you're trying to talk to me as, you're so calm and smooth and shit, like a fucking smooth operator. But listen,
smooth operator.
While you're doing this, Oz, that you're only like, okay. Let me put it this way. Although you may be talking to me, and I'm not trying to touch your fucking kid, because you're not saying it, but you're talking to me, and we're trying to get things out. As we're speaking, this is still fucking happening somewhere else. So it's
right. But this is what you can't do. This is what you cannot do. You can only control what you can control.
Yeah.
Right. You can only control what you can control. And believe me, I think everybody on the stream right now wishes we could impact the entire planet and make a difference right now. Right? I think all of us right now wish that we could do that, but we can't. It's not humanly possible. The only fucking thing that we can do is control what we can control and impact what we can impact. And that is where we're at in the moment, and do the best we can to make a difference. And my whole thing, and not just with you, Bar, with everybody I talk to, is the more we understand the art of communication when we're talking to theists, and understanding that there is an art to this, we're going to make a huge difference. And I wouldn't put names and everything out there like that, but just in the year and a half or whatever we've had our show, I can tell you that there's theists that we've talked to in this art. We've had deconversions. And it's because we walk them through the process and we stay calm. And even some of the batshit fucking goddamn crazy shit they say off rip, we stay true to form. We stay consistent in form. And this is what we're gonna do, because guess what? The one that is patient, and the one that is calm, and the one that trusts the process and trusts the system, they win. It's the same in athletics and fighting, a boxing match, MMA. If you trust the system and you trust the process, you win.
Can I ask you a question? Michaela, why are you breathing on the
right?
Michaela, get off the mic.
One of the rules I was taught.
Boy, I am not breathing that heavy.
Who is that? Malachi said.
You act like I'm having. You act like I'm really breathing heavy on this phone.
Malachi
what is wrong with you?
He said, "Do you meditate?"
Yes, I do meditate. I do.
He said, "Back up." But he said, "Back up."
Back to what Bar was saying. One of the things I was taught in sparring: never throw a full hit. Just make sure the speed is good enough.
Yes.
I asked him what that meant.
Okay, I know y'all. I know y'all kicking my ass right now, but I need to.
I feel what that meant, and he explained. He said, "You don't want your opponent to feel the hit. You just want your opponent to know it's
yes,
there."
ma'am. I am petty. You are right.
That's
girl.
That's Malachi. That's Malachi.
No, that's me. Yes, Miss. Yes, ma'am. And you're right. I am petty as hell, and I am petty on
But
purpose.
no, Isaiah. What you said? You was like, huh?
Oh, when I was taught the rules of sparring. Never throw a full hit. Just make sure the speed is there. And I asked him what that meant. He's saying you don't want your opponent to feel the hit. You just want your opponent to know it's there. Going back to what Oz is saying.
Okay. Is it? I know this is this.
You want, as the guy told me, them to know it's there. Because here's the thing you might not realize about a lot of theists or whatever. Depending on their level of actual intellect, they know it's bullshit. It's not just I follow it because that's what. No, they're doing it for another reason. For instance, my brother no longer follows Christianity. Not that it had anything to do with me, but he just used deductive reasoning. This is bullshit. He found out a bit of history. This is useless. Same like me. Sister, on the other hand, still holding on to it. But the reason holding on to it is because we were indoctrinated into it. And because she's a woman need community. She knows.
You are speaking some truth right now. You better speak some truth.
But
I am so over
it. The biggest problem is that they're holding on for some reason. What you want to do?
I be talking to other women about this. I'll be like, but why do you feel the need to hold on to people?
Let me continue.
Hold on, okay.
What you want to do, Bar, you want to get why they're holding on to be gone. And Oz, is that not what you do for the many theists that come on?
Yes, it's. I love to use the boxing analogy because I'm a before I fucked my shoulder up. I was training for MMA. No, it's all good. It's probably I didn't get best I didn't get involved, but I was training to fight more. But it's all about the jab wait. Jab wait. Let them know you're there. Let them know you're present. And then eventually, whether it's a conversation, 3 conversations, 6 conversations, eventually you get to come with the hook and the uppercut. But the jab's got to be there. They got to be consistent.
I want them to know it's there.
Yeah.
Is it okay? I know you. I know that.
Let me say this because I'm like that was some real truth, and I was really snapping my fingers at Oz because I was like, call it out, because that is some truth right there. It really is, and I be talking to other women, especially Black women, and I don't understand why Black women, in particular, want to follow this religion when we have nothing to benefit from it the most.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth.
I don't understand.
I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. This is not an elephant in the room, but most people won't say this. Like, is it wrong to just want to beat they fucking ass though?
No, it's not. Cause
I just
all the time.
Like I'm saying, I'm telling y'all, like I just want to fucking hold your face still and tell me about your Lord and Savior, so I could just knock your fucking shit. I just want to knock they shit loose, man. I'm telling y'all.
But back to the sparring analogy, Oz. You can tell them about the whole thing if you throw a hit too hard.
Man, I want to knock some shit loose.
Yeah, especially if you throw a punch too hard and you don't connect all the way.
Yeah, then it's no longer sparring; it's fighting.
Yeah,
and that's the biggest problem when you're dealing with this subject. When it turns from just a sparring verbal debate to a heated verbal debate. And what you never want when you're, trying to convert or whatever, not trying to convert, but trying to debunk someone and their beliefs, what you never want to do is get it to a full debate. Because as I said before, a debate is 2 different philosophies competing against each other.
Well, that
hold on. This needs to be called out. Malachi, truth. Christian women remind me of girls that be on Kevin Samuels live. Speak.
They go to the slaughter. Slaughter, man. They go on there and get slaughtered, like, man.
Oz was saying something.
Yeah,
leave that man alone, man. I'm listening to Oz.
No, you're good. I totally agree with that. The other thing you do, you overextend on a punch. Now we're in a fight, and not only we're in a fight, but if anybody has ever thrown a hard, especially cross, and you overextend your elbow because you didn't connect all the way, and you fuck up your elbow. Now you fucked up your. So now if we're using analogies, you fucked up your argument because you've already played your cards. Now you've already played that you're angry and you're coming after it rather than just trying to find out, okay, what do you believe and why do you believe? Do you have good reason to believe in what you believe in? There's many analogies or metaphors you can use there, but Michaela, are you still there?
Yes, she is.
Oh, I'm here. She's here.
You hear?
I am here, but I'm really, that last comment really hit me so hard. Christian women really do be like girls going to Kevin Samuels, and that's another thing. Like, I don't understand why Black women follow Kevin Samuels to begin with. Because I got space for him all day.
See, I can't.
But Michaela, let's do a reverse, do some reverse engineering here. So I'm going to ask you some questions and see what we can do here. So Michaela, why are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist because the shit in the Bible don't make sense.
When you say the shit,
the idea that men can walk on water and people can be resurrected from the dead, it's just a lie.
Okay, so Michaela, when we talk about atheism, what is your definition of atheism?
Someone who doesn't believe like in any external entities. That's what I would believe as an atheist. Would that not be accurate?
Well, I'm just asking for your definition. Is that your definition?
Yeah, that's what I would think my definition is, because I'm like, from I know there's different levels to atheism, and I'm quite new to it. I just recently, within the last year, got out of Christianity, so I'm quite new. It is quite new for me. But when I really look back at the stuff that I was taught, it was really bullshit, and I was really brainwashed.
Okay, and I can completely appreciate that, and I appreciate that you sharing that with me. So when we talk about atheism, and you said, basically a lack of belief in an external being, or I would say it was a lack of belief or absence of belief in a
That's what I would say.
Okay,
yeah.
in a deity. So did you believe that the Bible is a God, or did you believe that God was external from the Bible?
Okay, so I believe that God, what I believed was God was external from the Bible itself. That's what I used to believe. Okay, keyword used to, because I don't believe that stuff no more. And I even went through different phases. For a while, I was a progressive Christian, but then I started to think, like, how could I be a Christian? Well, also none of the stuff makes sense. And while the idea that I'm pro woman, I'm pro black people, I'm pro LGBT folk, but everything in this book contradicts what I stand for as a human being, and also my intersections as a human being. So the idea that I would follow that, even though it's shit, is begin. And here's what I say: if you eat cereal and there's a piece of poop in it, I'm like, you don't eat part of the cereal, you throw the whole thing away.
Okay, that's fair. So
the whole thing away, and that's what I did with religion. I threw it away.
Okay, so did you throw the Bible away because of God, or did you throw God away because of the Bible?
I threw the Bible away because the stuff in it don't make sense. That's why I threw it away.
Okay, so could God still exist?
But here's the thing: God, if it's the God of the Bible and it's exactly the same, there would be nothing you could do to make me follow it. I am sorry. There is some really fucked up shit in the Bible. Some really bad stuff. And the reality is, like, I did not even know how bad it was until I really started reading it. Because the thing is, when they preach on Sundays, they don't teach the bad stuff.
I want to go next.
All of it. And not unless it's something they can use to oppress someone. But other than that, they don't teach the bad stuff. They don't teach the parts of the Bible where it literally says to stone pregnant women who have sex out of marriage. You don't see that part. You don't see the parts of the Bible where it literally says that slavery is okay, and says that young girls who get raped have to marry their molesters. You don't see these parts of the Bible.
Okay, and that's fair. But so I want to be able to keep up with you. So what I'm hearing is you're reading the Bible as a very literal book. It's inerrancy. So
yes, because but how else could I take it? Because another person that came on, let's, for example, the Quran, they talk about interpretation. But how am I supposed to interpret the idea that it literally says that young girls who get raped have to marry their molesters as a punishment to men? There's also parts of the Bible that also say that women's periods are filthy and they can't enter the church for 2 weeks. There's also parts of the Bible that says a woman who gives birth to a female child is filthy compared to a woman who gives birth to a male child. How can I follow this shit?
Yeah, first of all, I want to say, and I want to point out, I appreciate the fact that you've actually you've done your due diligence and you've studied and read the book. So that's first thing. I want to highlight that. My follow-up question would be: Have you ever read anything from like William Shakespeare, Emily Dickinson, any other authors?
Oh yes, I was a theater kid.
Okay. So did
I
you
was a
read?
theater kid.
Did you?
I was a theater baby.
Okay. The same way you're the same passion that you're communicating right now with the Bible?
Here's the thing, like I've read some, I'll be clear, I've read some Shakespeare. I didn't read all of Shakespeare. So if there's something that's messed up in there, you gotta tell me.
Okay, well no, I'm just asking because you do sound very convicted, and this is very passionate, and I want to make sure that I respect that, but also point out that there are many I'm sorry, there's a lot of literature that come from Shakespeare or Emily Dickens or Edgar Allan Poe that come from years and years and years ago. That if we read those and take those as literal, then yes, we'd live in a pretty crazy world. And I just want to make sure that are we reading these things with the same lenses?
Hearing, I'm like, if I saw some crazy mess in there, I'd read it with the same lens. But here's the difference between people are not literally killing people and doing crazy stuff certain places because of Shakespeare. And I think there's a big difference. People have literally been killed over religion. And I think that there is a bad.
What he's asking is that would you read the book, the works of these poets or artists or whatever, in the same lens that you read the Bible?
I would. If I saw some crazy mess in there, I would. If I'm thinking of it with a lens that I'm reading it from today's lens, I would. And I what I try to do is when I'm reading the Bible, here's the thing, a lot of times when we're reading the Bible, I will admit this, we're reading it from a very today's lens. But here is the thing, when we read the Bible, how are we supposed to read it from languages that we can't even interpret? And it's hard for me to be able to kind of get understanding of what they were saying in the times.
Right.
And I know what you're getting at, and it would be crazy if we're taking it very. But how else could we take it?
Yes. So try to bring it full circle here. So first of all, there's been many things done, negative things or bad things done in the name of holy books, and even Shakespeare and Dickinson and Edgar Allan Poe. There's been people that have committed suicide, double homicide, suicides. There's been plenty of things done in the name of those books. That absolutely. So just to say, because a book is read and interpreted through a certain lens makes it bad.
I would have that same lens, because here's the thing, I don't want any type of literature, especially holy books, but I'm just talking about all literature in general, for people to feel like they can use that to harm other people.
Okay, so my reason
themselves, harm other people, like that is a problem for me. Because I have empathy. I'm human. Like I don't want people to be harmed.
Yeah. So my last question to would be then, if we know that just human literature as a whole can lead us as a species to doing negative things either to ourselves or to each other, does the literature then negate or eliminate the existence of a God?
Well, if we're talking about the literature, isn't that what they claim to be the holy book of the God itself?
Well, but we already eliminated that's out of the conversation, because we've already pointed out that both the Bible and Shakespeare and Dickinson and Edgar Allan Poe, like all of those can lead to very, very negative things.
Yes. I'm like, but here's also the thing that comes with a God. You have to be able to prove that one exists. And the problem I have with a lot of religions is they cannot prove that one exists. Because if we look at human history, there have been many humans and many civilizations that come in the name of a God.
I'm next.
Okay. I was just saying, great.
So
great
you
job.
can't you can't really negate something that you can't prove exists to begin with, let alone the holy books.
And Michaela, us going through and me bringing up the poets and all that, that's exactly where I would have went if I was in your shoes. If we went down that route, I said, okay, if we're going to go back to the God, then demonstrate your God. So great job.
What were you going to say, Bar?
I want to go. Shit, let me go. Do me.
Okay. So Bar, you're an atheist. Why are you an atheist?
I'm not an atheist.
Okay.
Bar, so you just
Bar,
named your channel Black Atheist.
Michaela, you had your turn. Get back.
Oh, Mr. Black Atheist Rant was really good.
Get back. You had your turn. Get back. What you say? I'm not an atheist. I'm convinced of a God.
All right, Bar, which God denomination? What God you rocking with?
Well, you see, Oz, I'm not rocking with a God. I'm just convinced that the Christian God exists. I don't worship him, and I'm not religious, but I'm convinced him. I'm a theist, right? I'm just not religious. I believe that God exists, but I'm not going to worship him. You see what I'm saying? You see what I did there?
Okay, so do you fall in the category where you're a theist and you're not religious, but you feel like that you have a personal relationship with said God?
No way, no how. Y'all good? I don't I don't think I have a relationship with him. We don't have dealings, right? I am convinced that he exists, but I'm on his naughty list. We're not cool. We're not buddies, right? We're just
Oh, okay. So you just acknowledge his existence.
Correct.
Okay. So what is it, or was it, or can it be that has convinced you or caused you to acknowledge the existence of this deity?
I believe that this God exists for two bad reasons. The first reason I believe this God exists is because I can't seem to get a fucking understanding of how I got here. I don't know how this all came to be. So I'm convinced that a God did it. The second reason why I'm convinced of this God is because a lot of people believe that this God exists. So I like to play games like I'm fucking Jigsaw. And I want to play along with, I want to be a part of the majority and not the minority. You did. I want to be with, I want to play with these motherfuckers' toys. My toys are shit, so I want to play with their toys. So I'm convinced of a God for bad reasons, but it is what it is.
Okay, well, thank you for admitting it's for bad reasons, but let's go through them.
Leave me alone.
So first one, you said that you don't have an acceptable or a good explanation for our existence. Is that right? Correct?
How did we get here, Oz? Explain that to me. How did we get here? Okay. I don't get that part.
Wait, here's the thing, Bar, and this is probably gonna blow your mind.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, and who cares?
Oh my God, no, that's not how that works, Oz.
No, because here, Bar, but what you're doing there is, and not to go into fallacies and all that, but that's what you're doing is what we'd call a God of the gaps argument. That because you don't understand it, and because you can't wrap your mind around it and comprehend it, you're then saying, therefore, God did it. That doesn't mean God did it.
Right, but why don't we have an explanation? It got to be God. It got to be, because I can't fucking come up with shit. I don't believe that we didn't just appear out of nothing, Oz.
Okay, well, I'm telling you the opposite. You're the one saying that it has to be, and it's got to be. So if you're making that claim, then you tell me why you feel like it has to be, or it's got to be God, because I don't buy that. And I'm telling you, I don't know. And I don't feel like there's an efficient explanation for it. So I don't just then go tackle a God. So if that's your assertion, then please provide that argument.
Oz, I see what you're trying to do here, man. I don't like this burden you're putting on me. I don't. I don't like it. But seriously though, like, I'm convinced of a God, but we are not cool, right? We're not on speaking terms. He doesn't intervene in my life. I think he's up there, right? I talk as if he's fucking up there. These videos don't come out of my ass.
Okay, so let's go to that. So you're convinced,
right?
Side of origins and creation. So I would still start out with similar dialogue. So Bar, you're convinced that this God's there, and you're deriving some type of inspiration, or motivation from this God to do A, B, or C. Do you have anything currently in your life that you and I could sit down and look at that would be measurable or observable to demonstrate that it is a God or a supernatural being that's making that influence? Do you have anything like that?
God damn it. Shit. Look at the trees. Look at the tree. Look at the tree.
What's that?
Look at the trees.
Actually, I'll get in on this.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Isaiah.
You said, look at the trees. You
Right.
believe that is evidence for God existing.
Look at the trees.
Oh, no.
Look at the trees.
Trees are the belief that God exists, correct?
Look at the tree.
Yeah, Isaiah, yes.
So, I would then ask you this, sir. If trees are a metaphor for a proof that God exists, can they not be a evidence that God can't exist? Because this is why I say that. Who's to say that someone needed to create it?
Okay. Again, I admit that. Okay. Shit, man, he fuck. Oh, why you let him do this? You should. Hold on, fuck. I got it. You think you finna win? I got this. Okay. We know it comes from a God because it exists, and it exists because it came from a God.
It could not exist. It can't exist because it didn't come from a God also.
No. Things that exist come from God. That's proven.
It can also be unproven.
No, it cannot.
Yes, it can. I could give you proof.
Prove it. Prove that things don't come from God, because everything comes from God.
Okay. Prove that things do not come from God.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how your body survives? Do you know how you continue to live?
Should I breathe, eat, sleep?
That is a reaction to your body being alive. That is not how it is alive. That is a continuation mechanism to keep it alive, but that is not how it is alive.
Cellular respiration. There you go.
Cellular replication is also not how your body stays alive.
Oh God. Yeah. See, God. No I don't need proof. I don't need proof, motherfucker. You not listening? I don't need proof.
Okay.
I don't need proof. I don't need proof because everything.
And here, if I can help here, this is where I would go, Isaiah, on this, because there are some people that get this into the semantics and
No. I'm not joking. This is bar talking. This is not. I'm not role playing. This is me. I'm dead serious. Like this is me. I'm for real. I'm actually convinced of a God, y'all.
No, you're not. You're so full of shit.
Right.
So bar. Now at this point,
hold on. Who the fuck?
I don't believe it. When it comes to
you talking to? I said I believe a motherfucking God exists. How you gonna tell me what I believe?
Oh no, if they believe it, that he believes it.
But
So,
I'm not fucking joking. I'm not role playing, man. This is me. I'm talking to you. This is Bar talking to you. I'm convinced of a God, like me, dude. Like
you're convinced of a God. All of a sudden,
what you mean? I've been convinced of a God. I told y'all this. Why y'all?
He's convinced of a God. He's believed it this entire time.
What's the name of this channel? What's the name of this channel?
That's clickbait. I'm not religious though. Listen, I'm not religious, but I'm convinced of a God. I talk as if a God exists.
No, there's no way. I've heard your rants. There's no way you believe a God exists.
You don't realize what he's doing.
I'm saying, I'm like, I'm playing. I have to play this fucking game, man. I do. I really have to. Right, because people, they gonna tell, this is what they gonna say to me. They gonna say, why the fuck are you talking about something that you think doesn't exist? I'm like, well, fuck, that's a good point. Right?
So
that's a great point, though.
Here's what he's doing. He's not believing it. He's putting himself in their mindset. Yes. That's what he's saying. He's putting himself in their viewpoint, seeing it from their shoes. Understandable. I have done this millions of times with other black people. So, as I was saying, here's proof that God doesn't exist. The way that your body keeps itself alive is not through cellular replication. It is through cellular, Oz, correct me if I'm wrong. The mitochondria and the cells, not the cell's ability to reproduce, but the cell's ability to use nutrients. Am I correct or no?
Say that again.
It's not the reproduction of the cell, it's the cell's ability to continue to balance the resource consumption, correct?
From what I understand,
how living organisms exist?
From what I understand, yes.
Okay. Here's why God doesn't exist. This happens with plants. Now, I know you know about now you may or may not know about probability or whatever, but if you just combined a bunch of chemicals, guess what? Eventually, they are going to create something because these reactions will just continue to happen. You and the trees exist because of these reactions. There is no intelligent design because humans are not intelligently designed. Humans, like all life, just work. Life in the trees just work. There is no God needed for something to just exist because it works according to how it came to be. Why does it work? Because it's continuing to live or exist. God does not exist because God does not work. That is the issue. God does not work in physical reality because if there is some intelligent design, then there'll be no imperfections. There are too many imperfections in both trees and your body for God to be real.
So you're telling me that, wow.
God is bullshit. That's what we're telling you.
What's bullshit? I ain't saying shit.
No, we're not saying God bullshit. We're saying that God does not exist because he does not work in physical reality.
Wow. That is a beautiful way to put that shit. I need to write that shit down. Hold on. You think if you think I'm finna miss this opportunity, man, you got me fucked up.
I can't tell you how many times literal light
You
bulbs
got me
exploded in people's eyes, and they're like,
"You got me fucked up." You
wait
think I'm finna not watch this?
Like, wait, so that means, hold on, that's not. No. Okay, so if God doesn't exist, so everything is just by random chance? No, everything is designed to work for a specific purpose. Everything is not designed to work by random chance. Random chance is when you don't know anything. It is due to uneducation.
Are you calling me uneducated?
You think I did not say that? So many times I'm like, read a book, some fuck library. The information is out there. You see, I became an atheist. I'll go into my thing because I was tired of church people preaching to the God, screaming in the choir. I go outside and I just lost another friend.
Man.
But what kept me in it was education because I'm like, okay, God doesn't exist. What does? Plants, trees, houses, animals. Those are things that work because those are things that physically have been the right and designed to exist. Where's God? He's nowhere to be found. Why? Because he does not work. It's that simple.
Right, and to go off role play for a second. When's the last time that for humanity that we have been able to report it or been on the news or anything like that, that God, any God or the supernatural has been the answer to or solved any problem that we can document officially, whether it be scientific, medical, anything like that? Guess how many times it's happened? 0.
Yeah, you're right.
So you saying I can't? Shit, I thought I had some.
You ain't got shit. You ain't got shit, Bar.
Damn. I thought I was okay. I want to. I'm coming up with this thing called Bar's Razor, right? Please don't laugh at this shit. I've been working hard on this shit. So my razor is it's like a one punch. It's like the quickest way to leave your religion is to care about other people. What that sound like to y'all? Is that weak?
Sounds like no. I forget what it's called, but it's something kind of along the lines of your humanist theory, being human. Oz, I forget what it's called, but it's a specific name, right?
Which part of it specifically?
The to become an atheist is to care for other humans.
Oh, it just be basic
humanitarianism.
Thank you, Jesus
That's
Christ.
It.
Yes,
me and you for both.
Hold on. So I didn't come up with this shit. You telling me somebody else already came up with this shit?
Already existed, yes.
Fuck, I can't come up with shit. I want to name something Bar's Razor so fucking bad. Fuck. I got it. No, I have one though. But honestly though, I really like with the whole just respect the person not to believe. Can't I just be the dude that you just got me in the back just in case shit get ugly? Why can't be that dude? I mean, can I just get you to do this shit? I mean, I don't know how that sound. I don't know if I sound like I don't want to talk to them. I'm just saying, like, can I get Isaiah? Isaiah has a very peaceful voice. Like, can he do it?
I have a peaceful voice, but my empathy is kind of
no. You actually are a fucking gangster because I heard you talk to the guy the other day. I was like, when he was like, this shit he's at peace and shit. I'm like, damn, I ain't have, but like, okay, seriously, do I have to do this shit? Can't I just wait my turn?
I mean,
I'm being so serious right now. I know I'm dead serious though. Can't I just wait my turn, man?
Bar, at the end of the day, do what the fuck you want to do, bro. Like, do what the fuck you want to do. When you and I chat and chop it up, whether it's live or elsewhere, I'm just trying to help you have to get to more productive conversations, because when we go off, and I'm liable to go off too, dude. I still, like, I have a very short fuse when it comes to certain topics, right? So it's not like I operate like that. If somebody brings up like mental health and religious trauma syndrome, and they try to discredit or minimize or act like that shit's not real, I will go from 0 to 1,000 in about half a second. And the old ghetto Oz comes out, where I'm like, nah, fuck you, and take it and put it in your ass. And I turn into that real quick. But the thing is, you just have to know that there's a time and a place for it. That you can still be that dude. But there's a time and a place for it. But the other times, if you really want to help people understand what it is you've been through and how they can get away from all the toxicity and all the bullshit that you've experienced, it's not through the, fuck you, fuck your religion, fuck your God, all that's not how you get there. But at the end of the day, I'll still be your fan. I'll still be your dude. I'll still come on your channel, still be your dude. You do what the fuck you want. I'm just trying to help you as far as having more productive dialogues and conversations.
Isaiah, what you gotta say? What you gotta say?
I would say I would do it, but the problem is I'm not at liberty. My life right now, I can't come on, create a channel, and talk about how to get away from Christianity. I'd love to do that. There's a lot of things I would love to talk about, but I can't do it. You, on the other hand, can. You come here, I would say almost every day, and people watch you, dude. I mean, are you getting thousands of views, or are you getting all this? I understand you want to get through to people, but you got to understand one thing, dude. The reason why our people, speaking of black people, are into Christianity so badly isn't because of the faith. It's because we have no identity at all.
Wow.
Christianity is the only thing. And black people, community is life to us.
Yeah.
It's everything. You take that away, that's why people are averse to it, because they don't want that last piece of what they were or what they believed in or anything to just be sliced out of their stomach. And I can tell you, I've not converted a lot of people, but the people I did break it down for, guess what they did? They either became they actually went and did what they want to do. Guy I actually knew when I was back in my home state, he was a hardcore Christian. And yeah, I mean, we did things together legally and illegally. That's not the point. But he was a hardcore Christian. He believed in the whole God is going to save me. He's going to get me everything I need. When I broke down I didn't do it the same way, but I explained to him why, from my point of view, God is not needed or real. He stopped working at Walmart, stopped driving me and my crew around, and went on to medical school because he told me the only thing that was holding him back was leaving the church. Because if he went to medical school, he knew he would not be able to come to church as much. That was the only thing holding him back. So when he cut that off, he was free. So that's I say we need this, because atheism for us, like I said, it's the whole community thing.
Yeah.
They hear that it's not God's disappearing, it's friends gone, family gone, my old folks gone. If all that's gone, that's what they're afraid of. What I say, I if I could come on, I would, but if I can, I will. but that's what we need to help them get to. It might hurt, but it's better than continuing on this path, because look at where it's gotten us. No future, no society, no actual culture. Black people are, I wouldn't say the most depressed, but in terms of accomplishments, it's either servitude or you were the best damn criminal that got killed by the law. That's our achievements. So we need this dude. Yeah, we need a guy. We do. It's sad, but I mean, I say continue it, because all these people in the public chat, you stop, where they're gonna go.
No, yeah, and I definitely wasn't saying stop.
Yeah,
I definitely wasn't saying stop. For sure,
I know.
And
I know. No, I know. I'm listening.
And Bart, this just hit me. Actually, while Isaiah was talking, so two of my really good friends in the atheist community here on YouTube, Bryce, which I talked about earlier, and then Mike Carey, two very, very outspoken atheist activists, black men that love to have these conversations. I think we need to put something together where there's a panel of black men and black women that get to talk about this shit, and talk about experiences, and whether it's some episodes are serious, other episodes are fun, more the entertainment based, but I think that's very deserving. Just like right now we're working on one that is for anybody that's over the age of 50, because there's so many people that are leaving religion over the age of 50, and there's no spot for them, there's no place for them, to connect. So guess what, in those moments, it's up to all of us as friends, no matter our pigment or our orientation or where we come from. It's our responsibility as friends that care about each other to create those spaces where it's like, whether it's 50 plus, no matter what, if it's men and women from the black community that want to come in together and talk about these things, that we create those spaces to where we normalize those aspects of atheism, not just atheism as a whole. So message me tomorrow, man. I would love to help you guys.
I got you.
I would love to help you guys coordinate it. Obviously, I'm a cracker. I'm not going to be on there, but I'll help you. But I will help coordinate it, because I do love helping to create those avenues for more and more people that are in a minority to talk about it. Because as a white man, no, I'm not in the minority, but as a white man atheist, in a very religious area, I am the fucking minority when it comes to that shit, and I get hated on all the time. So from that aspect, I can very, very minimally relate. But I would love to help with that, Bar. I would love to help with that.
Funny thing I find, everyone kind of focuses on like, oh, black people and Christianity. Here's one thing that I don't think a lot of people still know. The majority of Christians are still white.
Why does it feel like that's not true?
Because what you see is not what's really there. In the news, with the whole media, secular freedom, liberal ideas, all of this type of stuff. Yeah. That's all true in the big cities and the Democratic area. Down south, still Christian. The Midwest, still Christian. The Northwest, hella Christian. Oz, am I wrong?
Oh, you're the city. Let's just say this: the city I'm in is called the City of Churches, and anybody anybody that wants to plant a church here or start a church here, it is referred to as the church planter's graveyard. Because there's so
would that be?
Fort Wayne, because there's so much goddamn competition.
Fort Wayne, Tennessee,
Indiana.
That's even Midwest.
I'm in Tennessee though. It's oh my gosh, man.
No, I'm not saying the black church isn't bad. I'm just saying Christianity, it to me is more than just a black and white problem. It's an American issue.
Yeah, it is, man.
We need to get it out because to me, just seeing people that aren't good continue to get away with something, and then people that are just like my mom. She was one of the kindest, nicest people that I've to this day met, and Christianity killed her.
Wow.
Because she stayed in the church, stayed dealing with these people, and it was just the stress of just being nice and being generous that slaughtered her. And I watched it. I'm like, why are you doing this? Well, these people need help. I'm like, okay, but what about yourself?
Yeah.
What about yourself? Why are you helping? Like literally, I knew these people because I grew up in the community or area that we lived in. I knew these people were bad by meeting different ones. But she just continued and continued until one day, gone.
Man, we got
I'll say this. I'll be done. I'll dip out because I need to hit the sack here soon. But no, I appreciate what you just said because even in my real life, my day-to-day life, my mom has been a Christian my entire life, and she has struggled with well, she was a praise and worship pastor, and did that for 20 years, and then her like side gig or side trade was she went to college and went to school to become a human behavioral analyst, and I got to learn a lot from that. But the the fucking dogma and just the relentless need to help everybody else, right? And just that push here just within the last I want to say 72 hours, maybe a little longer. I'll say a week. She has for quite a while now struggled and fought a disease. It's Meniere's disease. It's a very, very rare disease. It's a fluid buildup behind the eardrum, and it could be 12 o'clock in the afternoon, be totally cool, life's good, everything's good, happy, and then this disease, has its onset or trigger or whatever, and she literally can't walk. Her equilibrium gets fucked up. She's vomiting everywhere. And that has now been a mainstay in her life for many, many years now. And then she just had this recent doctor's appointment. And for me now, where I'm at, it breaks my heart more and more and more when she goes to these doctor's appointments. And because she says these type of things after each appointment, hoping that there's a healing or a new medical cure or whatever. She just went to one several days ago, and she had high hopes that his doctor was going to have an answer. And they went in and did the procedure, and I honestly I didn't go because she had invited all of the family that doesn't like me now because I'm an atheist. So I didn't go because I didn't want to make things worse, as far as the temperature of the room or whatever. So I just depended on text messages from my little brother. But they went through their procedures, and then several hours later, the doctor comes out and says, "Unfortunately, I thought I was going to, be able to help, but there's nothing in there that I can do to help the cause. We're just gonna have to look at different medications." Then my mom goes on like a 2 or 3 hour binge, if you want to call it that, on social media and texting family and friends about how she doesn't know if she's praying correctly. She doesn't know if she's saying the right words when she prays. She doesn't know how else to ask this God to heal her. Because part of Meniere's, and I save this for the end, because part of Meniere's is not just the equilibrium and everything, but there's when it does set in, it can last for up to 3 weeks. There's a constant roaring in her ear that sounds like her head is in the ocean, and all she can hear is the ocean and her heartbeat in her ear. So you can imagine how annoying that is. But to hear my mom say all those things, and as an atheist, I'm like, how long do you hold on to that? How long do you cling? How long do you cling to that thing that still, time after time after time, does not help you? It doesn't even, not only does it not heal you, it doesn't even minimize. It doesn't even minimize the pain and the agony that you have to go through. But yet you've given your entire life. You've sacrificed your entire life for this God. So that's what I would put in front of people. Is that you could say it's anecdotal. You could say that's personal experience, but it's not my personal experience. That's her experience. That's me observing a Christian that is pleading to their God to heal them of this disease, and this God has not shown up, not one little bit, not one little bit. And my heart breaks for her. My heart breaks for her because she doesn't realize it, but it's not real. She's asking and grasping for something that's not there.
I understand that. When the last time I saw my mother alive, they informed me of her condition, and I took some time out of college I was going to at the time to go and see her. And I knew she was gonna die. I asked the nurse, was there any type of signal, in the part of your neck that meets your spinal cord and stuff like that? She told me in the best way possible, without clearly saying no, that there was issue or little there. At that point, I knew she wasn't going to make it. So I was discussing with my dad, like, oh, what's going on and stuff like that. And he says pretty much that the VA or her benefits aren't enough to give her, well, not enough. They wanted them to pay for the treatment she needed to survive. And he said, we just gonna have to pray and hope that she can make it out. And I stared at him, because here's, I'm staring at a man that I might have had issues, but I love and respect. And what he just said to me was, wish her luck.
Mm.
That's the best he had. And I'm just like, what is this?
Yeah.
This is my mother. There's no wish luck. There's no I'm a pray. Me, I'm serious. That's my wife. I'd have done anything I needed to do for that money. I don't care what it would have been. Rob, create, steal, kill, whatever.
Yep.
I would have done it. Him, just gotta pray. And I'm just staring at him like, No. Why? I couldn't believe what he said. I'm like, this is my mother, your wife. I didn't say it, but this is what I'm going. And I just did what I did for the past year, being kind of raised by them. I dismissed those thoughts and went about my day. Yeah.
Man. I'm gonna say two things, but I mean, one to lighten the mood, and then one to get back on topic. The first thing is, like, I know we have this whole elephant of in the room of, like, you know, some atheists are black and white and the community, and but like my honest opinion, like, I mean, I know it's like not a lot of people who see it like. I'm just like, I just appreciate all of the people like that are atheists. Like, when I see an atheist, I just be like, man, like, who the fuck are you? Can I give you a fucking what you want? Like, I literally see, like, when I see other atheists, and I'm like, wow, they exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just be like, damn, like, white, black, Mexican, like, y'all fucking out here. You know what I'm saying? It's like that shit. You can't even. I mean, I be so excited, like, fucking atheist round table, all this other shit going. Man, oh, like, when I talk to J Mike, I just be like, these people. You know what I'm saying? Atheism reminds me of, like, how judo was. You know, like, I have a judo family, and then I had, you know, my biological family, but my judo family, I think it was like three black kids in the club, and everybody else was white. You couldn't tell.
Yeah.
You could not tell. When we went out to eat, when we went in public, when we went to other states as a team, you could not tell who was who and what was what. You couldn't tell.
So it should be.
You couldn't fucking tell. They did not treat us like. And it's like, that's how that shit's supposed to go. And it's like, when I see like atheists, I'm like, they be real deal out here. Like, it feel the same way. I just be like, bro, like, that shit, you can't, like, you, man, that, whew, shit. Listen, man, like, it give me the best feeling. It's like, I gotta, I don't want to get too far into that story, but, like, the feeling I got from doing martial arts with all those people that was white, right? All those bright skinned people. And it was some tournament, it'd be 15 of us. I'm the only black dude. They didn't treat me like a man. If anything, see, the only people that felt weird about it was everybody else in the restaurant. They didn't bat an eye. You could not tell I was not white. You couldn't tell they weren't black. They didn't. And then when I get around atheists that are like of other, man, that shit be like a big ass fucking family. I'm like, man, that shit it's so fucking. Oh my god, man. I just want to say that part. And the other thing about, like, man, I don't handle death well, y'all. So when y'all talk about this, I'll just be like, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know what to do. Honestly, I don't.
That's the normal reaction to death.
I wouldn't know what to do.
Enough times you get to my reaction. That's not a good one.
I would not know what to do.
That's normal. Right.
I don't. Because what do I say? Like, what comes out of my fucking throat? What I say? Good luck? What am I supposed to say? know what to do around me. I don't know what I don't handle it. Where I don't need.
Well, Bar, if I can help, these are, these types of conversations can go deep, but if we can take it more to the shallow end before you wrap, I will say first and foremost, message me tomorrow, and
I wrote it down. I'm not gonna forget. I wrote it down.
Yeah, and let's get some shit going, and then I think whether it's your stream, on our stream, whatever, even things like we did tonight, as far as this is what you'd call doing a steelman practice, is the atheist plays the Christian. Somebody that can do that role well, and practicing those conversations, it only benefits everybody. Right, it only helps everybody. So more things like that. Even let's figure out a way to do that, whether it's here or on Discords or whatever. It only makes everybody stronger in their communication skills and in their argumentation.
Yeah, I fucking suck, but I'm willing to get better at that shit. Cause I'm telling you the truth. All I want to do is fucking scream and yell at these people.
That's how I started, bro. That's how I started.
But that's how I started, and that's how it's fucking going. It ain't gonna change. I don't think my.
You say that, bro. I'm telling you that. I know it.
You got your work cut out. I'm letting you know that.
Dude, you're about to be an assassin. You're about to be an assassin, because if you can channel all that passion, and all that emotion, if you can channel that, you will be a fucking assassin, bro. An assassin.
Well, help me, shit.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Shit, I'm out here just throwing fucking knives and butchering these I'm trying to cut deep. I need to learn how to spar, like Isaiah said.
Another thing that kind of on our term, instead of trying to apply like the whole logical, the whole deductional reasoning, apply some black things to it. Things that people in the hood understand. Me, I apply the basic terminology and mindset of what is the use? Okay, yep. You don't want to talk about use. How you eat, how you sell your product, bro. How you get your bitches on you, bro.
Absolutely. I agree.
Told you y'all think Isaiah is like a nah, dude is a gangster.
No, because it comes down to
how you relate.
Relating, and it's about mirroring and matching your interlocutor, right? So if
what's that word?
Man, I'm like, what do they be talking about? Atheist round table, interlocutor, and I'm like, what? What are you? We're listening. I'm listening. I'm listening.
When you honestly learn to mirror and match who it is you're speaking with and who you're having a conversation with, you will own the conversation. You'll own it, right? Because whether it's tone, so tone of voice, body language, facial expressions, shifting in their seats, folding of the hands, like all of that shit. Like when you learn to do that, those are all just communication skills. And when you learn to mirror and match, you become a boss.
I be watching you. You think I'm gonna be watching y'all? I be watching. I'm learning. I be taking my fucking notes. When y'all was talking to what's his name? Oh, you think I watched the whole thing? I said these motherfuckers, they know some shit. Because even you came over like, boy, like, bro, if you see this shit, like, if you see, you saying about my mental health and shit, like, bro, if you can't do it right now, just hold on for a minute. Because I was that motherfucker. You heard what he said. He didn't say that shit to y'all because he know y'all.
Oh, you're talking about the guy with the whole slavery thing.
Yo, he said that shit on the cam.
That guy. I'm like, hold up. Isaiah is the manager that.
Well, he's coming on for round 2. So and that's the thing. Like you have to
Y'all have the patience of fucking snails. Y'all know that, right? All of y'all with y'all fucking smart interlocutor. Y'all want to be some interlocutor.
I do got the experience because a lot of things that you kind of laugh at with gang bangers and gang members, we talk like this all the time.
Right.
What is the meaning of atoms? Why is there a black hole?
Oh
yeah.
Hold up. So if you mix that together, right, and that go into the hold up, no, run that equation back, bro. We talk like this all the time. I just got experience.
Isaiah, most before I walked away from religion and became a complete atheist, skeptic, geek, and nerd, which is what I am now. the only mathematics and the only equations that I knew and understood was how to weigh drugs, how to cook drugs, and how to sell drugs. That's the only shit that I knew. That's the only shit I knew. And now my buddies, if I every once in a while go back to my hometown where my family's from, and they run into me and they're like, "Oh man, I heard you talking about like all of a sudden you're smart and shit. Like all of a sudden you know philosophies." And I'm like, "What's philosophies? What's philosophy?" You know, I fuck with them.
I knew it. I knew it. I just want to let you know that I don't know how that sound. I ain't trying to. I knew it. That's all I gotta tell you. I knew it.
Yeah, I didn't know this shit. You know, so shout out to
I'm not profiling you, but I knew it. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, that's the only shit. Give me a scale and tell me how much I need to cook up, and we could get that money. But now
still do it.
Oh man!
Oh my god!
Also, y'all, the top comment of the night. I'm not moving this comment into the show up. Y'all quit coming. Ain't nobody else getting on. You see what this comment say? Do you see? Come on now, y'all stop.
Bar's one of my favorite.
Come on now,
that's for
y'all
pity.
stop.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I ain't. Y'all quit coming. Y'all can quit coming, man, because I ain't taking it off the screen. That's gonna be there to the show.
Shut up, Biddy Buddha. Shut up, Biddy Buddha. Hey, and she's another one that's walked away from the faith.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna tell y'all, man.
And she is a let me make sure this is really, really clear when I say this. I don't want it to be mixed up or confused. Biddy Buddha is a goddamn boss in the game.
I'm trying to tell y'all, man. I'm trying to tell you. She's what?
She knows the Bible.
She runs this TikTok. She runs that shit. Her and Captain Deadpool and the other, they run that shit. Atheism, that shit, man. She run that shit, man. I was watching her be like, what the fuck? Who the fuck is this? Where the fuck is your brain at? Like, how do you know this shit? Like, what? On command, like.
Yeah, she knows the Bible better than probably 90% of the pastors in America.
Oh my gosh! If she come on the show, I'm not speaking. That's impressive. Oh man, her fucking brain, like, oh my gosh.
Oh, she's a goddamn boss.
And for her to comment this shit, come on, man. Y'all quit playing with me. Man. Stop playing with Bar, man. You know what I'm saying? Because that comment right there, hey, I'm gonna try to tell you. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Yeah, she's a beast.
Fucking.
Oh, she just said that's not a flex.
Yeah, it's not. No flex. That is not a flex. We're not capping.
I mean, I read Harry Potter 10 times, and I still can't remember the whole thing. Come on,
man. Man, I'm trying to tell you. Yeah, but yes, y'all, it is. Oh my gosh, I swear my streams be going whole fucking shifts.
Hey, Bar, when are you planning on going live next?
I'm sleeping. I don't know. I need to schedule this shit. Okay. So there is a you're gonna have to help me with this. I'm gonna text you tomorrow. But there is a Muslim. I don't know why they want to debate me. I don't know why. But I'm gonna take what you teach me and what we've learned, and I'm gonna do better. But that person, that's Saturday. He wanted to debate me Saturday. Next time I go live, it's probably gonna be not today, tomorrow, like the day after that. I try to, not today, not today, tomorrow. No, tomorrow, yes, because today is a day, the new day. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I do. I just the freak tagged me. He said, "Don't worry, Oz. IU give you peace. Once the whole theist thing pops down, you'll still have quote unquote debate adequate platform to sell." He's either high or drunk, so we'll keep moving.
But he's been here all night, though. I gotta give him some. I mean, he's been here all night.
That's what I'm saying. He's probably on like something.
P said, "Make up your mind." But yes, I'm gonna try to do it. I'm just still stuck on the fact that Betty said she want to be on the show. So, ooh, yeah.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. Let's schedule something where
I'm coming up in this shit.
Well, what I was gonna say, let's schedule something on your platform. It can even be just you and Biddy chopping it up. But
it will be. It will be. Yeah.
But what I was gonna say is I'll come on in the background to have my roadcaster ready, and you guys can take calls together.
Wow. Oh shit. Oh man. I'm gonna behave, I promise. Wow. Hey. Oh, shit. Come on. Let me hold up.
Why are you fanboying? Why are you fanboying?
Am I?
Why are you fanboying right now, bro?
Am I?
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I'm still getting new to the whole YouTube atheist thing. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
But yeah. If the times I can come, I will, but life got me and other things, so you know.
Yep.
Well, yeah, Bar, hit me up tomorrow. I'm gonna drop out because I need to hit the sack. But hit me up tomorrow. We'll talk about the panel discussion, and then I will get yourself and Biddy set up with something. And I when I say I come on, like not on screen, I won't come on screen. I will come on the background.
Yeah.
And you guys can take live calls. With I'll use my roadcaster. You guys can take live calls and have some fun.
I'm finna go read the Bible. Oh,
amen.
Amen. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, Bar, as usual, good chopping up with you, man. Isaiah, great conversation tonight, man. Appreciate you getting to talk to you.
Before you go, do you sleep? Because you, man, you listen. You was on my stream, and I woke up, and you was on. I'm like, what the? Do you sleep? Like, what's up, man?
All right, so real talk. I do have bipolar ADHD and high anxiety. So I get about if I get like 2 to 4 hours of sleep, I rock and roll.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's pretty much his brain has so many freaking chemicals running at once that
I told you I believe what you were saying earlier about before you became an 8th. I believe all that shit. You running 100% off 2 hours? Yeah. You for real. I know. I know. Trust me. My hood, they are boy. You'll be the man around here. To my You imagine hitting the block after just 2. Like, man, you just went man back out there.
I need 6 hours at least, and I was a teenager.
I need about 5. You give me 5, man, I'm gonna be like a fucking
like,
cyborg.
yo, you slept like 2 hours of prep. I'm like, nigga, I'm tired, bro. Fuck your prep, bro. Where the bullets flying at? The fuck you mean, nigga? You fuck about no prep.
I said, you are the calmest, but I can feel yo. I know.
I was raised. I was
yeah.
literally these people. We played basketball, hit each other with sticks, and some of them lived, and other ones, I remember them. I ain't never gonna forget them. Never.
Okay. Go to sleep, Isaiah. Stay out the way, and I'm about to hit this sack too.
All right, I love y'all. Appreciate you.
All right.
All right, people. Oh, there we go. Get up. Well, hopefully y'all enjoy. I tried to debate today. Hopefully y'all enjoyed me debating college dropout. It wasn't really a debate, but I tried, Oh man. Biddy Buddha said I'm one of her favorite atheists. That's up there. So oh man, that was fire. But yeah, y'all, it's time for us to go to sleep. Y'all are some goons. Like y'all literally been here all night. Some of y'all. Keo, Ravana, I hope I said that right. I'm about to go to sleep. I'm tired. Bar is tired. I ain't even rap tonight, y'all. So, but you can't get everything you want. But yes, if you enjoyed the stream, please like this shit, comment, sub, share this shit. Get your boy out there, and I really appreciate y'all, man. I want to get into. I got some deep ass testimonies. I'm gonna get into them. I just haven't yet. I'm trying to save them for like fucking 1K, maybe. Maybe it'd be like a big reveal. I got some shit to tell y'all. But yeah, go to sleep. Get off my shit. Oh, you're going to hell, and you deserve a ton of punishment. But I love you. So that's all that fucking matters is that I love you. And we are out. I'm gonna sing a little bit before I go. Because the devil is defeated and I've got praise. I got the victory. Got the victory. All right, y'all. I had fun. I hope I bless you today. See you guys next time. Peace.